everything is working and connecting. Let's check. I should have everything going. Yeah, okay. It looks like we're live. It looks like we're good. I think I want to turn down our music a smidge. That's all alright with you guys. Or maybe I'll even turn down just over here. How's that? Hello, Roots. It seems all good. All our audio is good. I have our chat box. That looks good. I will enable our word count tracker, right? Do word count. Display. And then you guys can see the words right there on the left. Alrighty, I think this is a pretty good. Hopefully my voice is okay. Hopefully the background music is okay. Let's go ahead and announce on our Discord. Okay, the streams, it looks like it's good. And hi, so good to see you. Hello. We're making sure that everything with the Discord and the audio is working pretty good. My voice is a tad low. What do you think, Noxley? Is my audio okay? Do I need to turn it up? Sometimes Roots or Knit over there is a little funny with their audio. Audio is kind of quiet. Okay. Let's see. Testing. Which one was it? Testing. It's that one. Okay, how about now? How we doing? What's the feedback? How we doing? Testing. Lots of words for all my little raccoons. Hopefully this works better. But anyway, for today, we're back to our same old standard. We're here for some writing and chatting. It's okay. Okay, it's okay for you? Sounds better. Sweet. Yeah, if there's any more issues with audio, just let me know. I'm gonna try and add a little note in the Discord, right? Because now we have the Discord. We're all fancy. We are live. Okay. There should be like a thing in like a streaming, and there's a bot that lets everyone know when I'm streaming. But the other day people were saying it wasn't working, or that they didn't get the notification. So I just did the chat right now too, and I let everyone know we're live. Hopefully that doesn't oh, it works now? It works? That's good. It's really funny. Everything worked for me. Like, I saw that notification and I saw the rules okay. It was just other people saying they couldn't see it. And we're showing the screenshots of the rules and stuff, and the notifications not working. I don't know why it's different for different people. I don't know all that fancy stuff. I'm just here. We're we're outside in 8-11 trying to duct tape this all together. Maybe it's only because we use prime quality garbage that our stuff works. Everyone else needs better trash for their raccoon little monitoring systems. Anyway, the music for me feels a little loud. I'm gonna lower that down a bit. That way I can be all comfy and cozy too with you guys while we're chatting away. How's that? Hopefully it's not too quiet now, but it feels better for me. Phew. You know? So, where did we leave off yesterday? Let's take a look now. I think we left off, well, I'll start with our day, where are we now? We're on day 9. You guys, we're almost on day 10. We're almost like a third of the way there. That's so exciting. Day 9. Goal is 1,670 words today. And I'll go ahead and bold and underline all this so we can see where it is later a little bit better, right? That'll be good. Alrighty. So it looks like we left off, when I'm scrolling back up here a bit, we left off with our flashback sequence with our sacrificial witch So our sacrificial witch was talking all about you know, she's having these horrific voices that her sacrificial lamb familiar, right, this demonic familiar in the corpse of a baby lamb, um is making her hear all these voices and blaming her for stuff if she ever doesn't do what it wants her to do, right? Which is, do not listen if the demons start talking to you. But she is, right? And she's terrified. This has never happened to her before. And her parents are worried. And the current scene ends with them coming downstairs to the butcher shop, right? And she is listening to the voice of that deer. Of that deer. And can play This Is All Your Fault. Of that lamb. And it's showing her how to stab and start butchering a deer in the shop, right? And it's making her do all these different things, and she's climbed onto the butcher block table in order to do this in her chemise, and she's doing this horrific stuff, and we're hearing as it closes out from her point of view in this horrible waking nightmare scenario she's dealing with. We're hearing the voices of that familiar telling her to do stuff, telling her to cut through the muscle, telling her where to cut, telling her how much strength to use, telling her to keep going with her literally butchering this deer. So for today, hold on one second, I have to adjust some lights. Okay. Alrighty. Hopefully you guys can't hear my squeaky chair. I know this mic might pick it up. I'm sorry if you can. So we are going to do the next scene. The next scene after that will be like a quick cut to black. What else do we need to accomplish in her flashback, right? Before we go all willy-nilly, what do we need to accomplish in her flashback scene to make sure all of her story's told? What do we need to accomplish flashback scene? I'm going to say, geez, if I can type. I'm gonna say we definitely want to get to the point, right, where eventually she's going to be compelled to cut off her arm. That's her sacrifice. To get to the where she chops off her own arm when she's older. Of the sacrifice deal she has to do with this familiar. So yeah, before the flashback ends and we start up the fight with the hero, we definitely want to make sure we cover that, right? Because otherwise everyone would be like, wait, I don't understand. Why'd she have both her arms, and then she butchered a deer, and now she's a healing saint and a mass murderer, and she only got one arm, right? It doesn't make sense unless we make sure that scene is included. What else are we gonna include here? I'm wondering, I'm picking around with the idea, right? It's kind of floating around in the back of my head. That maybe that her first sacrifices she does, the first people she murders, might actually be the parents in this scenario, right? To kind of drive her towards that insanity, to drive her towards, like, yeah, she's willing to do anything. She's actually fully listening to all the bad thoughts these voices from the lamb are telling her. Might kill her parents first as the sacrifices for her healing. Maybe even to heal the lamb familiar. That can be fun to play with, right? That her parents, who the father was the butcher, he was going to start butchering and selling off the parts of this lamb. Those are going to be the people she actually kills first. It's snowing in my area and I am not happy. Oh no, that sounds so chilly. I was when I was a baby cryptid. Baby cryptid, right? When I was a baby cryptid. We were we were up north. We lived up north and we did get snow. We did get snow. And now we're Florida cryptids, right? We've been Florida cryptids for many, many years. And the reason why my family loves it so much is because you do not have to shovel sunshine. You have to shovel snow. You don't have to shovel all the sunshine rays. So yeah, I can totally get why that's maybe not the best thing. It's so pretty to look at. It's so pretty to look at in pictures when other people are in the cold areas and they take pictures for you of the snow. But oh my goodness, when you're actually there and cold, it's really hard. Are you at the point when it's like ice? Like there's a lot of ice in the road or stuff like that? That stuff gets like really like annoying to deal with, or even sometimes like dangerous to deal with if it's really bad. I also live near a lake, so we get all the extra lake effect snow. Oh no. I'm so sorry. On the other hand, I'm sure the rest of the year, that lake view must be gorgeous, right? The rest of the year, being near a lake is great, as long as you don't have the gators like here in Florida. Then you gotta deal with that. What is this pop up? Get out of here. Yeah, here in Florida. When we were up north, if you see a body of water, then that's just a pretty body of water, right? We can go into stuff as long as it's not like a trespassing area. You can go into a lake. You can go into the water. You can hang out at the beach. It's all good, right? It's wonderful being near a lake when you're outside of Florida. Here, if you step in a puddle, the puddle could have teeth in Florida. The puddle could reach out and bite you. There's all sorts of things. If you have a pool, you will it won't be unlikely for you to get gators one day. Last year the most we got was 21 inches of snow. Oh my goodness. Not 24. It's a hassle. 21 inches of snow. That's not like the like you're snowed in. You know when the snow's like up to your door, like past your door, when like you're not leaving the house. The snow's taller than your door. At least it's not that bad. I don't remember those experiences because I was a baby cryptid, but I was in places where like crazy stuff like that could happen. Yeah, I just have so much driving anxiety with snow, so I'm not a fan. Yeah. I just have driving anxiety in general. I'm a cryptid. I'm not used to all this human technology. Oh my goodness. And humans are crazy. Humans are crazy on the road. Even if there is common rules in your area for how to drive, it's like other people on the road don't always follow those rules. And what do you mean? So if you guys are going or speeding here in Florida, at least you guys are going down the wrong lanes. You guys are speeding at speeds you shouldn't be going at in areas where it's like it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Exactly. Yeah. Oh my god. And really, holidays you do have to be careful. Holidays, people are in rushes. People are anxious. They're trying to get their holiday shopping done as we get closer to the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas. People on the road are going to be really not at their best driving during that time. So if you can avoid, the driving too much on those holiday days, the few days before and after, I really recommend it. It's everyone try the best to be safe on the road, but you can't control others. So there are certain days where it's better just not to be on the road. What's the other one? I also don't like here in the U.S. 4th of July. 4th of July gets really scary too. Lots of fireworks, lots of drinking, lots of people staying over past midnight for 4th of July and New Year's and drinking and then wanting to drive back anyways when they probably shouldn't. Very, very dangerous stuff. That's crazy. I don't know. But yeah, snow is definitely scary to drive in. But man, that lake view, I bet the rest of the year like that's probably so gorgeous. And you might not have gators, like here. You can look at a lake, but you can't wander around near a lake because like there's gonna be a gator there or flesh-eating bacteria. It's one or the other. forget one or the other. There was been in a lot of parks that have like the nature trails and the little creeks and stuff in it, and they always had to keep putting up signs up that you can't be letting your kids, or you can't be like this crazy person going into those little streams or those little rivers or those ponds out in the nature area, because they do have like flesh-eating bacteria sometimes. Oh man, there was what was it? It wasn't in the swamp areas, in a foresty area. It's near a forest trail, but there was a LARPing group, right? And and they wanted to do LARPing stuff. That I guess one of the people was going to be the monster, and there was like this little island in the middle. This very small lake, like you could walk around in like 10 minutes, but it was like a mini lake, and there was a little 3 foot by 3 foot island mass in the center of it, so it was really tiny. And he was gonna be this water lake monster wizard thing because it's LARPing, and they all have to shoot like Nerf gun stuff at him in order to deplete his health points. And after they finished that fight and they left, they realized if you were on the other side of that lake, there were all the warning signs saying, "Hey, there's a lot of dangerous bacteria in this lake. You can't be in it." And they were like, "Oh," and they had to go home and stuff and like wash off right away. It was really bad. Oh my goodness, Florida. As a Florida cryptid, even I can say Florida's a little funny. Florida's a little funny. But yeah. Otherwise, other areas, lakes are gorgeous. So, I'm liking the idea that the sacrificial witch, the first sacrifice she has to make as part of this horrible thing the familiar puts her through, is that she might have to kill her parents, right? She's gonna chop off her arm to fulfill the contract. The land's gonna be like, "Ah, yes, so nice, thank you. Now we are in a deal. By the way, kill your parents." And those are gonna be the first people she kills. Because the demonic familiars put them through all these horrible things. And that would free up the butcher shop. Right now, her parents won't be an influence from then on out. It would explain why, when she grows up to be the healing saint, why there's nobody being like, "Hey, this person's actually secretly a mass murderer outside the butcher shop," right? Her parents aren't there to warn people. They were the first people who got caught. Would be a good reason to explain why the butcher shop is empty. Online for murders. Right? That could help with our plot holes. That could have been a possible plot hole we ran into. Like, why didn't her parents, why didn't anyone else in her family speak out about her starting to hear and becoming a witch, right? Going crazy and becoming a witch and doing all these horrible deeds. It's because they're not alive anymore. They can't warn anybody. Let's see. What's another scene? So we want to have the arm chopping off scene. We want to maybe have the parents being murdered and sacrificed afterwards. Tommy, Mommy, Lady D. Why is that the very first thing you comment here in chat today? Oh no. I can't be the Tommy, Mommy, Lady D, so we must just be talking about everyone in chat loving loving our Tommy Mommies, right? We know that. We know that now about everyone. All my raccoons here. You guys are all on my Discord talking about your love of vampire mommy dommies. Maybe that will have to be the next story we work on. Somebody, I'm forgetting who right now, I'm not looking at Discord. Somebody in Discord, when I scroll back, had this idea of, like different fun, like writing things we could do as a community with the Discord and stuff. Like maybe even having different writing teams and having writing goals and competing like that to see which team could get the most words done. Lady D fanfic. Oh no. Oh yeah. Or I think there was even in chat one time someone said like, "Oh, all of chat should get to vote on like what stories we should all write together, right? We could all collab and make up a story together on stream." I think that could be some really fun stuff we do. I don't think I'll do the word count teams right now, just because that's like a November thing, right? For the November writing challenges, and we're already like almost a third of the way through. It seems a little late to start that, but I'd really like doing that for next year, or maybe even just some other month we choose. That could be really fun. Having that. And I was thinking about it, and I'm like, oh, if we do a challenge like that, right? There should be a reward, right? Because otherwise it's just like, oh, why did I do all that work? So I was thinking there could be a reward. I was wondering if the winning team, whenever we do a challenge, should get to choose what like an emote should be in chat. Why don't you do a story where everyone has access to writing it at once? That seems like a recipe for disaster. Oh no. And you know too, I the main worry I would have with that is that somebody like is like really serious, like they're like, yeah, I'm gonna write this really cool thing, here's my cool sentence, or here's my cool character that's a corgi named Muffin, and they're a knight and they're going to go off on this adventure. And then if everyone can access it, maybe someone comes in and deletes the knight named the knight corgi named Muffin, and then that person could be really sad that their stuff got deleted. um so that's might be the only reason why I'm like, hey, I don't know if everyone should have access to do stuff. Justice for Muffin. Yeah, see, like, could do a December challenge for the holidays. Would we want a cozy holiday challenge, right? Non-denominational, non-holiday specific December challenge? Or maybe do it where you have a wheel with viewers' names on it and who they are can add a sentence or two to the story. That could be fun. That could be a good way to do it. That could be fun. Yeah, maybe I'll have Roots add in a specific channel in the Discord where we can submit ideas, like idea submissions, not the story submissions, but ideas for like different games and different channel streams you guys might like to see. Where's the winter cryptid, to be honest? Oh man, eventually, one day I still really want to do my main thing whenever I get the official cryptid model is I would like to do every year on Halloween. Cryptid dresses up as a different cryptid, but I want to do one day where it's a Christmas, and Cryptid dresses up as Krampus. I think it would be really funny. Do you guys have maybe it's just a Florida thing, I don't know. Do you guys have the Krampus markets where there's like a lot of Christmassy markets or Santa markets, and then there's like an alternative market that's the Krampus market? Do you guys have that where you are? I haven't visited my local one yet, but it always looks really cool when I see it on the social medias. Like they have pics and stuff, and people, like how people dress up as Santa Claus. There are people who dress up as Krampus, and he's like really tall, and he towers over the crowd, and he has like all the scary voice and stuff and the prosthetics, and he goes around, he's like super spooky, and you can take family photos with Krampus, where he pretends to like, you know, like kidnap your children and like put them in a sack and stuff. Is this normal where you guys are? These terrible ideas. And it's like all like an like if you're like goth or like punk or something, but you still need to celebrate Christmas, right? Like, or like the holidays. It's like all a goth, like, or alternative Christmas market. It's a Krampus market. No, I just assume everyone in chat's just staring at me like, what are you talking about, Cryptid? Yeah, it's a Krampus market. There's Santa markets and there's Krampus markets. Yeah, Krampus. And you take family photos where like you pretend Krampus is taking your children away and beating them, right? This sounds like a bit. I'm so serious. Please, it's here in Florida. It's in Central Florida. There's a Krampus market. We don't even have Krampus is a European thing, and even Florida has a Krampus market. Yes, the city near me does a Krampus market at the Botanical. Thank you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was freaking out. I'm like, everyone's not gonna believe me. Yeah. And I really like cryptid roots to maybe vend at a Krampus market. It would be fun. I'm gonna get ready with our naughty Santa hats soon. We had them last year. I don't show them in the Etsy shop normally because I sell a lot of them at in-person markets. But you know how it's like naughty and nice for Christmas. We make naughty, where it says naughty on top, Santa hats, and they're like black and white instead of red and white, and they have like the little pom poms. I'm so excited. I already got some of the samples for us to start working on the embroidery, but I'm really excited to have that in the shop soon and have my naughty Santa hats. It'll be good. Me when writing. Am I distracting you more from your writing talking about naughty Santa hats and Krampus markets? My bad. The city also has a very large German population, so they do Oktoberfest as well. Very cool. I think Florida, even if they never had a German person ever visit here, you know, if they would still probably have an Oktoberfest. I think I think we just like having random markets. That's what we do. Let's see here. Oh my goodness, I'm on the wrong screen now. German Christmas markets are fun. Ooh. Are they like different from other places? Do they do something different? Is there just more beer? Or are they like tidier? Because I know like Germans are really well known for their cities like being really tidy, right? Really punctual. That's what I've heard. That would be so nice. I was going around. Oh my goodness. You guys, this is an important PSA. Here in Florida, I do a lot of walking with Mama Cryptid. There is still Halloween candy and Halloween costumes left out on like people's lawns and sidewalks and stuff. All like the wrappers, all like the random gloves and stuff. There's even some shirts like dudes, what's going on? This is like the most litter I've seen after Halloween in a while. Oh, like it's stuff from Germany. Oh, like directly from Germany. Oh, that sounds really cool. Like a worldwide market. That sounds really cool. But yeah, everybody, like, is this a problem? Is it just my area here in Florida? Like, gee, it feels like every year it gets more and more like littering afterwards after Halloween. I know it's like a problem in some areas, but ours wasn't too bad before, at least last year. And now it's like everywhere I go, I'm like, there is so much litter still. There's so many wrappers and like full on like clothing article pieces. Like somebody like took off a glove and just left it there. Took off like an outer shirt, like a flannel or something, and just left it there. It's just right there in the grass. What do you mean? How did you forget that? Man, things are crazy. Oh my god, handcrafted ornaments. Ooh, German chocolates. I don't want the chocolate. Oh my goodness. The ornaments cost like $20 to $40 for one. Yeah. I believe it. I fully believe it. Mama Cryptid in the glass shop that she works at. She might be getting into some more of the different arts and crafts like that. And I was watching some glass blowers make ornaments, and oh my goodness, it looks so beautiful. It looks so nice. I could never be trusted with it. I would see, because when the glass gets really hot, it turns that like that molten honey look. You know what I'm talking about? It looks all like the forbidden honey, forbidden syrup. And I would never trust myself not to accidentally touch it. Even just being accident, like I'm trying to move things around because you have all the different tools and instruments in both hands, and you're like stringing things off and making them all the different shapes and stuff with all the tools from one hand to another. And you might just like accidentally, when you're learning, tap it against like an elbow or something, or tap it against one finger, and then you're like, and then you burn yourself. I I couldn't be trusted. Was gonna say neon orange, but that's hot metal. Yeah. That's metal, and then it's like a honey looking, like a syrupy honey, when it's the glass, and it looks beautiful. If you ever get to see stuff like that, if you get to take a class like that, It seems really, really fun. It seems really cool. And then you get to walk away with like that cool thing that you made, right? Like if you made a glass ornament, you get to walk away with that. You get to hang it up on your tree every year and be like, I made that. Not like a little Joanne's or Michael's arts and crafts where it's like a clear plastic bulb and you just put paint inside of it. Like no, like you were messing around with glass and you made it. That's really cool. Stained glass was like that too. I put some pictures in the hobby section of the Discord about what Mama Cryptid was working on, right? That kind of glass work, so it looks like flowers. Those aren't flowers. That it's just messing around with the different colors to make it look like flowers, right? It's really cool. I couldn't trust myself either. Yeah, I don't trust myself near. I wasn't notified. Oh, I'm so sorry. I tried putting it in the bot for the alert for stream starting. And then I also tried writing it in the general chat, like, hey, I'm live now. Oh, I'm sorry you weren't notified. Do you just not get Discord notifications at all? Or was it just my channel? Was it just me? I probably just didn't see it. Oh, okay. But yeah, I don't trust myself with hot stuff. That is not it's not something you want to trust in your cryptid. I just mess around with like sharp pointy things. I do a lot of sewing, I do a lot of hand sewing, I do a lot of needles, sharp pins, sewing needles. Um yeah, like I can do that. I can trust myself with that. Don't trust me with hot stuff. Maybe add a ping for the stream. I saw the stream in the channel. Oh, I don't know what a ping is, but I'll get my raccoon roots right on it. Okay. I'll tell them like, hey, you gotta look up what a ping is for Discord. We gotta get that set up. I already got a good amount of words today, so I might reorganize my bookshelf. That sounds so aesthetic. Do you do the thing where you actually show like what the book covers are, like the book spines face out, or you do? To me, it's so crazy. I guess there's some people they don't like how their books don't match on their bookshelf, so they do the thing where the spine faces inwards towards the back of the bookshelf, and you only see the white pages peeking out. That's crazy to me. Like, what do you mean? I'm feeling so stuck in my writing right now. Keep changing stuff. Is it just like you're struggling with like a plot thing? Or is there something like your characters just aren't doing what you want them to do? It happens. For us though, I'm even a little stuck right now. Like I know there's some scenes I want to include in this flashback, but I'm trying to figure out some like in between scenes too. I hate feet so much. I face a few out so I can see the covers, but most are just normal on the shelf. So you can see the oh, okay. You hate that so much. Yeah, I face a few out so I can see the covers. So they're like display ones. They're points of pride, but the most are just normal on the shelf. Yeah. My copy of The Great Gatsby, I have this golden trim on the pages. Ooh, I think whenever a book has fancy stuff, it's always like, oh, that's extra delicious. You know what I mean? Like if you did eat a book, that book would be extra tasty. That book would be like the 5-star Michelin star, like great course meal when it has the fancy stuff. I'm trying to make it make sense. Yeah. Honestly, like, I know it's not the fun part. Like, the fun part's the writing all the pretty words in your head. But yeah, sometimes you gotta sit down and plot just so you don't get stuck. Plotting's always hard. Plotting's all the hard work before you do the fun writing stuff. Great Gatsby's a good book. And now your copy's an extra good book, right? It has the gold trim. It has the yum gold trim on it. Yeah, but I'll ask Roots like, hey, there's some people here who are struggling with the notification. Maybe there's this ping thing that would help them. I'll ask. I'll see if that's something we can do. Again, I've never really used Discord before, so a lot of the stuff there is new. If you guys were in chat in Discord just a few minutes before the stream started, I put up a GIF, a little GIF of a raccoon eating food when I said I was eating dinner before stream, and that's my first GIF in Discord. I think I went through the buttons, and I found out how to put in a GIF. I was really happy it was a raccoon one. I don't know how to organize it though. I mostly organize by vibes and series, but want to try genre. My only annoyance is it separates some authors, so unsure. Oh, for the book. For the books for your bookshelf. The vibes and series, but want to try genre. Yeah, that is a. How do I organize mine? I'm thinking. I have, if it's a series, if it's like a big series and I really, really love it, those normally get a thing. So like I have the Skullduggery Pleasant series, right? I'm a big fan of that. I'm a few books behind still. I haven't had a chance to catch up. But that, since it was a series of books, right, and I really love them, they get like their own shelf there. They get their own thing because it's a very narrow bookshelf. It was a wider bookshelf, then they probably had to share. Otherwise, there was, I think, what you said, like, where it's like vibes. I have a lot of books throughout all age ranges, right? From like when I was a little baby cryptid up to now as an adult. But they had dragons in them, so all of like my dragon books that had dragons in them, I know that's very weird, were all in this other category. And then, this is also weird, I have a Hannibal corner. It's a corner that looks like, of my room, that looks like it could be in the Hannibal TV show. It has like a lot of deer skull stuff in it. It has that like old antique furniture. It just looks a little spooky. So any books that look like, oh, it fits that vibe of, it could be like this fancy book, this fancy like creepy book that could be in Hannibal's house, it goes in that area. It's like they're on display over there. A lot of my educational ones, so I have a lot of books on the craft of writing, on the craft of editing, interviews and stuff, and journal entries from other authors that I like reading. And that's like an informational thing, right? That's not fantasy. That all is in another section. And then after that section is informational stuff about other things. Like I have housekeeping and woodworking books, and those go after that because it's not as big of a category. I don't know. I think you're right. I think I did it off of vibes. That's how the vibes worked in my head. That's how my brain wanted to organize them. One of my English teachers recommended me it because I was constantly reading classics. The Iliad, the Odyssey, some Greek plays, Gulliver's Travels. I'm very well read on classics. That's very nice. That's very cool. We got silly raccoons in the server. What are you guys doing in the server? I have Discord on my phone. Should I? What are you guys doing? Now you guys are just putting more raccoon gifts in the server after I mentioned mine. Yeah, I'm not very tech literate, so I was very proud to have a raccoon gift that I found, and I put that in the server. That's what we should use. I guess there's a memes channel over in the Discord where like we can just post memes if we want. I think we should flood it with raccoon memes. If you guys have any good raccoon memes, that's what I'd like to see over there. I want to log off stream later. I want to see a lot of raccoon memes over there. And I'd also like to see more of the hobbies. I loved seeing the artwork that was first posted in there. And I think there was somebody who mentioned like, oh, they would post their quilting progress. Right? And I haven't seen any quilting progress in there. Or if there is it, I just haven't seen it. That would be really, really cool to see more of the hobbies you guys work on. I'd really like that. It just... I need to stop backspacing when I'm working on documents. So the other issue I have is I want this to cover a span of time of her insanity spiral as the lamb's telling her to do stuff. But if it's too long, then obviously this is the dead lamb, right? That the familiar's taken over. The lamb would decompose. The lamb would be like gross. I'll do some ceramic stuff I've made once it's out of the kiln. Ooh, that sounds cool. We haven't had any ceramic stuff over there yet. That'll be really neat. I'd love to see that. Hey, yeah. I'll have to see if Roots wants to post maybe any of their what's it called? They do they're in the Final Fantasy 14, right? They do a lot of cool stuff with Final Fantasy 14. They know a lot of people over there. And they do this thing with their character. It's the G posing, and you can do like different things with your character, and you can make pretty pictures with that, with the model in game, with these different apps. I don't know how it actually works, but they show me the cool G poses they did, and I'm like, ooh, that's cool. Maybe they want to post them in the hobbies. I love Final Fantasy 7. Ooh. Yeah. I'm not the best verse in all the different Final Fantasy stuff. I know when I played Final Fantasy 14, I of course did the perfect and the right choice. The right choice for your character, which was as tall as you could make her bun girl. I may have 110 hours in Final Fantasy 7. Oh my goodness, yeah, you be like that. What's some of the games? If it wasn't Final Fantasy, if we were just talking about gaming hours from any game, I would have easily had you beat with Okami on the Wii. Any Okami fans in here? I had that to a science. I could have gotten a college degree with the amount of hours I put into Okami over and over and over again. I did that a lot, and it was with the Wii. I know there's like a new one where you have like the controller and stuff, so it's easier to do the painting. No. This was the OG. This was the Wii, so you had to actually move your hands and your arms to get all the painting stuff done. I was a master. Everyone would have been jealous of my Okami skills. I had to do it for survival. I had to impress Roots with it every day. When they were little. When they were baby raccoon. What's happening here? Yeah. But yeah, baby raccoon Roots. I have 100.9. So almost 100.9 hours on Teardown, a destruction sandbox game. Oh, I know sandbox games, a destruction sandbox game. So you just go around trying to like destroy everything, like you're beating it up, like it's a beat up game, but it's like the world, like you're trying to tear down everything. Is that what a destruction sandbox game is? Are you going around like punching puppies in there? Be honest. Are you kicking puppies? Are you like beating up little grandmas trying to cross the street? Animals. Yeah. No. Okay. So it's not everything. Oh my goodness. That would be crazy though, right? That almost sounds like one of those rage type games where you had to like do all that stuff. That could be fun. Would that be a fun game to have on stream one day? It's like Minecraft but more detailed and you destroy it. Depending on how you play Minecraft. It's the same thing. Oh my goodness. That would be funny though. That'd be fun. Can you like win at it if it's a sandbox? I know some sandboxes you don't ever like win. There's no like completion of it. Do you like win? If you destroy everything, do you win? Do you get your high score? Do you get a gold star? They're gonna add multiplayer soon, so you can have viewers join once they add it. They have a story mode. Oh, that does sound interesting. There's because I'll forget it later, right? I'll forget it. If you add it in the Discords, there's a games. You can recommend it. I think there's like a games recommendation specific thing, but I'm like, you don't need to get that specific. It can just be in the games category. I might have Roots get rid of that later. The story mode's more of a heist thing. There's a sandbox mode too. Ooh. Would everyone like that? Would everyone like coming in and getting all your aggression out? Just beating everything up. That'd be so different. We have like these really calm vibes talking about child sacrifice in our writing games, and then I think we'd be full chaos raccoons if I unleashed you guys in a game. And we could do, is that where you do like the voice chat thing in Discord? So you like all play a game with everybody and you guys all join like voice chat, and so I can actually hear you guys. That could be fun. Wolfenstein is a crazy game, especially Wolfenstein 2. I hope I said that right. I think I've heard of it. I've never seen it though. I've never seen Wolfenstein. That can be good. What is our timeline worries? Want a lot of time to pass till the lamb drives her crazy. But if too much time passes, the lamb would decompose and rot. You kill Nazis. Ooh! If you're brave, you can do that in real life too. Should I not say that? If you're brave, you could do that in real life. You get to see No German guy in Wolfenstein 2, and the No ghost costume people with it. Oh, okay. And you get to beat him up. That's really cool. That can be fun. Is it, since it has those characters in it, is it still okay to have it on Twitch? Is there censorship issues with that? I still had to look up like all the different ways because I feel like it's always changing too. I had to look up all the stuff you can do on Twitch, you know? I'm always worried about stuff like that. I figured even if I'm talking about spooky subjects like murder and stuff, it's obviously writing if you check the stream. So I'm probably okay with most things. But yeah, sometimes you gotta work. And even like sometimes later, then you post things on YouTube and something that was fine on Twitch, then YouTube's like, oh, actually, this isn't okay on YouTube. And you're like, it's just a game. Yeah, listed as a game on here. Okay. Thank you. All of you raccoons are gonna end up as tech support for me. Thank you guys for helping out. Oh my goodness. So let's see here. I'm gonna say... I think maybe that's the pressure the lamb does. The pressure and driving force of the dead lamb. Is it saying that she has to complete their bargain before he rots and decays? That way she could heal him, right? Bargain before the lamb rots and decays. So she can have magic to keep them alive. Alive. You can, I guess. The lamb is evil? No. The lamb is evil. The lamb is our demonic familiar. Telling her to chop off her own arm and kill her parents and then go on a murdering rampage for years. The lamb is not good. But you know what could be good in the future? In another story? The lamb deer. The lamb deer could be good in the future. We could have a good lamb deer story. That could be fun. The lamb deer in our hearts is always banned. Oh no. Lear. I never want to I never want to see that name again. I never want to see that name again. How dare you? My sweet innocent lamb deer. What's so wrong with Lear? I'm telling you, because when you say it sounds like, even though it's spelled differently, it sounds like leering, like when you're leery, like when you're leering, when like you're creepy and gross and you're like you're an old guy and you're leering at like young girls. It's creepy, right? I don't I don't like it. I don't want this cute little sweet innocent lamb deer being called a leer. I think you're tripping. Banned. Although, hey, there's a lot of people tripping in Florida, I'm just saying. Floridians are crazy. So maybe I am. You never know. Florida is crazy, man. I like how I said that and like my model like blinked and like was blinking with one eye and stuff and like that's not helping my case over here that I'm good. Not helping my case at all. So yeah, I think then what I originally imagined as this long, slow descent into madness for her is gonna be sped up because the deer's gonna be right, like guilt tripping her, like, hey, I'm decomposing, I'm rotting, you have a limited amount of time before you do this, before like we can't do the sacrificial bargain anymore. Rats make me crazy. What is happening? Is this in Discord? Recommendations. Tear down. I see the recommendation. Chatting. I'm looking at chatting. It looks like you're fine. They didn't trap you anywhere. You're free. You're a free raccoon. Just tell the rats you're a raccoon and they'll let you out. It's true. It's really true. Remember room with rats. You're on crazy adventures over there. Maybe you're in Florida. With all the crazy stuff that happens. Oh my goodness. So if day one is the panic attack and breakdown of her first hearing the lamb and chopping up the deer corpse in the butcher shop. Well, day 1 and 2. Day 2 is chopping up the deer corpse in the butcher shop. I think you're only your body doing their job. Yeah. So Roots on and off. I'm full disclosure. I'm second monitor content to Roots. So Roots like peeks in and out, you know, just to make sure everything's on the up and up, and then they go back to their stuff. And they just check in occasionally, you know. They're just making sure everything with their big sister's okay, because they're nice and supportive, and yeah, and they have a big day tomorrow, so they will be going to bed earlier. I'm telling chat on you, Roots. So you have to go to bed early. So the tail end of the stream might not have any mods at all. I'm just saying, you guys could go crazy. You guys could party. But yeah, I guess it's a thing too. Like sometimes if you guys are I'm not saying this like in a bad way, like you guys shouldn't do this. No, I'm just letting you guys know. I guess if you guys are lurkers for a little while, it then doesn't count your view anymore, even if I'm on your main monitor. If you guys aren't like active enough, then Twitch is like mean and it's like, oh, they might be a fake viewer, and then they don't count you. That doesn't mean you can't lurk. I highly encourage, like, I love having my lurkers here, but I'm letting you know, like, if the view's down, I guess it's Twitch is doing. And what's some of the other things that they might be doing now? I heard from some other people that if I am on your second monitor, or if you have other tabs open and you're just listening in, right, and you're going in and out, every time you like go to the other tab and switch over, sometimes it shows you as not viewing anymore because I'm not technically, not just me, but like any person you're watching on Twitch, then they're not technically your main monitor content, and they're like, oh, okay, fake views. It's their version of fake news. It's a fake view. And so then they don't count you. So there are some people who are having, because with lurkers and people having a streamer on their second monitor or just open up other tab, they might technically have like 10 or 15 viewers, right? But if there's only like 1 or 2 active chatters and people who have you on your main monitor, then it's it will only show 1 or 2 viewers, but there's really like 13 to 15 others, right? It's crazy. Probably trying to crack down on the bots. Yeah. That's what they're saying, but it's obviously a very faulty system. It's such a weird way to do it. Like, oh, you know what bots don't do? Bots would never Bots always put the person they're botting on their second monitor. Bots are never in chat. If that bot is in chat, then it's obviously not a bot. That's a real person. It's like it's a flawed technique to go against bots. You know what I mean? But I did hear that in the communities and the whispers when I was trying to learn Twitch, and people were saying, so yeah, if your viewer count is super super low, it might not actually be that low, right? It's just Twitch telling you it's that low. I hate the bots that try to do their scam link on small creators. Yeah. Basically, if there's any links in chat, well, first off, if it's a bot, it normally appears as like a first time chatter, right? So you see it and it's a first time chatter and they post a link. It's a bot. And I just ignore it. I just look over it, and then eventually Roots will come by and delete it. Oh wait, that's an ad. Skip ad. What is this? Lo-fi for ghost only. Come on. There we go. Restarting lo-fi for ghosts. Yeah, but yeah, in general, basic internet safety here. Don't be clicking on random links. Thankfully, even though I'm a baby cryptid with the internet, right? I'm not the bestest. I'm not a cryptid of the internet. I'm not the bestest with the internet. Thankfully, even I know, like, don't click on random links. Aren't there some that act like people then try to remote some service a bit later? Yeah, I don't know if it was a bot or if it was just generally a scammy person. I did have that on like one of my first few streams, and like as soon as they were trying to sell or promote something, I was like, oh, okay, no. And then I think is it added in my Twitch rules? I added a no advertising rule, so that way it doesn't matter if it's a bot or if it's a person trying to promote something. Then I have the excuse of like, hey, don't be promoting stuff, because not just me, if, like, it's me. I know not to click on those links, right? I know to avoid all that. But if there was, like, if I ever get like younger streamer or younger viewers in chat, let's say like I get so big one day and I have like 100 of you chatters in the chat, and someone post a link right there to advertise something. I don't want like a younger viewer, a younger chatter, to click on a link thinking it's a person, and then like something bad happens to their computer or to their internet safety, or they get doxxed, or they have the information stolen. So in general, I have like, yeah, don't. Even if you're a person, even if you're not a bot, you can't advertise, you can't post links in chat here, just for the community safety, right? It's just good to make sure that even if I know better, someone else in the future might not know better. But yeah, I don't know if it was a bot. It might have just been a person, but they were trying to promote their stuff one time, and I was like, no. Yeah, you're not doing that here. If that was a bot, it was a believable bot, as far as like I assumed it was a person advertising. So if it was a bot, that's crazy. That is scary. I could totally see some people falling for stuff like that. So we have our day 1 of the flashback. We have day 2 of the flashback where she stabs and butchers the deer corpse. Day 3, so her parents are concerned. Everything's kind of crazy with her right now. They don't understand what's happening to her. Low-key, the internet has gotten so unsafe regarding politics, I swear. Yeah. Internet in general, it's crazy. I remember, I've mentioned it before, baby Cryptid growing up, I loved forum communities. I had because I was a writer and I liked doing different stories with other people. I was part of roleplay communities, right? And I would do like really advanced roleplay stuff and do world building and meet with other people. So I loved forums. I was in different online communities. I remember the indie web, right? People having indie websites. It was really cool. That's coming back. For anyone who misses that, that's coming back now. There's a whole movement with that. And I remember, and you would still know internet safety. Like, you wouldn't show too many details about your real life, or you would lie, right? Like, if you were a teenage girl on it, you would pretend to be like a 25-year-old guy or something in order to be safe, right? In order to not have anyone be like, oh, I'm going to talk to this child on the internet. You would lie, right? You would lie to keep your info safe. And there was like more internet safety courses back then. And I remember, like, yeah, there would be bad stuff, but you would curate your own content, right? You would go where you want to go. And I went into a lot of really cool places on the internet. I really liked it. And now with all the social media, I actually like think of the internet now as so much with advertising or buying stuff or stuff being sponsored, and then all social media is like that. And that's really hard, right? That's really overwhelming. That's depressing and stressful. And then I had to navigate that too, because like Cryptid Roots is a business, right? Like I'm your funny little blue VTuber girl who just chatting for free with you all, and I love that. But Cryptid Roots, right, is an LLC. That's my business. That's me and Roots' business. And we do that. We make patches, we make our own things. And if you follow us on social media, then yeah, you'll see us like post the stuff we have for sale. Eventually I'll be posting like what cons and events we go to, right, that we have coming up, because we sell stuff there. And that's really hard, because I so when you're already overwhelmed with how much advertising is on the digital world, then you don't want to add more to it. So I feel like the streaming is a little bit more genuine. It's a more, not to be parasocial, but it is more genuine than me just posting advertisements and products every day, right? This is a free way. This is a fun way to interact with the internet again, to interact online and have fun and have the stress-free stuff and work on things together and collab. This is more fun. This is what I missed about the old internet days. As a baby cryptid who's only just now experienced the internet. to keep lore accurate. Yeah, but so if you ever see it, don't ever be like, oh, like cryptids like I accidentally found a fake YouTube that have 5 execution clips. Oh god, that must be so traumatic. For some reason, chainsaws were their go-to weapons. Oh my god, that sounds so scary. Use one. There's tons of that type of bad shit online. Yeah, like the internet's just bad by now. Yeah, you really gotta watch out for the stuff you're viewing. And then it feels like once you watch one bad thing, even by accident, like you said, it was accidentally, like then your YouTube algorithm, like the algorithm decides like, oh no, like that's actually what you want to watch now, right? And it'll keep trying to recommend you, it'll keep pushing down whatever rabbit holes you're in, good or bad. So then you also get a really warped perspective of stuff, because like let's say oh, it wasn't even the real YouTube website. Oh no. Oh no. So you couldn't even like then report it to YouTube because it wasn't on YouTube, it was on fake YouTube. Geez, that's really frustrating. Yeah, see, there's scary stuff all the time. It's really hard. And I have to balance stuff like that too. If I want a calm and cozy place here, if this is my little corner of the internet, and I want to be cozy and I want to be better, how do you do that exactly? Because some people have different definitions. My first impression is, okay, I'm not doing something like that. I'm not showing these horrific videos, right? And so you think, okay, that's safe. But then sometimes, like, I might also swear, right? I might be like, oh, this is really effing stupid, right? And I'm just saying because we're still in the beginning of the stream. I don't know if Twitch will get mad if I actually say a bad word. But then some people will be like, oh, that's still not safe. And then you have to figure out, do you want to be safe for children? Safe for children, in which case, yeah, don't have bad words, don't do this. Are you being safe for children, or are you being a safe corner of the internet for adults? Ink and Play, hello! You weren't here yet, but I was already talking about you earlier. I was trying to talk about the lamb, and I typed in deer, and I was like, this is all Ink and Play's fault. Every time I mess up with that now, I'm like, in the Very Odd Parents, when the dad was like, Dinkelberg? That's me and you now. Every time I mess up with the deer or the lamb, I'm like, Ink and Play. But then you also have the scam websites that go like, this website has 90% off of Lego sets. Oh no, yeah, see, scam. Yeah, again, that circles back to just just to keep everything clear, just to keep everything like safe, hopefully. I can't control the whole internet, right? But I can control my little corner here to the best of my abilities and to the best of Twitch policies. You know, so that's why I have the rule, and if like, hey, just in case, even if it's not a scam, right? But just on the chance it could be a scam, right? On the chance it's a fake website, on the chance it's all an elaborate ruse, right? That's why there's no links, no scams or advertising in this Twitch chat. That's one of my rules, and that's just to at least here, at least at least for like the hours or a few hours you guys hang out with me. Hopefully, you know, it's at least safe from that. It's at least safe from one or two things, you know? Try and I think you should make like the content you want to experience. And for me, I'm like, yeah, I do want that more relaxed vibe. I want that more adult relaxed vibe. So there is still this occasional swear. There is still like the mature as in like murders, right? Not mature as in like adult sexy times, right? And but the other thing is I don't want you guys to worry about scammers. I don't want you guys to worry about bad people saying bad things, which is why like Roots checks in from now and again, and we'll delete like if there's any bots or if there's any like people saying bad things in chat, right? We try to keep an eye on that. Where is Edward the Wolf Rider at? Yeah, it's Murder Edward the Werewolf. That was Dusk. They were a VTuber, right? But I actually met them in person first before I knew they were a VTuber, and they were Dusk the Chimera. But I guess they're going through a rebrand. But they're still Dusk, but it's something else. But you'll see them in the Discord sometimes, and you'll see them sometimes in chat every now and again. I got death threats from Neo. Yeah, I don't know if I can say that word or not. I still don't know Twitch rules. I should figure that out at some point. Yeah. And then you add in, right, that we're talking just about the internet, right? Just all the stuff with the internet. And then if you have like real life experience, like if you go out into the real world and you touch grass, like I remember horrible things that happened to younger Cryptid just being in school, right? In school and bullying, or family members and bullying. That not even just the internet, the real world feels, and I know it always has been to some extent, but you know, when you're living in it, and today I feel so bad sometimes. Wanna guess why I got to them? Why'd you make them mad? Were you promoting like, hey, maybe people should be allowed to live? Maybe people should have like rights as human beings. That will always get them mad. Those will always get those Neo people mad. Oh yeah. See. And that'll get the Neos bad. That will get certain Christians mad. That will get not just Christians, other religions too. Yeah, just you existing as you are will get some people mad. And then I'm over here. I'm the weird little cryptic girl, right? That's gonna make people mad. I'm at 14,840 words. Oh my goodness, today's goal is to get to 15k. Incomplete, I'm so happy for you. That's fantastic. I'm so happy for all the work you've gotten done. You should be so proud. I'm gonna lurk for a few minutes. All good. But no, I always love chatting with you guys. I love hearing you guys. But yeah, lurk and hang out. It's all good. I've been really enjoying lurking in some other people's streams. Now that I'm on Twitch streaming, I'm trying to like go and watch other people's Twitch streams sometimes. One, so I can learn how they do it, so I can be a better streamer, and grow and improve. But also because like some of them I really like, and some of them are so nice and chill. I've gotten sometimes when I'm chatting, especially if it's a smaller content creator, I get really nervous now because sometimes I'll be like the only chatter or the only active chatter for a while, and then I just see the chats all me, and I'm like, oh, I wonder if I'm annoying them. But then I think of my chat with you guys as a streamer, and I'm like, I don't care how often you guys type. I love talking with you guys. I love seeing what you guys have to think, whether it's on topic or not. I love hearing you guys. And I'm like, oh, okay. Hopefully these streamers like hanging out with me too. If they didn't like me, then they would tell me to stop and be quiet. But yeah, that was actually some of my encouragement of being more active in other people's chats. I'm like, no, I like it when you guys chat with me, so I'm gonna I'm gonna keep chatting with them. You have a streaming idea. Stream as a group of writers we raid into in Christmas time, like they do in Vlogmas. Vlogmas? Like vlogging Christmas? Uh, stream as a group of writers. So like I would have a stream with like a bunch of you guys as writing, and we raid somebody. So like we're all together and we raid somebody else's stream. Is that what you're talking about? There is, in case I forget in chat, because sometimes I don't always look back at chat. I don't have the best memory. I'm not a memory type cryptid. There is now in the Discord, if you're in the Discord, there should be I think there's a place where you submit ideas. Not story submissions, but like idea submissions for streams and games and other stuff you guys want me to do. And you can put it in chat. If there's not a place yet, you can just put it in chatting. It's okay. Like I'll get the thing set up later. But yeah, I'd love to hear different ideas you guys have for streams. That sounds really cool. I'm not sure I fully understand it, but it does sound cool. Where like we all get together for Christmas and we're gonna, me and all my raccoon writers are gonna terrorize somebody else on Christmas. That could be fun. I like that. I was saying earlier, somebody had in Discord the idea of eventually there could be writing teams. So like everyone in the Discord gets split into teams, and they compete to see who has the most words that they can write, whichever team wins. And I was like, oh, okay, that might not be done for this November because we're already like almost a third of the way through it. But I really like that idea in the future, of us having like a writing back and forth. Hello, welcome in. Will you let me know? Did some people are reporting back and forth. It's okay if you don't want to say. But some people are saying their alerts on Discord weren't working. Some people it was, some people it wasn't. So if anyone wants to update me on if their Discord wasn't working, just let me know. But yeah, somebody had the idea of writing teams in Discord, and I'd love to do that in the future, right? Where like we can split up into teams. And I had the idea, because if it's a game, if there are teams, I think there should be a reward for the winner team. And I had the idea when we do it, right, when I finally reach affiliate, when I grow to be a big affiliate cryptid one day, I might host that, right, and whichever team wins gets to choose what the first emote will be that I pay an artist for chat, because I guess once you're affiliate you can get the emotes. And I was like, oh man, how cool would it be if the winning side of chat got to decide the emote? I thought that might be a fun little reward for you guys. So yeah, let me know what you guys think. It can be here or it can be on Discord. But I love the idea of like if we do games like that, especially like ones where you guys actually do work, right? Like writing goals is work, right? Like then I want to reward whichever one met that goal. If it's like a silly like a random lottery winner type thing, then like obviously it won't be like something huge like that. But I thought that might be fun. Okay. Okay, YouTube does Vlogmas. Vlogmas is a YouTube tradition where creators post a Christmas-themed video every day in December, leading up to Christmas. Think of this, but streaming. Oh, okay, so every day in December, we would do a writing raid, stream as a group of writers we raid into in Christmas time, like we do in Vlogmas. Yeah, we could do an everyday challenge in December. We're doing it right now in November, right? I've been keeping it pretty good with it. This is day 9 in a row where I've streamed every single day, right? So crazy. Christmas writing raid. Yeah, I think that could be fun. I'm up for that. I think that could be fun. Approved. Ink and plate. Approved. Go ahead, affiliate in no time. I'm hoping so. It's really exciting. It's also a little bit scary. I'm really liking it, and that's such a cool goal to like reach to and get to and accomplish. Because I think like when I think of that, I'm like, oh, that's like a big streamer. That's a big VTuber. To reach affiliate, to get all those first goals done. Because anything after that, that's like the really big thing. If you're a partner, I think partner's the next one. But that's like really crazy. Like not everybody becomes partner. But even affiliate is like a big goal. It's like a big thing. and I'm already like really close to it. Not just in the followers, also in the, you need like a certain amount of viewers per stream, for a certain amount of days, and I've even almost reached that. And it's really exciting to have all this interaction and engagement with my silly day. I thought nobody would ever want to see a writing stream, but instead there's this whole category, and people have been so nice and stopping by. Um, but I'm also like, oh, I thought I'd have more time to get good, get good, as the humans say. Because you know, streaming takes a while to get good at, right? Like there's so many things you gotta learn. You guys see me now fumbling around with Discord, right? There's things to learn with Discord. Um, you know, and I don't want to let anybody down. I want to give you guys, if you guys are here for content, I want to give you guys the best content. Um, but when you're a little baby cryptid, sometimes it's still like, I don't know how to do the content yet. But I'm having a lot of fun, and it will be cool to reach that. And every single day, you know, I try to do cool new things for you guys. I'm gonna try my best though. I've seen Dusk names. They have not seen it, bruh. I sent Dusk names. They have not seen it. Oh no. Oh yeah, I did see that. You wrote in chatting that you added them and everything. That the different vampire names. I'm trying to decide if I should be a gremlin or not. Because we know each other in real life. I know Dusk in real life. We met first before we became little VTuber friends. I'm deciding if I should if I should text message them real quick and be like, "Excuse you, Ink and Play sent you names. you have to you have to pop up a Discord and see the names." Oh my goodness. Do it. Okay. Ink and Play never say I don't do anything for you. Hold on. Hold on. My mom's gonna glitch out because I'm looking off screen at my phone. Hold on. Uh, how is it? Ink and Play on Discord. Sent you. And see what you think. Okay. Oh, that's right. You are on. I'm on Discord. Can play on Twitch. That's it. I was about to say on chat, and I'm like, it's Twitch. Okay. I can't promise he'll do anything, but I did. I did message him. Okay. I did message him. We'll see if he hops on later. Lol, IDK, I'm almost at 100 followers. That's so exciting. And I'm still acid streaming. By this point, I think it adds to my charm. Probably. Oh my goodness. We might have to see your streams. Maybe I'll get to raid you sometime. There's a few people I still want to raid. Scarecrow, Frozen Scarecrow comes by sometimes. And they raided us yesterday. They were also my first ever raider ever, when I was still only like on my first or second day of this. He raided my stream, and it was so exciting. And I love hanging out in his stream too. It's very calm, chill vibes over there, and he does writing challenges too. If you guys ever want to see Frozen Scarecrow in the future. Yeah, and they're very low key. I like it. Followed you. Were you the 100th person? Were you the 100th person? They said they were almost at 100. Were you the 100th follower? Oh, thank you. My streams are not chill. Oh no. But yeah, I think whatever your vibe is, and if that's the vibe, you have 190 Oh my goodness, everyone in chat, you guys have so many followers. Oh my goodness, I must seem like a baby to you guys. Jeez, You have 190 followers, trying to get to 200. That's an awesome goal. Oh my goodness. You're like, you're gonna be in the peak leagues. You're gonna be famous. That's crazy. Oh, what's that? Oh, okay. You can play Autumn, you're not gonna like this. Dusk at least says he's sorry. He says he's sorry. But he's going to bed. He has to work at 6 a.m. He has an early morning shift, so he's going to bed right now. He can't check it. I think I bothered him with my text messages. I think I woke him up. But he says he's gonna check them. He's gonna check them another day. Okay, so you can hold him to that. But yeah, he can't check it now. He's going to bed. And say, well, I get like 10 on a good day, like 4 to 6. I don't get many in chat though. I get like 10 on a good day, like 4 to 6 on regular days. You can play. Is that threatening? Is that threatening? Here, I'm typing. No, you can play. It's fine. Oh wait, no, about Kevin. No, about Dusk. You guys heard nothing. Chat heard nothing. But yeah, you should put a, that was for Duskull. I'm like, please, I was messaging for you. Don't threaten me now. I'll type, please. I'll type faster. Please look at the words go. Do you guys feel like it's some of the followers then are just like bot follows? Or are they just like bot follows and that's why you don't have as many chatters? Or do you guys like have the streams where it's like really nice just to have you on the like as a lurker stream, like people love lurking? I'm not quite sure yet. I'm still learning stuff. But I've been hearing like as Twitch tries to address the bots, that some people like suddenly they'll log on. They had so many 100 followers and then like, oh, now they don't have as many followers anymore because secretly some of those followers were just bots, right? Just and it wasn't like they were actively botting. They didn't know. So they thought those were genuine followers, but they weren't. They were just bot accounts trying to look cool. I wonder if that's part of the issue. I don't know. I'm trying to get really good too. Even if I'm streaming at a weird time in the beginning, I was trying to always be chatting anyway, because that was one of the tips I saw when I was learning how to stream and I was looking it up. I was researching how to stream before I started streaming, and one of the people was like, yeah, like sometimes your viewer count doesn't always go up, or sometimes you have lurkers, but your lurkers, right, still want, or the new people who just joined want to come in and it's already chill. You've already gotten the vibe. Right? You're already chatting. They want to come in and feel like they're already in an active space with whatever the vibe is. And I'm like, oh, okay, so you always got to be chatting just for any lurkers to listen to you and for anyone who just joins to already have a conversation going. And I'm like, oh, okay. And so, if you guys ever notice my silly moments where like I'm like chatting and like I ask chat a question and then sometimes nobody responds, but I just keep chatting anyway. Like that's why, because like I still want the vibes to be good. I still want to keep going. Well, I be yapping away and chat a lot of questions just to get conversation started. Usually someone will answer. That's good. That's a pretty active chat then. But yeah, I can understand like where you're like, wait, I have all these followers, but the chat's not that size. That this is not proportionate to the amount of chatters I should have compared to followers. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's all these bot problems in here, and I have no idea. I'm still too new. I'm too new to have any ideas. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine though? I'm already so excited. My original idea before I started calling all my chatters raccoons was all my emotes when I got them. Get out of here, Ad. No, Ad, I don't want you anymore. Please stop. Okay, you're done. My original idea for emotes was gonna be different little cutesy cryptids, right? Because I'm Cryptid, your favorite local cryptid. So I was thinking like, oh, we could have like a little Mothman cheering emote, or like a sad Nessie, like a little sad Loch Ness monster emote, and I would just have different expressions for different cryptids, right? And that was gonna be the original vibe. But now, I think you guys are all liking being raccoons with Roots, because Roots is the raccoon. And I think you guys like being part of the raccoon gang. And helping me with tech support. With all our cobbled together pieces and parts here. And so Roots was kind of voting for like all the emotes should be different raccoons. So you guys could express yourself. One day, right? One day. Oh, should I reveal this? I don't know. One day, I saw people with their chat boxes that where chat appears on screen. How you guys see it? That you can have cool different chat boxes, right? And I wanted chat the chat box to actually be a trash can. With like wires and different sparks and stuff coming out of it, right? Because that's our bit here. And Roots the raccoon. So Roots would eventually get a little avatar. So Roots the raccoon would be on top of the trash can, be on top of chat, looking down at you guys with the ready to smite anybody. That was the idea. So yeah, chat will one day be on a trash can. So you guys might like having little raccoon emotes instead. He has 10 names, tomboy and girl names. Oh, you are giving him content. Oh my goodness. See, look, this is what I was afraid would happen. That dusk would come on. Everyone might like that story better. And be bigger fans of his steampunk story, right? The steampunk mythological fairy tale story. With werewolves. And I'm like, oh, all my chatters are gonna like that more now. So you're giving him all this content. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I think so. We were trying out that format. I wasn't quite sure how it would go. I think it was. I mean, you could add a talking raccoon. Yeah, that's what on chat. I guess there's the little. What is it when you can like be affiliate and you people can pay for bits for different things. There's like a thing, I guess, where if you pay enough, you can have a voice chat for a little talking avatar on stream. You know, am I explaining this right? And and that little avatar, right, will say whatever line you put in as when you pay for that level of bits. And I want Roots the raccoon to be my little avatar there that you guys could eventually like feed lines to, and then Roots the raccoon will say them. I think that would be fun. I think that would be cool. Oh, I mean, in your story, ooh, maybe a talking raccoon will be in the same story as the lamb deer, right? As your leer, but it's not a leer; it's a lamb deer. Yeah, I think whatever story has the lamb deer could have a talking raccoon. They could go on an adventure together. Wait, are they friends or are they mortal enemies? Are they mortal enemies, this talking raccoon and the lamb deer? I'll let you decide that. I'm okay either way. Chat can decide. So day 3 of her spent into madness. Adventure of lamb, deer, and raccoon. Ooh. I think since it's a cool lamb deer and a talking raccoon, is it just the two of them, or should there be a third? Should there be a third buddy? I think there should be a third buddy. You know what I mean? Maybe they're looking for their third buddy. Who should their third buddy be? I think it should be something else cute. No. Lambs and deers are cute. Raccoons are cute. Squirrels are technically cute, but I feel like they shouldn't be cute. You know what I mean? Little bastards. Squirrels are cute just on a technicality of the tail. You know what I mean? I think they're just little. Those guys are troublesome. A fox is cute. A fox would work well. So we have a talking raccoon. We have a lamb deer. What's special about the fox? What's special about the fox? This is actually mostly incomplete story. Like, I might write this one day for a chat challenge for chat, but in the end, it'll have to be like, oh, all the ideas were actually autumns. You don't know what it says, yeah. Yeah. So day 3 of our character's descent into madness, right? She's butchered the deer. Her parents are worried. I feel maybe her family brings in a doctor to look at her, right? Because they're worried, right? She randomly freaked out, and just hearing that voice of the lamb, right? Of the lamb, and the lamb is telling her to do all these horrific things, and she's starting to believe it, right? Because if she does what it says, then the lamb's nicer to her, doesn't bother her as much. But if she does, and if she fights it, the lamb is torturing her with more and more voices, more and more insanity, right? It's driving her crazy. So she wants to, just because she's scared of it, I think, listen to the voice of the lamb. Even though it's this obviously not good being, this demonic familiar of hers. So I feel like on day 3, her family's going to be worried, and they might bring in a doctor, a specialist, to be like, hey, something's not right here. We don't know what it's about, but please help her. So then, should I go for full, like have you guys ever seen like the exorcism stuff where like they tie it onto the bed to do crazy stuff? Should this be like a sham doctor that's gonna do spooky stuff and kind of make it worse? Maybe that could be a good reason. Right now she doesn't trust the doctor, she doesn't trust her family anymore. Now she's more compelled to listen to the lamb, right? Because the lamb's telling her he'll get her out if she listens. If she just does what he says, the lamb can make sure no one else will hurt her. Doctor is a quack old doctor, and the treatment hurts her, right? I'm not quite sure. I don't know if I want to go full exorcist vibes with it, like she's going through an exorcism. But like, that if you look up like old medieval stuff, there are some crazy things they did. There's the draining of the blood if you were acting up too much. All these different things that you would be like, that's not how that works. So they might end up like hurting her under the guise of medicine, and she doesn't want it anymore. So the lamb will speak to her again after the treatments, and offer that if she listens, right, then they can't hurt her anymore. That everything will be better for her, right? She'll be safe. No one will hurt her. Everything will be good. He's gonna have all these false promises to her, right? Lamb, deer, raccoon, fox is a found family. Oh, that's cute. And they are being haunted, or they are being hunting. Lamb, deer, girl, fox, girl, and a meadow raccoon boy still on. Oh. Oh ho ho. Do you wanna... Should we have this as a feature writing challenge, right, where I write it out? Or is this now, have you done so much to the thoughts now, this is your story and you don't want me to write it? It's okay either way. It's whatever you want. If I do feel like if somebody has like a lot of ideas, then you have to double check again to be like, hey, are you sure you're okay giving me these ideas? Or is it now you're invested in these are your ideas and you want to write it? Right, sometimes it's good to check in, and it's okay either way. But if this is something you would like me to work on, like even here on stream, and we could all work on it together as a group, you can put that in the streaming ideas category, right? We have that, and I think it could be really fun, and it will be more wholesome, right, than all my murders over here. And her name is Cove. The fox's name is Meadow, and the raccoon boy is Stallone. We could co-write it, maybe. You know, I had to get used to doing like actual collabs one-on-one. I feel like there was you know, I was still getting used to it with Dusk, and I had to figure out like, is that the vibe I want to take? Is that what I want to do? Um, how much do I want to do collabs? You know, especially then like you're worried about as you grow up, like is it parasocial to work with too many people too closely? I don't know. Um, hmm. You know, I'm still figuring it out. I'm still just baby Cryptid. I don't know. I don't know yet. Um, I'll put it as a maybe. I'll put it as a maybe. But if you feel very very attached to it, then hey, there's no issue saying no, Cryptid. Actually, I really I really like these characters. Don't touch them. This is my story now. But yeah, if you're okay, we'll figure out something. Even if it's co-writing, even if it's working on stream, if it's working with us all as chat on stream, yeah, we'll figure it out. Figure it out. It could be fun. Hello, hello. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Oh my goodness. Co-writing would be cool, or a chat book. So like all the chat works on it. It could be fun. I like that. Tired. Yeah. It's been a long day. And I especially feel like if where should I post this? Let me see. Because I don't want to tell you the wrong things. Let me check on Discord right now what it's called. not not writing. Do you want to post it in I don't see right now. Why don't we just post it in story submissions? Because it's like kind of a story idea, and even if it's not for editing, right? It's still like a story idea for other projects. Just post it in story ideas, story submissions, and I'll know. Like I'll remember. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, we're talking about that. I'm tired of Edward the Wolf. Lol. He's not here to stop me from saying it. Wait, you can make a Google Doc for us to brainstorm. Yeah, that works too. It's the Cryptid Roots email, if you want to do that. I'm not the best at you'll have to deal with me not being the most tech savvy with Google Doc collabs now too. On top of me not knowing too much about Discord and Twitch. But yes, that's fine. If you're looking for my approval, full stamp of approval, that's fine. But yeah, talking about being tired, I feel especially if your health isn't too good, right? If anyone's like not feeling their best still, if anything's happening, it gets like a little harder during the colder months too. When you know, sometimes the seasonal depression hits for some people, right? And just even the cold, the rain, the snow and ice sometimes makes your bones or your joints ache if you're a human being who has joints and bones. Some of my cryptid friends don't have bones. You know, it's like a species specific thing. Seasonal depression is rough. Yeah. Thankfully, I've always at least felt calmer. Maybe it's because I'm a Florida cryptid, but if you're in Florida, you know all year round, right? You get those stormy weather days, right? You get stormy weather, and so if you get depression from not getting too much sunlight, that's really rough, right? If there's a lot of rainy days, so thankfully I always felt calmer during rainy days, but you know that could just be because I'm a weird swamp cryptid, right? I'm used to that. But I do know some people like that lack of sunlight, or that decrease in temperature, right? That the colder your body gets, it gets really rough. And then we talk about there's a lot of people mention like, oh, the isolation that happened with all the stuff that happened in the world, right? Like during 2020 and onwards with global shutdowns. How isolating that feels. But if you're in a really snowy place and you get snowed in, there are some areas, and baby cryptid used to live in those kind of areas, right? I used to live outside of Florida. Some of the snow locks you in, right? You are trapped in your house or in whatever place you're at for days because the snow is taller than your door. So you're not going anywhere. You know, the roads are covered. They will be for days, and there's no outside help, and you just gotta wait. You just gotta wait with whatever amount of power you have. And sometimes that's no power. And and that isolation of every single year. If you're in a really, really snowy place where there's a lot of snow and it piles high, then that can feel isolating too, and they experience that every year. It can be really brutal if you also add in like seasonal depression, and then you are physically isolated. You are physically shut in somewhere. Hi, Bear. Hi, Bear. What is it? Are you hanging out? Oh, okay. Bye, Bear. I'm sorry. I'm boring. Bye. Chat didn't want to talk with you either. Jeez. I took so much vitamin D last year and didn't get the February misery for the first time in my life. That's so good for you. That's so good that you found a way to help combat that, that you were able to take care of your body in that way, and it helped. Oh, that's so good. I'm so excited for that. That's so good for you. I never reached that 800 word goal, sadly. I hope you don't hate me. No, why would I ever hate you? Why, why would you ever put love and affection from other people on what you can accomplish, even if it doesn't affect anything? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. This whole entire thing of me posting shitty rough drafts and putting a don't banish me to the boil realm. Never, never, never. Not for listening to yourself and listening to your body. And if you don't accomplish this fun harmless little writing challenge for a day, it's not the end all be all. I don't ever want writing or whatever joy or hobby you have and stuff to be more stressful, and now like, oh, people aren't gonna like me anymore if I don't do this, or if I do this fun thing and then I'm not as good at it, people won't like me. That's not what this is about. We have too calm vibes over here for all that nonsense. That is too much anxiety inducing. Oh no. Unless this was a joke. If you want me to joke banish you to the boil realm, then I can. Well, I write when the words come to me naturally. I can't force it. Yeah. Low-key, you should do a month where viewers give a prompt for each day. That could be fun. That could be really fun. I like that. I think maybe I've just had to be like clear on some rules, like, you know, because again, we are like live streaming, and this does have to be like again, we have child murders and sacrifices here, but you know, like Twitch stuff, I don't know what Twitch and YouTube will allow, so it can't be like too adult in some categories, you know what I mean? So I'd have to specify rules on like certain stuff that can or can't be suggested. Oh my goodness. So I had to think about that. But yeah, that sounds really fun. Wait, the talking animals get banished. Oh, so they get banished because people think they're demons, or a character that is a demon girl. You could ask for prompts at the end of a stream and then pick one for the next stream. Give you a buffer to think about it. Yeah, that could be a really good way to do it. Even if people like just recommend it in Discord, and we just have an online like list of prompts there. We could have a prompts list, a little prompt channel. I think one of the things I'm just so worried about is like, oh, what if not enough people leaving prompts? Like, I do this whole entire thing and only like one person shows up, and there's like one prompt, and after that I'm like, ooh, okay. Nobody else left prompts. I can't do it anymore. I get really embarrassed and nervous about that. But yeah, if you guys are interested, that could be a really good thing. I wouldn't mind it. Because otherwise, you guys just keep hearing me talk about my witches every day. I get how that can be boring. So we could spice it up a bit. We could work on a different prompt one day. That was the point of this. You're getting us ideas. You're working double time. You're holding this raccoon family together. But yeah, that could be fun. One of the things was when I first started, I was like, oh, people probably won't want to see the same thing for the entire month. So that's why the first few days were the 2-minute animatic. And then we had a day or two that was the short story, and we finished the rough draft for the short story. And now we're working on the 3-episode rough draft plotting scripting, right? We're plotting and we're scripting for 3 episodes. And then after that, it was going to be like, oh, okay, once this is done, then people can decide like a new thing. And I had like the ideas for like web comics or web novels and that kind of stuff, or a full novel if we had to plot out a whole novel right towards the end. And that was why I had some stuff, because even from the beginning I knew like, oh, chat probably won't want to watch like one story for the whole month, right? That, you know, you want to see some other things. If you want to add ideas to the doc, it's in story submissions in her server. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's good. That's cool. I can't write poetry for the life of me. Oh, that could be a fun challenge. Should we... So here's the thing with poetry. Right. Here's one of the challenges. Even if you do a good job of it, it's always cringe to somebody else. So I just feel like if I ever wrote poetry on stream, it could be really, really cool to me. And then like a few months later, then someone will share a screenshot of the poem and be like, this blue girl wrote the most cringe poetry live on stream. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's always gonna be cringe to someone when it comes to poetry. Someone should write a poem about an orange, to be honest. Oh my goodness. Isn't there the thing? Isn't it like a false thing that nothing rhymes with orange? I thought there's one or two things that actually do rhyme with orange. That's like a thing, isn't it? Am I lying about that? Am I wrong? Cryptid crew? Oh, I like that. Cryptid crew. That's cute. Cryptid crew is cute. I've been bad over here. I've just been calling it a cult. I've been saying welcome to the cryptid cult. But cryptid crew is cute. I like that. Depending on your accent, Dorange sometimes rhymes with orange. Oh, Doorhinge, orange. Yeah, I see you're right. I can rename it. No, you don't have to. I'll say that's cute. Oh, that's funny. What else is it? Words. Now I had to look it up. Words rhyming with orange. See, this is important stuff. This is important content. Porridge. Yeah, see, porridge. What? Okay, this when I first look it up, Google itself, right? All of Google, right? It says porridge, which I'm like, okay, yeah, porridge, orange, right? That works depending on your accent and stuff, right? That works. And then it says sporange, which I'm not sure if that's a real word, but whatever. Humans make up fake words all the time, right? I don't know all of them. And then the third one it says, is anyone else seeing this when they type in words rhyming with orange, is warrant. W-A-R-R-A-N-T. Warrant. Like how officers need a warrant for your arrest. Warrant and orange don't rhyme. What accent do you have where warrant and orange rhyme? If I say that doesn't sound like it's rhyming to you guys, right? It's not just me. That doesn't rhyme. That doesn't rhyme. What is Google trying to tell me here? What is this? And then cringe and orange, right? If you it's not like a when you speak it aloud rhyme, but if you look at the words, it looks like the ending letters are the same, so it looks like it rhymes. So that's fine. But warrant. What? How does anyone say warrant that rhymes with orange? If there are some accents where you drop off the end of it a bit, you don't always pronounce the T's at the end, right? I was I came in from up north once, so like one of the big things is that yeah, you don't say like your R's. The more R's there are in a word, the more R's you drop. If I don't think it will ever happen in chat because you guys are all so lovely, but I did have an accent, and I had an accent from up north. I can probably say it. I had a Massachusetts accent. I was from Massachusetts, and one of the things, no one can really hear it anymore. A lot of people notice I say y'all, so I sound like I'm from Florida because I've been here for years. But if I get angry, so I've had romantic partners that hear me angry about stuff, right? Because I get frustrated in real life, and they say when I get angry, I talk faster, right? So up north you talk really fast. Down here in the south, Southerners talk slower. They have a southern drawl, so they physically say less words per minute than up north, and over here now, I now typically say my R's in words, like water. See, I say water, so I say that R at the end. But when I get really angry, I talk really fast, and like I did up north, and I drop my R's, so I say water. I say ka. Pack your car, get some water. So you'll sometimes if I get really fast, you might. It's probably not gonna happen, but you might hear that northern accent where I drop my R's come in. So I know some accents do, they drop the ending. French is really well known. Like when a word is spelled, you don't always say that the last letter or the last few letters of that word, right? They just add them in for fun. Hey, pizza. Hey, pizza. I don't know if I can do the voice at all, but that's at the accent. That's my best job at saying pizza. Pizza. Speaking of Family Guy, I got a cool image to show in the server. Okay. Don't die before I do. Okay, so Stir nicht Vollmer sounds cool, but it's legit just German for don't die before I do. Just random thing that I had to say. If I ever, I'm probably not saying it right at all, right? The accent's probably, but if I had to guess, right, as someone who's never taken a look of German before, I'd say, Stir nicht Vollmer. Stir nicht Vollmer. Yeah, Vollmer. That's how I would try it. Man, yeah, the German. I'm never gonna be able to say German right. Sometimes if you put some French sentences in, sometimes I come on my way through. I can sometimes, from my high school era, muddle through some French words with a not a good accent, right? French people would still probably spit on me. They wouldn't want my little Florida cryptid butt saying their language. But like, you know, to other Americans it sounds good. I got good grades on it in my French classes. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm hearing other stuff. I'm hearing stuff with the animals in the house. Is this your way of prompting me to look in the server again? If I had to look away from Twitch chat to look in the Discord. Okay, you guys, everyone in chat's gonna behave for the second while I look away at Discord? Everyone's gonna be good? I'm pulling up Discord right now. I'm believing in you. Okay, nothing crazy in chat. Okay, let's see here. What's happening in Discord? There is something in hobbies? Realize I turned into a pumpkin. Oh my god! That's awesome! See, this is the kind of stuff I want. This is, I like seeing all the funny crafts and projects you guys have done. That's what I want to see in hobbies. I want to see anything. I want to see all the cool stuff in hobbies. That's perfect. Gold star. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's been years and years and years. So normally I don't have my my northern accent at all. A lot of people now, as I got older, don't even believe I'm from the north. But I was. Little baby cryptid was once a little cryptid in Massachusetts where it snowed. You know, fun fact for the day. Maybe that's why I'm blue. But then baby cryptid moved down here and got used to the swamps. Now I'm a swamp cryptid. You know, yeah. It's funny, a lot of other cryptids actually don't move too far from their native territories. They're not they don't like moving too much. Like once you're in an area, you're established, and then once you're known as a cryptid in that area, like if you move around too much, then other people are gonna like use a different name for you. Like if you're Mothman in one area, but then you move over to a different state, they might call you like Butterfly Man, right? And that's not what you were. They might call you Owl Mothman, and you're like, I'm not an Owl Mothman, I'm Mothman. Like, doing that. Perfect. That's exactly what this chat needs. That's we're gonna have raccoon exclusive stuff now. Everything has to be raccoons, or you'll be smited. But yeah. Cryptids don't tend to move around a lot. They have a designated zone. That's one of the things I've realized when I speak to my fellow cryptids. Geez, like Fresno Nightcrawler, like he has a really specific. He barely leave. That's like barely leaving your neighborhood. He's like really specific. There we go. There's my little fi again. Who else doesn't really move? Yeah, what? Not the New Jersey Devil. It's one of the ones that eats goats. That guy moves around. He has a pretty wide territory. He still stays in his zone, but he has a really big zone, right? He can travel. But yeah. Of all the cryptids I know, I'm the one who's traveled the most. Just from moving when I was a baby cryptid. Fun fact. That's your bit of cryptid lore today. And I guess you guys will always know one day when if chat ever gets me mad, or if I'm ever mad about a subject on live, you'll be able to tell because I guess I'll drop my R's and I'll randomly change accents. That's what all. Yeah, oh, you relate to an Ogopogo? No, actually, fun fact, I'm not related to any other cryptids. Isn't that weird? I'm not related to any of them. I'm like my own thing. A lot of cryptids aren't related to each other. They're all like these separate entities. They've all evolved separately. They're not even from similar lines. It's very, very rare. There's even there's some other rabbit ones. There's what's it, the rabbit with the Wolfentinger? Wolfentinger? It's the rabbit one that has the teeth and the wings and all the different stuff. And then you have other rabbit cryptids, right? The jackalope. Those guys aren't related at all to each other. They happened. they Wolpertinger. I said I would do accents. I didn't say I'd do them good. Wolpertinger. I think they say that the W is a V. Wolpertinger. Could be wrong. Probably am. But yeah, they actually evolved separately. It's like that thing with crabs. Like a lot of things keep evolving separately, and their final form is always crab form. A lot of things happen to evolve from rabbit form for cryptids. Can you believe it? Yeah, they're not related. I asked. And that's why they're in different territories. Like one of them's in Germany, the other ones are in other areas. Like completely separate lines of evolutions for those cryptids. So yeah, I'm a separate cryptid. Yeah. And that's why I think we can have fun, right? Like when it's Halloween, I can have different cryptid models, right? That's the goal. Because I'm not restricted to that kind of stuff. I think I want to keep the blue skin, right? That's what my artist friend first ever drew me as was with the blue skin. So when I got this model, I really wanted her to have blue skin to match with that. And I'd really like to keep my deer antlers that were in my original form, right? That's near and dear to my heart. But in this model, there weren't deer antlers, so there was just the horns. There's just the little demon horns. So it's negotiable. And yeah, I think I could be a lot of different cryptids. I'm just Cryptid, the cryptid. That's what kind of cryptid I am. I'm all of them and none of them. Imagine it as you will. Oh my goodness. What are we at so far? So yeah, I feel like her family is going to call in this doctor. The treatment is not going to go well because of medieval fantasy inspired doctor treatments. It's not going to be a fun time. Whatever I do, and I'm thinking maybe like bloodletting, some torturous. I'm not spelling that all right. Oh my goodness. Some torturous. Yeah. Thank you, Google Docs. That's what I meant. Don't ever correct me again, Google Docs. But yes, that is what I meant. Like medical stuff. She doesn't want. And then after that, right? She's not going to trust. You trust the doctor or her appearance because it was so horrible. So when the lamb calls out to her again. Like, speaking of cryptids, I just learned about the Loveland frog. Yeah. It's just a big ass frog, dude, in Ohio. There's a lot of cryptids like that. Fresno Nightcrawler, if you ever heard of that cryptid. That's just he just looks like white blobby pants. And I really like Fresno Nightcrawler. Maybe he won't like me saying his name, but he's a family guy. So there are some sightings of Fresno Nightcrawler with the little baby Nightcrawlers, right? With the little baby guys with the little baby pants. And very unproblematic. If you had to follow an unproblematic YouTuber who doesn't do drama, who isn't in the limelight too often, it's Fresno. I feel like a lot of the other ones, right, they're out there, they're eating people's goats. That really upsets the goat lovers. Some of the other ones, right, they're They're going after livestock. They're omens of death, right? That's a bad PR rep. Mothman's got to work on that. Mothman didn't do that stuff, but you know, bad PR team. Everyone thinks he's a bad omen. Some of them can be have very problematic stuff, and Fresno Nightcrawler is just over there, and he's just his little long leggy self out there, not known for eating any livestock, not known for bothering people, just living with himself, and he has some kids, you know? He's really chill. He's a really chill guy. He doesn't like being in the spotlight too often. Some of the footage doesn't even survive. So yeah, if you ever need to follow more cryptids, like Fresno Nightcrawler, he's a cool guy to look up. And you know, he's just raising a family. He's like the dad that stepped up in the cryptid community. You know what I mean? And a lot of us are solitary. You don't hear about a lot of them having families, right? A lot of us are kind of loners. That's why, like, Mothman, there's not like Mothman and the Moth Babies. There's not a lot of those. The Loveland Frog, like, right? There's not like the Loveland Frogs. There's not like a whole pack of them, right? It's just the one. Jersey Devil's just the one guy. There's not a lot of them that actually like settle down and really build that community, really build that family. And Fresno Nightcrawler does. That's a crazy one. I like the Fresno Nightcrawler. That's cool. Yeah, isn't he such a cool dude? He doesn't do any crops. He doesn't take any stuff. He doesn't ask any sacrifices. He doesn't ask for any of that. He doesn't hurt any cattle. He doesn't steal anyone's food. He doesn't hurt anyone's livestock. Doesn't like even stare creepily outside people's windows. Sometimes there are some troublemaker ones, right? And they like dislike being creepy. And like now, he's just out there, and sometimes you might see him. And he's just out there, he's raising his little baby night crawlers. He's really chill, he's really calm. If you guys are ever out there and you do happen to see him, right, he's very chill. He doesn't like the spotlight, so he might not interact with you guys too much. But if you ever do like get him for like a cup of tea, he's more of a tea drinker than a coffee drinker, but sometimes he drinks coffee. Like if the kids have kept him up for a while. He's really chill. He's a really chill one. He's a cool one. I fully endorse Fresno Nightcrawler. That's the one cryptid where I'm like, yeah, there's not a bad thing you can say about that guy. He's cool. My second chapter is 10,719 words. Oh my goodness. But geez, you must feel so accomplished after getting all that done, right? That's a huge accomplishment. Whoa. Well, 10,714 words minus the title. But hey, it's the writing challenge month. Every word counts. Every word counts. What was Cryptidist earlier? What was Cryptidist? I don't know what I said that was Cryptidist. Maybe I accidentally did. You know, we all have biases. I need to check myself sometimes. If I did say something that was Cryptidist, my bad. I didn't need to, you know. Hey, it's baby cryptid, you know, first few times on the internet. There's a learning curve. No. Was it because I said Volpertinger wrong? It's officially nighttime here. Activating creative mode. Let's go. Okay. So, she's no longer gonna trust this medical guy, this medical medieval fantasy doctor her parents brought in, because that was horrible. So when the lamb calls out to her again, when she hears that voice, she's gonna be much more inclined to listen. I swear, all writers log in during night. I'm at 11,161 on my VN right now. That's so exciting. You guys are all doing so good. It's so exciting hearing everyone else's work too. You guys are all such hard workers for this month. It's so encouraging. It's so nice. Kate, I'm still not halfway done with chapter 1. Kyo senpai. Do you need to, you know, sometimes figuring out, because some people just write the full story and they figure out where the chapter breaks are afterwards, because it's really hard sometimes to know, like, well, what's just a scene ending and what's a chapter ending, you know? Sometimes that's really, really hard to tell. So maybe maybe revisit your idea of what a chapter is, because 11,000 words. My buddy, my friend, my pal, my little raccoon. It's a lot of words for one chapter. I've got everything outlined by scenes. I'm figuring out where the chapters break later. Yep. That's really helpful. If your brain works like that, it's so helpful. If you guys ever want to try it, I highly recommend that way. The more plotting, the more outlining you can do, oh my goodness, it saves you so much. That's why my rough draft here, let you guys see, this is me plotting, this is me figuring stuff out. And it can look ugly, it can look messy, it's all good. It's all just part of the process. Everything can be fixed. Everything can be edited. Everything can be worked on to make it better. So, she's feeling much more inclined to listen. I think the lamb, the voice of the lamb, is gonna help her escape her room, come back downstairs, and it's gonna tell her it will be too late. Help her soon. The body is gonna rot, and she has to act quickly if she wants the power to keep herself safe. I need just 30 words to 15,000? Oh, that's exciting, that's exciting, that's inciting. What kind of lamb? It's not a deer lamb. That's the story we're gonna work on later. This is the evil lamb. This is the dead lamb. That's the demonic familiar. Well, I mean, it's still draft 1, and I have a few pages that are already marked for disposal and changes. Also meant for Ep 1, not Chapter 1. But same diff, yeah. Yeah. Episode 1, Chapter 1. I think if it's episodes, sometimes, yeah, we have a lot of words that then just get translated into, like, 1 second of screen time. If this is episodes, whether this is animation or if it's for, like, regular, like, live action TV for scripts. Yeah, we write a lot of words for every second of television. So that makes sense. Yeah, okay, so that, in that sense, if it's episode 1, I'll give you that. Yeah, that could happen. That can definitely happen. I mean, look at what's happening with me over here. And I'm just plotting. I'm not even, like, writing out the official script yet. I'm just plotting. I'm figuring out what I want in my script. This is so many words. Skelly Lamp. That's what he's threatening. He's like, oh, well, like, listen, if you don't do the sacrifice soon, if you don't make the bargain with me, your familiar, and become a witch, like, I'm gonna decompose. I'm just gonna be all rot and bones. Like, then we can't make the deal. If you want the power to keep yourself safe, well then, here's the deal, and you gotta do it soon. Otherwise, like, I might already be decomposing tomorrow. And is that how fast the lamb will decompose? No. Right? Because they even in medieval times, they knew how to salt the food. They knew how to keep the food, like, colder in the dark and in, like, little basements and food storage areas, and that would help keep the meat for longer. Right? They knew stuff. They knew stuff like this. But the lamb's going to be in her head and still making her worry, like, oh yeah, any second it could start decomposing. I have to act now. What if it's gone and rotted tomorrow, and then I'll never be able to save myself. I won't have the power to save myself from this doctor. So she's gonna be in that paranoia stage, right? She's not gonna be thinking logically. If she wants the power, not to power. Stop it. The power to keep herself safe. So she's gonna be more paranoid and scared by the voice. I think right now it's just the one voice. right? Because we know now that he has the power. Like, it can be multiple voices, it can be hundreds of voices that he'll torture her with, right? But right now, when he's still trying to like be nice and be reasonable and just playing to her fears, it's just the one voice. And I think when it gets to the point where then he's like really encouraging her to go off that edge and chop off her arm, then it's gonna be the overlapping voices driving her insane and driving her to do it. Um, it's just the one voice. And the lamb will tell her about the deal, all which is complete sacrifice. There is something in their life that must be sacrificed to start their destiny. Sacrificed to start their destiny. Because we have each of these witches has a sacrifice before they officially become witches, right? For the Witch of the Woods, she had to sacrifice her younger sister. For this witch, she has to chop off her own arm. And then for our Witch of Rot, who will be our final witch, right? Who's the next one and the last one. Her thing is actually the entire village is sacrificed to the rot. So her power and her sacrifice is done at like the same time. She didn't really have a choice in it. So they each have to lose these things that they don't want to do, but they're being driven to it by the demonic familiars, right? She's gonna ask to give up something else, but the lamb will say it's something specific to each one. Something already determined in their fate, destiny, whatever cool fancy word here, right? Insert cool word in here. Right, not gonna focus on, not gonna bother about it. This is the rough draft, this is the plotting. We just keep going, we just keep on keeping on. Go no stop. She asked what hers is. The lamb corpse still strung up high will tell her to approach the butcher table. And as she does, what do I want here? He tells her to pick up the knife. Hold on a second, I had to cough, chat. Hold on. Cover your ears. Okay, I'm good. Oh my goodness. I tried to lean really far away from the mic so it hopefully doesn't pick it up, but I think we had the settings, like, it's really, like, delicate. It picks up a lot of noise, so I think you guys might still hear me when I do stuff like that. My bad. Also, everyone, hydrate! Hydrate. I have some water here. I'm gonna be a good cryptid and drink some water. Can you guys hear me chugging the water? That'd be so embarrassing. Oh my goodness. But maybe it's a good example. Have some water. Be good. Take care of yourselves. So, tells her to pick up the knife. And got a Dr. Pepper and apple juice in my fridge. That's right next to my bed. Ooh. When I was a little cryptid in college still, when I was in some of the first apartments. Yeah, we had the mini fridge. I loved having that thing in the room. Oh my goodness. That was some good times. I loved having a mini fridge, and I had so much soda in there. You know what? Everyone's gonna judge me. But you guys are all raccoons. Okay, so raccoons eat garbage. This was just my flavor of garbage. And I know it's garbage. I know I have terrible taste, okay? But hey, that's why I hang out with raccoons, alright? That's why this cryptid hangs out with raccoons. The favorite drink I loved having in there was Red Mountain Dew. Oh my god, that's like the only flavor of Mountain Dew I like. But everyone hates it. It's like one of the least popular flavors, right? But man, I love it. I love it so much. And like I like it when you start drinking it and you haven't drinking it in a while, you start drinking Red Mountain Dew, then it feels like your brain's all fuzzy and you're like, ooh, that's all the chemicals hitting my brain that probably aren't good for me. Oh my god, it's a great feeling when you're like, yeah, this juice is going straight to my brain with Red Mountain Dew. It's not good for you. I highly recommend not trying it. But man, I love that. Gotta love Blaha Bass. Baja Bast. I can't ever say. Is it Blaha Bast? Blast. But. Oh wait, can you actually see my tongue on this model? What? No, it's just me opening my mouth. I don't think that's my tongue sticking out. But yeah. Yeah, if you ever want to know how terrible Cryptid's taste is. I love Red Mountain Dew. It's so bad. I actually try really hard not to drink too much of it because I know it's not good for you, right? It's not good. Try and drink more water. So I try to go a couple months without having any of it, and then every now and again, after like a stressful event or after a con or something, then I get like a little bottle of Red Mountain Dew to poison myself with. Oh no. So hopefully all you raccoons actually have better taste than me. Have any of you guys seen? I don't know if it's rude or not to talk about other VTubers when it's my own stuff. Have you guys seen the candy ranking, right? Like the candy ranking system by Monarch, by Amelie Monarch? Oh my goodness. What insanity was that? What insanity was that candy ranking system? All the good candy, she put us like straight to the trash. Everything chocolate, she put straight to the test. Tootsie Roll Pops, um, um, Hershey Kisses, everything, like all the good candy she put down there. And then it's like the A tier, it's like the best stuff ever. She had like this old grandma candy, and I say that as a hag. Okay, I'm hag age now, but she had all this grandma candy, and that was like the best stuff. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? She had like pixie sticks were like okay, but like Reese's peanut butter cups were like trash. Uh, but like yeah, you cannot like them. You cannot like them. They can be like I fully admit Hershey's chocolate is kind of mid, right? It's not the best chocolate. It's not the best. It's a mass-produced chocolate brand. That doesn't mean it's good chocolate. But like the candy she had ranked above it was so horrible. It was so horrible. What was she doing? It was a trash taste, and that's coming from me and all my raccoons. Like, that was a horrible taste. I've never seen a worst Halloween candy ranking chart. Oh my goodness. You just chug that apple juice under a minute. Is your tummy gonna be okay? Are you gonna explode? You're good. They always feel like I'm biting on tin. Hey, T. Okay. Okay, I don't want to say this live on stream, so shh. Okay, everyone else ignore this. T, just you and me. Okay, just you and me. Okay, chat's not listening, and it's fine. Just you and me. Be honest. Okay, be honest. Does it feel like you're biting on tinfoil? And I'm saying judgment free. Judgment free, okay? Does it feel like you're biting on tinfoil because you're biting on the little wrapper, the tinfoil wrapper that they cover the Hershey Kisses in? Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing? Because we shouldn't be doing that, okay? That you don't eat the wrapper. Not on the wrapper. Okay. Okay, I had to clarify. Okay, so now you need to work that out. Okay, you're not eating the wrapper. That's good. That's good. That's all I had to ask. Okay, I was just making sure. Okay, I'm watching out for my raccoons. Gotta make sure you guys are eating the right garbage. That you guys aren't eating wrapping. Okay, so like the genuine chocolate feels like that. Okay, so that was your and me moment there. Okay, we just clarified that. We're good. Okay, everyone else in chat, we're good. That was our little sidebar. We're good. We're back with everyone else in chat. Hello. We're good. All my raccoons are safe and healthy, and they're not eating wrappers. Oh my goodness. Chapter 1, Opalite, is 4,246. Chapter 2, Train of Thought, 10,714. Oh my goodness. But But that's so much content down. And you know, you can always rearrange like chapters and the pacing and stuff later. That can be fixed. That can be moved around, right? That's fine. That's fine. Um uh well, I will there you go. There you go. I had to do you didn't know it was that long till you were done. Yeah, that happens. When you're focused on writing, it happens. Okay, hear me out though. From my point of view, I'm talking with people on the internet who are self-proclaimed my raccoons, and who already have made the decision to listen to me ramble for hours, which already is not a good decision. Oh my goodness. So I just needed to make sure. And you know, it could have been a fun bit. You could have been like, oh yeah, isn't the plastic the best part? Isn't that the crunchy bit? And I would have been like, no, spit it out. It could have been fun. We could have had a good bit going. Oh my goodness. That's what I'm gonna have to like be mindful of for chat every year. Now that you guys are all raccoons, I'm gonna have to make sure you guys aren't eating actual bad toxic garbage. Like wrappers and plastic packaging. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do y'all want to read a 10K chapter? Oh, 10K is a lot. What should it be? I know for our submissions, I said like, oh, 2 to 3 pages you can do for story submissions if you want to do that for editing. So maybe everyone in chat can talk about, do you guys want a channel where you can post like longer stories, like longer stuff for other people in chat to see? Would that be good? I was assuming like sometimes other people might not want to do editing or might not want to do critiques. They might just want to hear critiques and feedback from me on stream. But if you guys are okay like reading each other's stuff and that's the channel you guys want, I can ask Roots to put that channel and to share longer works with each other. Toxic waste is yummy. So this is why I had to watch out for my raccoons. Okay, that's what theory though. No, it doesn't have to be messy. It could be a genuine thing. If you want to, can you imagine asking someone to read a 10,000 chapter? I've done stuff like that. Have you... Have we not talked about my tasted fanfics over here? I read some long fanfics. I read some crazy fanfics. You ever read when someone has like a fanfic that is like almost a book, like it is almost a book worth of pages, but they only post it as like a one shot, as in like they just post it all as one chapter, when it's like it's like a book length. It's really long, but they post it as technically one shot because they just didn't. They're like, oh no, okay, like whatever. I wrote it all in one go. Let's go. I still read those. I still scroll, and then if anything happens to my place, to my spot, oh my god, I get so upset. But I'm still over there. I'll scroll through everything and find my spot again. Lesbian fanfic. What's some of the longer? You know the ones that are like really really wordy. If you guys ever watch the, not Hannibal the book specifically, or Hannibal the TV show, the TV show franchise. They made a show. They made a television series, not the movies, the series, of Hannibal, and that, the dialogue in that is crazy. The writing in that is crazy. And when people write fanfics, they try to mimic that. They try to mimic the way they talk, and that leads to some really really long wordy fanfics. I might need someone though to tell me where to break it at. That Tolstoy baited me today. Tolstoy? How did they bait you? What happened? Yeah, do we want to have... I was thinking it would be more closer to December. Do we want a future editing channel where people could sign up and like volunteer to like trade stuff and like beta read? Like beta read people? Because I know everyone's not probably gonna be like do full on edits. That's crazy. Especially because it's probably none of us, unless anyone has been holding on to me, is like an actual trained certified editor, right? But we could do like beta reading stuff. Would people want a beta reading channel where we can submit each other stories and people can try and beta read? Like an actual like a little writers community, right? Would that be an interesting thing? Bro got me thinking there's gonna be a lesbian relationship. In Hannibal, the TV show, there is though. I'm saying it's based off the TV show. But there is a Alana in that story. Should I oh man, should I tag this as spoilers for the TV show? And yeah, so there's the murder husbands and the what's the title they give to the girls? It's not Murder Wise. I don't think they copy it. But it's another one, and both the woman that Will could have ended up with actually end up together, and they become like crazy and hotter. I feel like whenever like a woman goes crazier in a fanfic, but like in a boss lady way, they have to make her hotter, right? They make her like evil and hot, and I'm like, oh, that's doing things to my psyche. Yeah, I won't be done with the book in December though. We should start a track bear. What's a track bear? Is that one of the Discord things? He's an 1800s Russian author. Bro set up a perfect chance for a lesbian relationship. I'm guessing when you're saying that then he flubbed it. He flubbed it, right? He did. He set us up and it failed. He set us up and it failed. Oh no. Oh no. He's disappointing us hundreds of years later still if he failed to give us the good lesbians, if he failed to deliver lesbians. Big L. Big L for loss and big L for loser. for lesbians. Oh my goodness. What is it, in literature, what was the big term that was thrown around when television shows started to kind of show queer relationships, but they like never made them official, and like they always like did that line of like plausible deniability, so like they weren't canon queer, but they also canon weren't queer. It was a queer baiting. It was a queer baiting. That's the term. And did you get queer baited by an author from the 1800s? No, it's a website that you can start a group and we can track our projects. I can send link. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, send it either in the email or the Discord. I'll check it out later after stream. If it's like a cool thing, if I can figure out a way to display it, yeah, I'll have it next time. He made it like this woman, Kitty, loved Anna, another woman. Is it Anna or Anna? I know some people are very particular about it. And made it turn to be Kitty idolized Anna in the end. When the book said Kitty loved Anna and had Kitty want to be close to Anna, etc. Oh, so like it seemed like, yeah, like these two are like obviously like, hey, look at it, like Kitty and Anna here, they seem like they want to have this thing, and instead it ended up like, nah. They're just really, really close, idolizing friends. Oh no. Yeah, T, you got queer baited by an author from the 1800s. I'm so sorry. Got me all excited. To be fair, like, come on, you should have known better. But you know what? That's what fan fiction's for. Go look it up, see if there's anyone writing fanfic about these two instead. See if it's popular enough, if this Russian 1800s author was popular enough that there's fanfic of this and the women end up together. That's what... See, this is why we all have fanfic will never die. Fanfic will never die because it fixes problems in our society. So many problems don't get solved every day for humans, right? I've seen it. You guys don't. Humans have been around for a very long time, and you guys haven't fixed a lot in that time, I'll be honest. You guys have a very creative way of making more problems. Not, full honesty. And fanfic fixes problems. I've realized that. I mean, Tolstoy was very religious for Christian faith, and Russia is kind of homophobic. So I should have known better. See? I told you. I should have known. But yeah, I bet you, if this is big enough, I bet you there's a fanfic out there that fixes it. I bet you. Oh my goodness. I shouldn't say that unless I'm actually willing to bet something. I don't know what I should bet. It's hard when we're just people on the internet. There's not a lot of betting things. You think people read an 875-page book? I mean, like, how many pages is the Bible? A lot of people read that, don't they? I mean, I don't, but some people have. Oh my goodness. Some people read it over and over and over again and learn nothing. I've seen it. I'm in Florida. I've seen it a lot. I probably shouldn't be making these jokes. This is how Cryptid gets cancelled. Oh no. The longest book I've read was War and Peace, and that was 1,400 pages long. Yeah, see? See? 875 is nothing. That's fine. It's fine. If people read Les Mis over and over and over again, through all the years, year after year, there are more people reading Les Mis. And there's some people who had to read it often enough to then make movies and plays and different scripts and spin-offs of it. And then more and more people get inspired by those plays and movies and spin-offs of it to then read the original book. And more people read it again year and year. Do you know how much that guy talked about sewers? You know how much that guy talked about sewers? No. That's fine. People will read the 875-page book. Especially if it doesn't talk about the French sewage system. Oh my goodness. People read a lot of things. That's why I encourage you guys to write stuff. Hey, somebody will read it. It's all good. Even if that somebody's just you. It's all good. I don't like this part of my ghost lo-fi. We're gonna go back. There we go. That's better. I like this. This part doesn't scare me as much. So, our character has, the lamb telling her to pick up the butcher knife. Like yesterday, right? Chop. Do I want to specify if it's her right arm or her left arm? I feel like I want it to be her right arm because the left side is closer to the heart, right? And I want her to eventually be carrying this baby lamb around, and I want her to be cradling it like close to her heart, right? So I think then her left arm has to be fine, and she has to cut off the right arm. And if I'm getting my sides confused on human anatomy, then it's fine, I'll just edit it. Low-key, when do you think we'll reach a point where stories can't be written anymore because they'll all be told, you know? Also, like when there's nothing left to tell, there's nothing creative for it. Never. Honestly, never. You want to know why? Because as you're thinking that as far as humanity, right, as far as humanities and sentient creatures that can tell stories, keep evolving, keep continuing down in life and existence, and the years and years and centuries go by, right? That eventually we would have written all about all the experiences, all the thoughts, all the ideas that we've ever known, right? And that's what you're saying. Like, it will all have already been written. But I raise you that during all those years, all those centuries, all that time of evolution and change and society evolving and people evolving, right? And coexisting and fighting, all the other things, that there will be new things to write about. You know what I mean? So if oh my god, human timelines. If years and years and years and centuries ago, there was no way for an ancient medieval person to write a story about a scary Japanese ghost coming out of a television, right, and haunting you and killing you, right? Because they didn't have that concept. They didn't have television. But then television eventually got invented, and then somebody made a story, right, and then it got into a popular human movie about that ghost coming out of the television. And then eventually, right, you guys invented a whole new genre, right? Steampunk, which is like retro and futuristic, right? Has both those elements in like Victorian England. And then you guys can invent stories about like that. And could you have written that as a species hundreds and hundreds of years ago? No. One, because maybe hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago, Victorian didn't exist yet. And the steampunk elements didn't exist yet. But those things were invented. And those concepts were invented. And those genres were invented. And those new experiences were invented and showed into the public and showed into you guys as a species. And then you guys and all your creative brains were like, this is a new thing. I'm going to write about it. I'm going to put this as an element. I'm going to write about this. Or this is going to be an element in something I'm going to write. Or this is going to be a new twist, right? I'm going to retell Romeo and Juliet in a steampunk setting. And then it's going to be a musical. And then it's going to be this. And then it's going to be web comics, right? And that's different than normal comics, right? So you guys get access to brand new technology to tell stories. So if you think of a physical comic book and how that's evolved and changed as you guys got access to different printing, and then the digital media happened, you guys got web comics, and then the pages could have animations, right? The web comic pages could have animations that a physical print comic couldn't. New technology, new history points, new evolutions, new theories, new planets will be discovered. New species in the ocean will be discovered for you guys. That stuff that you guys can't even write about yet because you haven't discovered it, right? And on and on. And all of it, there's so many new things for humans to discover. There always will be. Until the sun goes out. And then there'll still be new things to discover, just humanity won't be around to discover it. You guys will all be dead. Sorry. But until then, you guys will always have new things. If there's historical fantasy ones about the War of the Roses, but make it fantasy and add dragons to it. There are wars that haven't happened yet, that therefore you guys can't use as inspiration for stories, right? There's historical figures from 200 years from now that will be the new Marie Antoinette that you guys will write characters and references for. There'll be so many things. And that's so sad that you think that all the cool things have already happened. There's so much more that will happen. Things that you don't even know will happen yet. And you guys will be able to write stories about that. New ways, new twist. You guys haven't even written fan fiction about everything yet. You think all the stories have been told. Not even enough fan fiction has been written. There are still books out there that haven't gotten fan fiction. And you just think all the stories have been told. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. I mean, there has to be some point, right? I mean, eventually all the words will be used in some order that can't be repeated. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If let's look like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. They didn't have that word with that particular meaning, right? It's a new word. They did not use the word yeet and throw something in medieval fantasy Europe like we do today, right? We have yeeted and yoinked, right? That's and it has particular meaning, has a particular way you apply it in order to work with the memes. And they didn't have GIF images, so they wouldn't have said that back then. So as new technology happens, there's going to be new words. It's going to have new meanings. Even old words have new meanings, right? Like oh my goodness, like that's what happens with slang, that's what happens with stuff. So to say like, oh yeah, we will never invent any more new words or concepts because this is the max of technology, this is the max of human evolution. There's nothing new after this. Nope, it's all over. You guys are gonna make so many new things. There's so many animals you guys haven't discovered. There's so many points in the solar system and how physics work you guys haven't discovered. You guys are gonna make so many new words for all the new things and all the new experiences you guys have. Even older words, like hundreds of years ago, they had the words for mustard and they had the words for gas, but now that has a completely different context. Fast forward a couple years when then you have mustard gas in war, right? So you could say like, oh yeah, technically they had those words that could have happened in an order back then. It didn't have that meaning. And then there was mustard gas used in war, and now they have that meaning. And now there's stories about that, about the horrors of using mustard gas in war. I mean, wouldn't the end of the human race technically be the end of stories? Yeah, only if you believe humans are the only sentient things, you know? If we have all the time until the sun blows out, I think... I'm not gonna lie, humans are kind of like cockroaches. I think think there'll be a few of you guys. You guys will get off planet or something. You guys will be deep enough in the ocean. You guys will figure something out. I'm not. There's gonna be some like co-evolution thing. There's gonna be like humans 2.0. Us cryptids are gonna have to deal with. It's gonna be a whole mess. But you know, that's even going to the time travel never happens. And then you guys just go back in time before the sun explodes. You guys don't... There's so many ways you guys can mess stuff up. Humans are so annoying. Oh my god. I love humans, but also like, oh my god. I don't know. Story. Even, I mean, still, elephants will probably go at the same time when the sun explodes as humans, but even elephants tell stories. Do you understand that? Ravens and crows tell stories. Not in a way you guys can understand, but they literally do communicate. When you do something bad to a crow, to a raven, they tell that story of what you did to all the other crows in your neighborhood. They all know. They all know what you did. Anyway, they tell stories. Not creative stories, not about, like, you know, the fall of Rome, but make it steampunk. But they still tell stories. Maybe we just have to give them another 100 years or so, and I think the crows and ravens can catch up. I think they can start writing romantasy soon and publish it on Book Talk. We just have to give them a little while longer. Mostly, they don't want to talk to a lot of you guys. There's, like, a few good humans, right? And they talk to them, but overall, like, a lot of the birds are fed up with you guys. But yeah, they tell stories. Elephants tell stories. They tell it to other elephants, but they do. There's so many things. There's so many stories. You guys will never know. Yeah, I hope you don't get defeated at the idea of like, oh well, stories will end at some point. We're almost all out, almost done. It's like there's gonna be so many new things. Both you as a person and you guys as a species. It's a concept of what humanity is gonna experience. And you guys are gonna write stories about that, about all the new things you guys haven't even experienced yet. It's gonna be so cool. It's gonna be so fun. That's Cryptid's rant for today. But yeah, there's a lot of things besides humans that are already telling stories. And they'll tell stories long after humans are gone. And I think Little Midsummer Night's Dream by Crows. World War III looking closer than ever, to be honest. Yeah, it's a scary world. It's hard. I'm trying to make, you know, I'm a cryptid out of the swamp. You know, I'm here on the internet. I'm exploring more of humanity in the world and learning about more things. I'm trying to, as I learn about more awful things, I came out to explore humanity because I thought you guys were so cool. I thought the abandoned 811 parking lot that I emerged out to was so amazing. It was this whole new world. That all the trash cans were cool. I thought burgers were a revolutionary concept. PCs and streaming is so cool. But yeah, the more I learn, like there's a lot of scary stuff in the world, and I'm trying to make this little corner. I've heard people describe like whenever they do stuff on the internet, it's their corner of the internet, it's their little part of the internet, and I want to make this part like cozy for us. You know, not like naive, not like silly and childish. You know, we're talking about child murders. But I do want us. I want it to be cozy. I want it to be a little safer. Teach us, Crow Girl. No. If you guys want to be friends with the crows, you guys gotta put in your own work. I ain't spilling the secrets. I am friends with the crows, though. I give them a lot of unshelled peanuts. Unshelled, unsalted peanuts. You don't want them too salty. That's not good for them. Unsalted, shelled peanuts. There, I keep trying to give them the unshelled ones because I'm like, yeah, you guys pop open the shells anyway. I'm just saving you the step. They don't like it as much. They like them in the shells, and then they just like standing in front of me and ripping apart the shells in 2 seconds and then eating the things. And I'm like, I could have saved you a step. But yeah, they want them unsalted because that's healthy for them, and they want them in the shells so they can rip them out of the shells right in front of you for some reason. Now you gotta give us a head start. I mean, how do we learn if you know nothing? For the crows? I have a cool curse idea for the Cryptid Crew collab. You want to see or just wait? I'll just wait. I don't like going between too many screens. Just in case I accidentally like show something bad. I don't want to show anything on the wrong speed. I have 3 monitors. If you ever show something on the wrong mod, it's gonna be on live stream. And what if I put my whole address out here? What if you guys find out the exact 811 parking lot I'm streaming from, and then you guys come to hunt me? So I try not to show too many things on stream. But yeah, we can have it in the Discord, and right after the stream ends, I'll check it out. Peanuts are goated. Yeah, but like they unshell, they literally like in front of me, then take off the shell to eat the inside, right? You got the little peanuts inside. And I'm like, okay, well, what if I get you unshelled peanuts so to save you guys the step? And no, they don't like it. Part of the fun for them is taking the shell off. So I don't understand. I mean, they're weird. And they're very picky. Very picky. They want, but yeah, for their health, that's not being picky. You should give them unsalted. Don't make them all salty. That's, people like salty things. The crows do not eat salty things. So far, I'm the only one adding ideas. Like I said, you're holding the raccoon community together. You're holding it together. You're laying the groundwork. It's all good. Cryptid needs 5 monitors. Disappointed. Banned. Banned. Oh no. Cryptid does not. I don't know if you guys heard, but to get everything working with Dusk the other day. So I have my 3 monitors, I have my 3 keyboards, I have my 2 mouses, I have my microphone, but he couldn't hear me on my mic for some reason in the Discord voice chat. So Roots had to set up a second. They rummaged around, and thank God there was this 811's close by to an abandoned thing called a Best Buy. I think it's called a Best Buy, but some of the letters fell off, so it's by an abandoned Best Buy. And there was another mic in the dumpster there, and so Roots fetched that real quick. And so then I actually had 2 mics and my headsets. And I was there in voice chat like, no, don't give me a second mic. If anyone finds out in chat, they're gonna make fun of me for having 2 mics. And it didn't matter. That's what we need to make it work. So I did have 2 microphones for a little bit. I know you guys are gonna make fun of me for that. So yeah, 3 monitors, 3 keyboards, 2 mouses, and 2 microphones, and then the streaming what's the headgear stuff? The stuff on my head. I had that. That's everything I had to make the collab work yesterday. Did you guys tell? Man. And then just kept like asking if his little figure could show up, right? And I was like trying to see and stuff, but it was on my furthest away monitor. And to get the eye tracking, so you see my little model tracking here, the eyeball tracking, to get the eye tracking, I can't wear glasses. The glasses mess with it, and so I was trying to read it, but it's my furthest away one. It's like really tiny words, and I'm like, I don't know what's on my screen. I can't see your little picture. Then we made Dusk Book 2, lol. Not the animal mouse. No. Just regular mices. Roots had to show me it. I guess they're called different. Yeah. So they're like named after the animal mice, but they're not an animal mice. I don't quite understand it. Again, I'm new to all this stuff, but yeah, you guys named it the same thing as the animal mouse. So that's interesting. Dusk has a new nickname. What's Dusk's new nickname? Yeah, I have a. By the way, this is all like in canon lore. This is all in the abandoned parking lot of an 811 outside. There's some dumpsters. We have all the wires connected to that. They're charged by a dumpster. I used my Cryptid powers. Roots said we need to charge it for, like, you need to plug it in. So I'm like, oh, plug it into that trash can. Maybe will that work? And Roots was like, I don't know, because they're a raccoon and they didn't know about streaming either. But I don't know about streaming. So then we just plugged it into the trash can and it worked. With the Cryptid powers, I don't know. It seemed to work to me, so it worked. So that's how everything is being held together. Cryptid, how's your 9-to-5 job? Well, we run our own business. See, we're like me and Roots. We have our own business. That's our 9-to-5 job. But we don't do it from 9 to 5. I wake up. I didn't know, I guess. Does it have to be from 9 to 5? Me and Roots wake up at like noon or later because I stay up late streaming with you guys. So it's like noon to midnight. Is that okay? It's not 9 to 5. I don't know if it has to be. Do human jobs have to do stuff like that? Does it have to be? What happens when you go to a store and it's after 5, but you see human workers in there? I've seen human workers in places after 5. So it can be 5 to 9. 12-hour shift is crazy. Well, we're running all our little embroidery machines. We had to run our own stuff. We had to make all our own merch. I'm just a little cryptid. I don't have like a huge man. So all the patches, if you guys ever look at Cryptid Roots, we have like a little Etsy store. All that stuff there is made by us. We do it all. Every single patch is made by me or Roots. We do that. We have like our little machines, and we plug them into other trash cans, and then we cut them all out, and we package them, and it's from us. We make those patches. That's what we do. That's our business. That's the only job I have right now. Well, you work 10-hour shifts and stay up way too late. No wonder I'm usually grouchy at work. When it comes full circle, when you get tired enough that you act like really happy and loopy, that's why I'm so positive on stream, because I'm always really tired. That's why I'm always so nice to you guys, my little raccoons. It's because I'm tired. But yeah, no other way those patches are getting made unless me and Roots do it, so we just work on them whenever. I don't know, it's not like a hard deadline. Yeah, we want to sleep in, and we want to stay up late. I didn't have set times like that in the swamp, so that's how we do our business. But Roots does have a bedtime tonight. They did retire to their little trash can early to sleep because they have a big important day tomorrow. So it's already past midnight. They might already be asleep. You guys might be free from supervision besides for me. You miss working, but I don't miss the 10 to 12-hour shifts I was pulling in the alteration shop. Yeah, that's a long shift. Like, for us, it's okay because, like, in between the machines running, like there's nobody else higher than me. Like maybe Roots would say I'm the boss, but, like, we both co-own this, and I would only be the boss because I tell them what to do. I tell them what the orders are and what we had to work on next. So, like, in between stuff, like, we just hang out. We watch YouTube. We hang out in pajamas. Right? Roots has little raccoon pajamas. And we just hang out. We eat food. And then whenever the machines need to be switched over, we just go over and switch out the machines. The hardest part, sometimes when there's like a lot of orders in one day, then I do have to spend a lot of time on my feet just packing all the orders, which I'm so thankful for. It's just, I gotta get them all done before the mailman comes. The mailman, I guess, has a 9 to 5. He has a set hour, so I had to get everything done for him. He comes by in the little mail truck to the 811 parking lot. And if I put everything in the mailbox and I lift up the little red flag on the side of it, then he comes and grabs the packages. Cryptid just became an author. Get paid for writing. Just become an author. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Hey, if I ever become an affiliate and people give me, what's the Twitch currency is the bits? The bits is the money? Then I'll write on stream, and maybe people will give me and Roots like bits, and then that'll be me being paid for writing. It's like the same thing. Or you play games, and then I get paid for gaming. That's the streamer life, right? You guys get paid for gaming. I know there's other streamers. I've seen them. They do other things besides gaming. That's the main thing I know them for. You get money from subs also? Really? Oh, I just know the bits thing. Okay, so subs also get it for you. Wow. We can't pay you in bits? Oh, see, that's why I had to learn more stuff. Subs and ads. You didn't set it up, I think. No, I don't think I can yet, because I'm not affiliate yet. I think you don't get paid anything until you get affiliate. That's what I thought. And then once you're affiliate, then you can start earning money. But I think until you get affiliate, you can't. That's how I understood it. That's how Roots explained it to me. I'm pretty sure. Unless I was still learning Raccoon. Maybe I misunderstood them. I don't know. I think I had to be affiliate first. But, oh, I gotta lean into that emoji. So yeah, if you guys ever see my monitor, like, or not the monitor, the model freak out a little bit after you send in emojis, it's because I can't see because they're tiny. So I had to lean over to the third monitor. And that gets me out of the camera angle. So if you ever wondered why, like, oh, I sent some hearts in chat. Why is my Cryptid's model like freaking out? It's because I leaned over to see the hearts. I'll give you guys a peek. You had to be affiliate for subs, ads, bits, and payments. Yeah, I'm not there yet. It's not that I haven't enabled it. I'm just not there yet. I'm too little. I'm a baby cryptid. One day I'll grow up. One day I'll be affiliate. But it's okay. It doesn't have to be a big rush. People said, before you become affiliate, it's really good to enjoy the growth because you're learning a lot of stuff. Right? You had to learn how to interact more, how to keep your audience engaged, how to keep up with chatter for hours, how to make sure the stream doesn't like collapse and like break all the time. So that you spend the time until you get affiliate, like learning everything and building up your community and learning how to be a better streamer and all these different things. And so that's what I'll be focused on until I'm affiliate. Can we get a setup reveal for those who can't visualize how messy your stuff is? Maybe. Oh no. I would love to. The background. I saw people, they have Twitch backgrounds, and so then my little model will be floating with a pretty background behind her, and I want the background to be, if I show it here, the abandoned 811, right? And then the setting is the parking lot, and you could see my swamp woods in the background, and then there'd be the dumpsters and trash cans and stuff here, right, in this old parking lot. And then you'd see me and Roots with all the different monitors in our trash here and plugging into trash cans. And that would be us. It would be our starting soon screen. That's what I've heard it as, starting soon screen. Some streamers have that. And I want it to be me and Roots setting up the stream in the 811 parking lot outside the swamp. And it's all like run down. There might be like a little skeleton or something right outside. And it's all just looking decrepit looking. Because that's the lore, we're all outside an 811 parking lot. So in that sense, then yes, one day you will see the setup. I mean, you're almost there. It used to be 50 fall. Oh, that would have been so challenging. Now it's 25. I think you're engaging it to make it to affiliate easy. Thank you. That's so nice. Oh no, that's so nice. Yeah, 50 would have been so scary to reach. That would have been a big number. 25 is pretty good for me. And yeah, I am close. It's kind of crazy how close I am, right? I never expected to be that close this soon. I have a feeling the setup is like that meme with the crazy guy in front of the covered whiteboard. Oh no. Okay, to give you guys some more perspective, let's see here. My water, because I have water here, right? I don't want, hello, we're talking about how crazy my setup is to make this stream possible. I have 3 monitors, 3 keyboards, 2 mouse pads, 2 mouses, and I have 1 microphone now, but the other day for a collab I had to do 2 microphones. And if I ever lean too far over to squint at my 3rd monitor, the camera can't keep track of me anymore. So if you guys send emojis in chat, I lean over to my 3rd monitor to look at it, and then my model glitches out because the camera can't see me anymore. Mouses are not animals. How sad. Well, it's what is it? Is it vegan? Is it vegan when you don't use animal products? That's how Roots describes it to me. It's animal free. It's cruelty free because they're like mechanical mouses. So I guess that's good. I guess it's good. And my water, right? Because I had the keyboard and the microphone is over the corner of the keyboard because that's the only place for it. So my microphone is actually partly on top of the keyboard to balance it. It's like over part of it has like these 3 little leggies, and so it's kind of suspended over part of the keyboard corner. So there's not a lot of room. And so I didn't have enough room for my water in front of the keyboard, right? Because I would have the microphone kind of taking over a corner of the keyboard. I didn't want to have the water too close to it. So the water is actually hidden behind the keyboard and behind the first monitor, in the back corner a little bit. So I had to reach under and behind one of the monitors to get my water, and then I can grab my little glass and I can take a sippy. So everyone, hydrate since we're talking about water. Hydrate. and then I just reach above the keyboard but under the monitor, and I tuck it behind the monitor, and that's where my water glass is because that's the only spot available for it. It's only one computer desk. It's one computer desk that should only have one monitor and a little desktop beneath it. Does the mouse consent to being connected to your PC? It's not an animal. It's the animal-free type of mouse. It's all good. It's all good. We're safe here. It's good. But yeah, man, it was challenging because when I had the two microphones, you were saying like, wait, if you have one microphone and it's balanced over the corner of your keyboard, how did you juggle two microphones? Yesterday for the collab, where did you put the second microphone if everything's so crowded? So the second microphone for the laptop has the third monitor and the third keypad, right? That's what that counts as. So it's a laptop just scooted in front of some of the other monitors. That second microphone went on top of the open laptop, and I just positioned it in a way that it wouldn't touch any of the keys, so it should be fine. And I would lean to the side a little bit to speak to it, because then it's all the way over to the side, right, where the laptop is. And that's how I did it. That's how I did the collab yesterday. Proof? At Reach affiliate. One computer desk. I can hear the accent. Yeah. Is that where you guys hear it? Computer desk? Computer desk? We need to untie their tail, set it free. Yeah. So I thought, most people say like, oh, we can't normally hear the northern accent. You've been in Florida for so long. It's normally only if I talk really fast or I'm angry, then I've had people say like, oh. People ask me like, because Floridians don't know what a Massachusetts accent sounds like, right? So they ask me like, oh, is that a New Jersey accent? Is that a New York accent? Because that's what they kind of see from TV. And I'm like, no, it's from Massachusetts. I was from the Boston area when I was a baby cryptid. It's just outside Boston. So sometimes you can say Boston. Sometimes more people know Boston than they know Massachusetts. They don't know where Massachusetts is, but they know where Boston is, roughly. So that's also funny. But yeah, can you hear the accent? Can you hear me dropping the R's when I say computer? Does no one else say that? I mean, computer when you say the R. Computer. I don't know. Can you believe this is how messed up Florida is? I say this as a Florida cryptid. As a Florida cryptid, I'm allowed to talk about how messed up Florida is. When I was a baby cryptid and we just moved to Florida. Yeah, that is me when I had the Red Mountain Dew. It's really bad. Ruth says that I like blackout. I don't respond for a second. I just chug a lot of the Red Mountain Dew. And then when I stop, I'm like, oh wait, what did you say? And Ruth says, did you just black out? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't remember you saying anything. And Ruth was like, I was trying to talk to you while you drank the Red Mountain Dew. And I'm like, I have no idea what she said. Makes sense of funny things. Yeah. So when I was a baby cryptid, okay, everyone, story time. Everyone tune in for story time. When I was a baby cryptid and we first came down from Massachusetts to Florida, right? I had, because I've, just freshly out of Massachusetts, I had the really strong baby Massachusetts accents, really strong Boston accent, right? So then you would have heard the wada and the ka instead of car, the ka, and all that kind of stuff, right? I had it. But when you have the accent, you don't hear the accent, right? Like, I didn't know I was saying it like that. That's just the way you talk. That's just the way you talk. So when they put little baby cryptid in the Florida elementary school system, right? So little baby cryptid's there, had to join the school system. All the teachers, all the school admin at this public school that accepted cryptids to be lore compliant, said they called in Mama and Papa Cryptid. They called them in, and they were like, "Oh, your child, your baby cryptid needs like developmental speech therapy stat. Like, this is so bad. Why didn't you tell them they were developmentally delayed? Why didn't you tell us there were speech problems? And Mama and Papa Cryptid looked at them and like, what? What's wrong? What's wrong with the way they're talking? Um, and they had me there, and they were like, you say words, and I said words, and they were like, see, and Mama and Papa Cryptid were like, that's an accent. What are you talking about? She's perfectly like age appropriate. She's on the developmental track. She that's not a speech impediment. They said it was a speech impediment. That's just the accent. And they're like, she's not saying like the ending R's of words, right? Like if it's water, she's saying wada. And my parents are like, yeah, because we're from outside Boston. It's wada. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And they heard my parents, Mom and Papa Cryptid, they just came from Massachusetts too, so they have the accent, and the school was just like, well, we still don't like it, so we're gonna call it a speech impediment. And they were like, is there any way we can say that? And we're like, no, this is gonna affect her for the rest of her life. This horrific, very noticeable speech impediment. It's gonna affect all of her quality of life. So we need to get her in speech therapy classes. And the parents, Mom and Papa Cryptid, were like, can we opt out? And they were like, no, she needs this. This is so horrible. And they're like, that's just the way we talk, but okay, I guess we don't have a say here. So if you're then wondering, like, wait a second, Cryptid, you were already starting in the school. You already have all your classes with all the other little kids in the elementary school, right? If you're thinking that, right? I'm gonna make myself bigger so you guys look at me more like this is so important. Where did you have time for this important, all important speech therapy class? Right? When did they put that in? Because you already had math class, you already had language class, you already had history class. Where would they suddenly magically out of thin air put an emergency speech therapy program for you? And the answer for all the little baby raccoons in chat is recess. They took away my recess every single week for like years to put me into speech therapy class. And you know what they do in speech therapy class when you have an accent, when you say wada instead of water? There's a the teacher would fight. I was a baby. I didn't know to fight the teachers yet. I didn't know to fight the system. I was a baby. And so, do you know what speech therapy class is when you have an accent? It is a woman, it's a teacher who takes you out of recess, even if you're a little kid and you see all the other kids in your class going to recess. They take you out of the recess line and you're like, no, but my class is going to recess. And every single week they tell you no. And they put you into this other classroom, right away from all the friends. You don't get the recess. And this woman will sit down with you in this little Florida school in this like almost empty classroom. And keep people I'm out for the night. Thanks as always for the engaging conversation. Have a wonderful night, Kyo Senpai. Have a good one. I'm just gonna be ranting now, it's fine. Have a good night. Did you ever go to recess? I went like some days of the week, but it was every single week. I would lose like entire days of recess. So think if you went every single day, school was Monday through Friday, I would lose like depending on the year, 1 to 3 days of recess every single week. So I'd only have like 2 to 4 days of recess. I would lose it wasn't even like part of recess. It was the entire recess period. So what they do is I was in this classroom. Baby Cryptid was in this room with this lady, and what she would do for years, the horror of years in the public school system here in Florida, is she would say, she would sit across from me at this table, and she would say, okay, say water. And little baby Cryptid was there, and I was in the little baby seat, and I would say water. And then she would hold up a card that said the word water, and then she would just say it louder. She would say water, and she would show me it on the card, like that would somehow help. And she never told me what was wrong. She never said, oh, you're not saying the R. She just kept saying the words over and over again. She would say louder, say water. And little kid me was like, oh, okay, I did before, but water. And she's like, no. And I'm like, I said it. I said the word. You wanted me to say water. I said water. What's wrong? I said the word you wanted me to. It's even there on the card. I'm not mishearing you. I said it. And then she would say like louder and like slowly, like I was stupid. She would say water. And like little kid me would sigh. And I'd say, wa-ta. And she would go, no. She's like, okay, fine. We're going to try something else since you're being difficult. And I'd be like, I said the word. You wanted me to keep saying water over and over again. I said it. And she wouldn't explain that it was like this R sound. It was just like I was saying the wrong word. And I wasn't. I was saying water. So then she would do like car, and she would hold up like a flashcard that said car and had the picture of car. And she's like, okay, we're going to say car now. Can you say car? And I'll be like, yeah, car. And she's like, you're saying it wrong. Like, I don't understand why you're not saying it right. And I'd be like, car, it's a car. I'm seeing it's car. And she's like, we're saying car now. And I'll be like, car. It was really, really frustrating. Why not change schools? I don't think it was ever like, I don't know if Mom and Papa Cryptid ever like, well, one, you can't just like change a new school, right? It's like a zoning thing. There wasn't like another elementary school that was in the area. Unless you go to like a private one, and we're just cryptids. We don't have private school money for cryptids. That's crazy. No offense, but everything I hear about Florida is against my my bad. There are so many. If Florida was just if it was just a land, there's so many things to love about the land here. We have Florida panthers, which are this incredible thing. They're endangered, and gate. Oh my God, there are places where you can do small bike tours and do really slow drives, like 5 miles an hour drives, and it's miles and miles of this protected gator habitat, and you get to see all the gators, and they're used to the people, and they monitor you and stuff, and you can see gators like swimming around and doing stuff, and you can see the Everglades rainforest, Jesus. The Everglades, and I'd rather die than experience that hell of a school. That wasn't even my worst experience at school. That was pretty okay. It was annoying. No, all my actual trauma happened later in high school. High school's hell. High school was horrific. I'm actually surprised. How did Cryptid live through high school? Jeez. It was brutal. You get hurricanes. Honestly, as when we were new Massachusetts citizens, right, and we just had our first year in Florida, hurricanes seemed really, really scary. I'll preface, we are Central Floridians, right? We are in the central area. And if you ever wonder, like, okay, all of Florida gets hurricanes, I don't understand. Isn't that always scary? There is a reason why Disney built Disney in Central Florida, and it's because you're fine there. Okay, you're fine. You'll get some bad weather for a few days. You lose power for a little bit, and then it's fine. Okay, it's just like extra hard rain if you're in Central Florida. That's why Disney's always fine. That's why Disney is in Central Florida. You never hear any story of like, oh no, Disney was wiped off the surface of the earth. Disney's fine there every year. Okay, we're in Central Florida. We're fine. The coast should not be inhabited by people. You want to know why? Because you get hurricanes there, and on the coast it's scary. If you're on the coast and there's the flooding and there's all the different stuff, that's scary. If you're on the coast, if you're in Central Florida, that's just really bad weather. And then the power goes out and it's annoying. And you just make sure like you keep your freezer shut, that way nothing in the freezer spoils. And then the power comes on and you're like, oh yay. And you just go back to watching YouTube. That's all that happens in Central Florida. So when you see those jokes about like Floridians having hurricane parties, that's all of us in like Central Florida. You want to know why? Because we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll have a party. We'll barbecue because the power's going to go out and you should use up the meat before the power goes out. And then you'll just be bored because you can't watch TV for a day or a couple days, depending on how long the power's out. And the power comes back on. You're like, oh, yay. Okay, back to YouTube. Back to Twitch. Back to my anime waifus. That's it. That's why, like, the hurricanes, if you're in Central Florida, then you're fine. I'm not saying Ohio's much better, but I never lived in Florida. if it was just the landscape, if it was the animals, if a lot of, to keep with the cryptid persona, if a lot of the human bullshit wasn't here, if a lot of the political and stuff with the world happening didn't affect Florida, man, Florida would be a beautiful place. Florida has so many amazing things just as a physical entity, right? Not as a political entity, not as a corporate entity, not as in like housing or healthcare or schooling, as a natural place, as in like seeing what crazy things, how the environment works. We have 3 different types of zones for planting. You know, there's planting zones, what farmers use to figure out what kind of crops you can build. There's 3 separate zones in Florida alone. What you can grow in Central Florida is completely different than South or North Florida. This is such a diverse place naturally, and there's so many cool things about it. If you've never seen like gators up close, oh my goodness, they're amazing. They're so crazy. Florida panthers are something that should absolutely be protected. I mean, it's caught smoking meth and musting. I'll get it. You know, like it's, you know, if I could just be like, oh yeah, like just come visit the Everglades, come visit some of the natural wonders here, and not be affected at all by politics or by healthcare or by housing or by the economy or by the world events or then it would be like, yeah, you guys should love Florida more. Taking everything into account, then yeah, never step foot in Florida. Save me. This is why me and Roots talk about going to the Netherlands one day. We want to escape. But man, if it was just Florida as a physical entity, as a physical landscape, it's absolutely amazing. It's scary, but a lot of nature is. But yeah, hurricanes now, after that first year, man, we've been fine. Yeah, we have hurricanes. I admit it, Cryptid's a happy, not like crazy hurricane parties. I don't go and join it, but like yeah, the Cryptid family, me, Roots, Mama and Papa Cryptid. Yeah, we have a barbecue, right? Because the power's gonna go out. You want to use up the hot dogs so they don't spoil. We hang out. We buy some extra snacks. You know, we double check every few years, like, oh yeah, we're running low on our stockpile batteries. Let's go get extra batteries for flashlights for when the power goes out. Then it's fine. It's fine, really. High school is interesting. Low-key, what's the craziest thing that's happened at your high school, do you think? Oh boy. I know, like, off the top of my head, what I would say is the craziest. But it's also, like, depressing. Like, if you guys get upset about what happened with that teacher and what the school decided with, saying my accent was a speech impediment and taking away recess for years to work on it, but not actually working on it in a productive way. This one's actually, like, I say, like, that's annoying, right? That's annoying. That was an annoying thing that happened to me for years. And it's like, high school was in some ways, like, kind of traumatic. Maybe I'll talk about that on another stream someday, but I don't know if I could talk about it without it being like, oh, like, that's really, like, sad and frustrating the school didn't step in and, like, actually help people and keep that from happening. Because it's really upsetting. I did not have... Cryptid did not have the best high school experience. Cryptid got a lot of depression, jeez. A lot of people talk about, I think, growing up, when I heard stories about people, I think if you talked about depression, it was like, oh, like grown adults going through, like, a midlife crisis. And kind of, like, that was the image of, like, depression. And then, like, actually now, looking back, now that we have better ideas on healthcare and health terms and mental health and what depression is and whatnot. And now looking at it, I'm like, oh, what you were going through wasn't just, like, burnout. It was like depression. I think everyone in high school had depression. There's some fucked up shit in there. After I had help as a baby cryptid with dyslexia, in elementary school, once I had a lot of help with that. Then in middle school cryptid, right, with all middle school issues, you know, skincare issues and all. Oh my god. What's a cryptid exclusive to Florida? Oh, that would be the skunk ape, which is a kind of a distant cousin to Bigfoot. Some people say they're actually technically different. I was talking earlier that a lot of cryptids aren't actually related, even if you think they are. Skunk Ape is basically like Bigfoot, but he is for Florida. And a lot of people say like they don't actually see him, even though they assume he looks like Bigfoot, but they can smell him, and he smells like a skunk. That's why it's called Skunk Ape, because he's big and tall, and he's ape looking, just like Bigfoot is, or the Yeti. So right, so it's kind of like adjacent to those, but he smells like skunks, and he's found in the swamps of Florida. I don't hang around with him too much, you know. He's more of a loner. Cool. Yeah, that's a Florida exclusive one. That's what we got. As soon as you go outside of Florida, it's no longer Skunk Ape, then it's back to Bigfoot. So as soon if you travel from Florida to Georgia, I had a recent trip of that for a World Oddities Expo market that we were vending at for Cryptid Roots. When you go and you cross the boundary to Georgia, Georgia is right above Florida. For anyone not from the States who may be unfamiliar, you'll see all the advertisements for the Bigfoot Museum, because as soon as you cross the border into Georgia, then it goes back to being Bigfoot, and they have the Bigfoot Museum. Because as soon as you leave Georgia, going down south to Florida, no longer Bigfoot, now it's Skunk Ape. There's a very hard boundary for what classifies as Bigfoot versus Skunk Ape, and that is a very specified line. You know, fun fact. Okay, I have two crazy things, and I think they're tied on being crazy. Some twins low-key broke this person's skull over not paying for stolen alcohol. Like trading stolen alcohol. Guy had his skull broken to gang signs when he was on the stretcher. Oh, well, you can literally say he went out like a gangster then. Okay? Like, wow, had something horrible happen to him, but he still went out like a champ. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Yeah. That would be something you talked about for a while. No. Okay, what was if you're just talking about stuff like that, like, oh, just like a one day and then it's like a few days of like crazy gossip talking about it because that was like an interesting thing, then like a lot of stuff happens in Florida high schools. Low-key, that could have happened at any high school. That could have something similar happened in a middle school that I did not attend. I had friends whose younger siblings went to this middle school, and similar stuff happened to them, right? Like, yeah, that stuff happens all the time. That's not too crazy to me. Maybe that's the Florida bias coming in. But, oh my goodness. You know what was crazy? This shows, because I'm hag age now, so younger me in high school was younger, right? So this was some years ago. You know, oh man, should I talk about this? For anyone who watches the news from several years ago, from like over a decade ago, geez. Do you guys know about the Casey Anthony stuff? There was a person at the school who had an ankle monitor on. They were allowed to one of the places they could go. So they were Florida, sometimes you'll have classmates who have ankle monitors, okay? So they had an ankle monitor on, and they were talking about how their brother, I think it was their brother, actually was dating or hooked up with Casey Anthony during the time when all that horrible stuff was happening. Right, they were one of the people that was with Casey Anthony while she was doing all the bad stuff with the kids, while she wasn't there with the kids. And she her and her brother, because they were like, oh no, like, cause this was during the time when like the case was like on the news, right? We were discovering this like every single day. People nationally were turning into stuff. They were said some problematic things about the Casey Anthony case. I think they like got beat up and shit, and like some shit happened, and people might have even made her broke. Is it parole when you have the ankle monitors and you can only be in certain places? They like dragged her outside of like the zone, so she would break parole, and they like beat up her brother and stuff. It was like crazy. But it was because they were saying all this crazy shit in defense of like Casey Anthony. Like, what else is there? Then someone in history class I had went on a rant on how we need to, this terrible extermination rant. and and it went on a shit ton of conspiracy theories over the teacher giving their experience during 9/11. It's the other crazy thing that happened. Yeah. Actually, not all are militant, and many live without even knowing about others. Yeah. So yeah, that one person doing like a really ignorant, crazy, like bad rant in class, that would have been talked about. Yeah. Like I was saying, that's kind of similar to the girl and her brother that she was talking about who hooked up with Casey Anthony, right? Like, if you guys don't know about it, probably for the better. But that was a huge case, and that happened here in Florida. And I was in school when all that stuff was going down, and that was reaching the news. People were realizing what was happening, and that was one of the things. That was one of the trials that from Florida that reached like international level. People all over the world were tuning in and listening to what happened with the Casey Anthony trials. And now she's like, am I crazy? Didn't she like come out a little while ago, like past year or so, past 2 years? And she's like out and about, and she's like trying to start a social media presence. I don't know, man. I don't know about all that. And I keep out of that stuff. Hadn't heard that name in a while. Yeah, see? But you can imagine, like, when it was all going down, and when all the Floridians were hearing about it, and then there was somebody, like, in school who was, like, knew her, and was, like, defending some of the stuff. They were not very well liked. And some bad stuff happened to them. That's all I'm saying. Bad stuff happened to them. Because people did not like what they were saying. But yeah, there was like cases of like that stuff all over the country. Like people outside of Florida would like see random people that looked like her because her face was in the news, right? Her face was all over the news. And they would see random other people that weren't Casey Anthony, but they looked like her. And they would do like horrific stuff like drive these lookalikes off the road because they thought that they looked like Casey Anthony. And it's like, dude, that's not Casey Anthony. You're in the middle of like Washington, D.C. Casey Anthony is here in Florida on trial. Why did you push this random woman, like, or crash this random woman off the side of the road? Like, you... Common sense here. That's just another lady that looks generic enough to look like her. Like, so it's not just Floridians that are crazy. People outside Florida are crazy after hearing Florida news. I haven't heard the name in a while. Okay, I'm caught up. March 1st, 2025, Casey Anthony joins TikTok claiming she's a legal advocate. Yeah. So there was something. I was like, I heard something about her doing something on social media recently. So yeah, see that she was trying to do some stuff. But I don't know. I don't need to like link to anything to that. I don't need to like look more into it. I don't need to be in any of that news. I was just talking about this random experience about like, yeah, these people in high school, one of the girl's older brother was hooking up with Casey Anthony during the time she wasn't with the kid. And that no one in school liked them. And it came out, it was Miss Ramsey. Oh yeah. I know that case too. That's crazy, right? Yeah, sometimes there's big cases, and when like a big case happens like that in your area, so it's not even like you have a lot of like when there's a big outrage piece like that reaches big world news, a lot of people have big feelings about it, right? Like for me, like the Miss Ramsey case wasn't near me, right? But like I still know about it. There's still a lot of big feelings about it, right? There's big feelings about it internationally, right, all over the world. But when a story happens in your area, when people in your area know the people the story is about, oh my goodness, that is a whole different experience. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's and you don't realize it at the time, like how big it is, because you're a little kid cryptid, right? You're just in high school, and then years and years later, you're like, oh yeah, that actually was like a worldwide thing. People were over the world were tuning in on that. That was how big it got. And you're like, oh yeah, I just remember that as like the local news, right? That wasn't like international, that wasn't world news for me. That was just local news, right? It's like a different experience. I don't know how else to put it. It's just different. I don't think you realize the magnitude of it until years later when you're like, oh yeah. But yeah, that's one of the crazy things. You would hear like if someone in outside of Florida had a controversial opinion about Casey Anthony, people would be like, WTF, like what's going on? Why is this being brought up? But in Florida at the time that it was happening, people in Florida in the area there would be crazy people who had controversial takes about it, right? And they were like getting beat up and stuff. Which like yeah, like talking about this horrible thing. So people get beat up for it. That was crazy. What else happened that was crazy in high school? There. Oh my god. Again, I'm worried about like saying certain things on Twitch. There was an threat. Can I say that? Is that like good censorship or is that just annoying? Can I say the BOMB word? There was an threat. And it happened a couple times at my school. But this one everyone was annoyed by. Everyone was like, this is so stupid, because what it was a kid's science project. And you know what the science project was? It was the stereotypical like potato battery thing, where it was like, and it was labeled and everything, and it was for folks when we were trying to gum up the police. Oh my goodness. It wasn't working, but it disrupted classes. Yeah. How was it? So it was just a potato thing. It was for science class, right? So what the kid had was they went into their class, and there's like when you're in some of these classrooms, there's like all the rows of seats facing the front boards and stuff on the teacher desk, and then like on the side there might be like shelves. Oh, there was a science experiment that did explode recently. That's crazy. But yeah, somebody put their thing in their science class, right? And they put it on the back counter where everyone else's science experiments were. And somebody had, like the volcano or some other things. Everyone had like these basic things. And their basic one was they did the potato battery thing. All right, that's what they had. And everything was labeled and it was in the science class. But you know what happened that day? That day in this Florida high school, in this Florida science class? That day, there was a Florida substitute teacher. This Florida substitute teacher who knew she would be in a Florida high school science class. And the Florida substitute teacher walked in and had no idea about anything science and assumed those science projects, particularly the potato battery one, were a BOMBs, right? That one was a BOMB, and that everything was like bad, like everyone was gonna like no longer be alive. It was crazy. So like pulled everything, called in the BOMB threat, and all the kids in the class were like, no, this is our science class. We were supposed to show off our science experiments today, but the teacher got sick with like food poisoning or something, right? They just weren't feeling good, and they called you as a sub, and you have sub paperwork. They left it there on the whiteboard for you to do something as you're supposed to turn on like a Bill Nye movie or something, right? Bill Nye episode. And it's right there. You can see it. It's left for you, right? They left the instructions for you because they're nice. They're really like organized. They just said that we could leave our stuff. It was like in like this portal, the school portal, like just leave our experiments on the back because we were supposed to show them today. But since the teacher is sick, we can just have them on the back wall. And then when they're feeling better, then we'll show it. And you're just supposed to pay Bill Nye for us today. And the substitute, who was a Florida woman, didn't believe them and believed this was all dangerous and believed this was all crazy and believed everyone was about to not be alive anymore. So called in a BOMB threat with the police department, with the fire department, with the school, with everything, made the entire school evacuate into just the football stadium, which was right next to the school. It's right next to the school. We can see the school. It's right there. So if it had been a real BOMB threat, if it had been a big enough BOMB, like hello, first of all, we still would have been in danger. And everyone who left the class was like, it's not a BOMB threat. It's just the potato battery. It's just our science projects. We have the notes. We're supposed to turn them in today. Everything's labeled. And we had so many BOMB threats and so many Nerf shooting drills, and we had so many hurricane drills, and we had so many intruder drills and threats. Like not all of these were drills. Some of these were like active threats and stuff. And because there was a jail nearby, and some people would break out of jail, and we had to be on lockdown whenever somebody escaped jail. because they could be nearby, right? And they didn't want any of us to like get got walking home from school until the person was caught. So that's other stuff that happened. And we had so many, and it wasn't even like halfway through the year yet. It just happened all the time, with the real threats and the test ones and all the other different things. And sometimes they would do a test and they would go on the speakers and say it was a drill, like it was a Nerf gun shooting drill, and it wasn't. They then released afterwards, they sent emails to the parents being like, hey, there was like an active threat, and to keep everyone calm, we told them it was a drill. But it wasn't a drill, it was like an active threat. We were worried. It happened so often. It happened all the time. And we were all like, dudes, if you actually believe this is a BOMB threat, this isn't the safety procedure for it. We all were going up to the teachers and being like, if you actually believe the science project is a BOMB, we are too close to the school, right? It could still be too dangerous depending on the size of the BOMB. We need to go further out. We need to be on the far side of the football field, over here, because then at least you're just outside the classes, and you have at least most of a football field between you and the school, right? Then it'll be safer. But they kept us on the front half of the football field, which is right next to the building. And everyone was like, if that is, you just have us sitting here like ducks. We would still not be alive if that is an active threat. We wouldn't live. And it was school rule. We had to stay there. We would get in trouble for anyone who was worried. And we were like, no, but we want to be further away. What if it is a real threat? You're making us think it's a real threat. And they're like, no, you have to stay here by the school, until the officers in the fire department clears it. And we're like, but if they don't clear it, if it's dangerous, can we move further away? Can we move to the far side of the football field? It's still enclosed. Like, we're not escaping. Can we just be away from the BOMB threat? And they were like, no, this is the designated zone right next to the school. You have to be here. And we're like, okay. We got so tired because the safety procedures were just not safe. And it happened all the time. And so every single time the school and the students would be talking like, this isn't safe. And the teachers and the principal just wouldn't listen and they wouldn't update it. A few years ago, some kid from like a foreign country pulled a fake Nerf gun call. Like, there was one, and it wasn't just my school, but all the schools in my state, they did this. And that's a fine way to get locked up now. Yeah, if you do stuff like that now, yeah, we did a bus garage. They took their chances. Yeah, I complained about the sincerity of the threat. If they wanted to cause us harm, then we aren't out of range of them. Yeah. See, like, some of the safety procedures aren't good. Also, that was cold outside, and the teachers grabbed their coats. We didn't have their opportunity. Yeah, like, teachers will grab their bags. Teachers grab their car keys. Teachers will grab like all their purses and stuff. And like, we're just supposed to leave our stuff, even if we already had our stuff on us. There were some drills that happened, and we then knew that they were real, that they weren't drills. They were calling them drills, but we knew it was like a real threat because they happened in between classes. And if it was a normal drill that was actually a drill, it would happen during class, right? Because then all the students would be in the classroom. And then you just follow your classroom teacher out to the whatever the designated safe zone was that wasn't really safe. But if it happened in between classes, that means that, like, hey, something actually went down, and they pulled that drill, like, fast, right? They pulled that alarm fast. There was one that happened in between classes, and so everyone had to rush out. And if you don't know about that, then you're supposed to just, like, get outside in the area of the safe zone. And meet up with a group, meet up with a class, meet up with whatever class you're supposed to go into, right? And just, you're supposed to get out, right? You're supposed to leave. But you're in between classes. You're in the hallway, so you still actively have your backpack on you. You still have your school books with you. And in those drills, in those circumstances, they tell you to leave your backpack and leave your books and stuff behind. You're not supposed to take anything with you. So all those students who were still in the hallways, because it was in between class periods, they were walking to their next class. They hadn't gotten there yet to drop off their bag. They still had it. So when they got out to the field, to the football area, to like be like, hey, like, yeah, we had to leave. We hadn't gone to our class yet. They got in trouble. Because they were like written up. The coaches and stuff had to write them notes and ask for their names and stuff and write them up, and they would have like a reprimand later because they took out their backpacks with them. And it's like, but they were in between classes, And then you guys did the drill, and so they just did what they were supposed to. They left in case it was a real threat. They didn't make it to their class, go into their class, drop off the bag, and then go out to the field. They just they did the safe thing. They just went out to the field, and now they're being in trouble. And can you say that, like, these rules obviously aren't there to keep you safe? The rules don't work, right? That's a weird rule. Yeah, Florida's weird, man. There was, what else did we have? We would point out issues as like classes, as people, as students. Theater. Yeah, it's just the theater of keeping you safe. I think that's why so many students get tired of it, especially during my time. We were tired of it. We're like, this isn't actually keeping us safe. You're constantly making us scared and under threat, and the world is ending, and all these horrible things we're having to hide from, but it's not keeping us safe. And we're pointing out and we're telling administration how to make it safe, and they aren't listening to us. One of the things that was pointed out in our school with our safety procedures and how it worked, because if it was a Nerf gun drill, if it was a Nerf gun warning, right? If there was a Nerf gun wielder on school for a Nerf one, they would have all the teachers like lock their doors and stuff, right, and turn off the lights, and you're supposed to be out of view of the doors and windows and hide under stuff and be safe, right? But if it is a fire, or if it's a something like that, then, you know, they pull a different alarm. It's a different sound, and then you go outside, right? Because you want to be out of the building if there's like a fire. So one of the big things that students pointed out was, hey, since most Nerf holders for other Nerf issues at other schools around the world, right? Because we were informed, we knew Nerf issues were a problem at other schools. We pointed out, we were like, hey, most Nerf holders go to their own school. They're a student at that school, and they hurt the other students there, right? And so they would know what the safety procedures are, right? And they were like, right. So anybody at this school who would, you know, get angry or get upset and get a Nerf, right, would know that if they did that threat, that then everyone would hide inside the classrooms, and they wouldn't have as many targets for their Nerf, right? So the thing is that anyone with a brain cell would just pull the fire alarm and make every single student, right, leave the classrooms. And then all the students and all the teachers would be out of the classrooms, leaving the buildings to go into this open area that would be really, really easy to use a Nerf on. So maybe we should have a different procedure, because anyone with a brain cell who had a Nerf could just pull the fire alarm and everyone would leave and be really, really easy to pick off with a Nerf. I'm just saying, maybe we should have different procedures. And the administration was like, okay. And we were like, yeah, are you going to do anything? Or here's different places we could do, here's different procedures. And they'd be like, no, this is the current rules. And we're like, yeah, the rules need to be changed because this isn't safe. And they're like, yeah, but those are the rules. And we're like, but the rules are to keep us safe. And they're like, yes. And we're like, but they're not keeping us safe. Well, nobody's been hurt to a Nerf yet, so it's keeping you guys safe so far. And we're like, the students are very knowledgeable, both when I was in high school and I'm assuming even worse now. They're very knowledgeable about how unsafe the schooling system is right now in this world, in the US. And they're aware. We know it, and we are looking for ways to actually be safe. And so then to be frustrated that we know we need these safety measures, and administration has safety measures, but they're not effective, and we're giving them the solutions, and we're pointing out the errors, and they're not doing that just for the sake of following rules. It was frustrating when I was a child cryptid in high school. I can't imagine how much worse it's gotten now. I can't imagine. It must be terrible. It must be horrible. A lot of those keys were like used on like all the classrooms too, by the way. The principal would tell you it just worked for your door, for your teacher door, if you were a teacher and you had keys. They said, oh yeah, that's the key to your class, or my classroom, like 201 or something, right? It wasn't. It worked on like a lot of doors. They just told the teachers that to make them believe it, and that way if anyone ever got a teacher key to like break into stuff, they would think it only worked on that classroom, but it didn't. And everyone kind of knew that, because like the teachers would accidentally open other teachers' classrooms, and that's when they discovered like, oh, this key actually opens up like all classrooms. It's just a classroom key. They all have the same lock. And we were like, hey, shouldn't that be different in case like anyone with bad intentions and a nerf wants to like hurt students in a classroom and they get a key, then they can like open up all the doors. And they were like, yeah, no, don't worry, that's not gonna happen. Like, what? You gotta go over their heads. Yeah, rules will be followed. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. There were so many ways to keep, even back when I was a teenage kid, to keep them safer. We knew how to keep them. It wasn't just the teachers. Some of the teachers knew it too. It was the administration. You know, it's the people in charge. It was the principal. It was the administration, and they wouldn't do that stuff. Some of the teachers even pointed out. If you had some good teachers, they'd be on your side. And then you had horrible teachers that thought your potato battery was a BOMB threat. But man, and I can't imagine it got much better. You know, teaching's even harder now. There's a lot less good teachers, and there's a lot more just getting teachers in their roles. It must be so frustrating now for the students in high school now. I have a lot of sympathy for them. I have a lot of empathy. I'm like, that's hard. It's really hard. Are we are we all getting tired? Are we all getting burnt out talking about sad subjects? This is really tough subjects, huh? This isn't even in the fun stuff, like it's just happening in the story. This is real life. Do we want to go back to just doing writing stuff and having the better vibes? Lock in. Okay. G says lock in. That's what we're gonna do. So the lamb will need to explain that just like yesterday, how it told her how to chop the deer. That right now she needs to cut off her, I think I said right arm. I think it's your left side that's closer to your heart, if that's human anatomy, right? And I want her to use the left arm to hold the lamb to her chest on her heart side. Me when I see the evil lamb. See now that I've told you guys, now you can tell. Like, see, you put a bunch of emojis in and then my model stopped working because they had to lean in to see it. Moth. So she needs to cut off her right arm. She's first going to break out, but the lamb starts using more and more voices urging her to do it. That it's now or never, because his body will start rotting. He'll start rotting. That once they catch her, they'll hurt her with the doctor again. That if she does it, she'll have powers to be safe, etc., etc. I think I'm done writing for now. Good job. You had such a big productive day of writing. That's so much you got done. And I know I haven't checked it fully yet because I don't check the Discord while I'm streaming, but I know you were putting a lot of stuff over in the Discord too. I'm excited to look at it later. Oh, my model's glaring right now. I don't mean to be glaring. Look at me, model. Please, I'm not glaring. Yeah, I'm excited to see it all later. I think it will be cool. Yeah, like I wasn't expecting to have like a Discord so soon already, but now that we do, I'm like really excited for some of the stuff that we'll do in the future with it. So you'll see me fumble around with it for a little bit. You'll see me fumble around. We'll be moving stuff around. We'll be adding things. We'll be changing things. But I'm really excited. I'm so excited. I still need to add it, I guess, on my Twitch channel. I add some links. To different stuff. I know I have the YouTube channels for our regular YouTube and the VODs. I know I have those links up. I'm gonna have to add the Discord link to it too. I think that'll be good. Now she does it, she'll have powers to be safe, etc., etc. I had to think now, like, we talked about so many different things today. I'm like, I don't know if I could put this on YouTube later as a VOD. Oh no. I think some of the words YouTube will flag and be like, "Hey, wait, that's a bad word. Why are you talking about that? Why are you talking about all these nerfs?" You know? Jeez. So yeah, this one might not go up on YouTube. So you guys will be the only ones to ever experience this stream. I don't know if I can put it on YouTube. What is this? She will eventually, with shaking hands, raise up the butcher knife to the crescendo. Crescendo of the lambs. Hundreds. Saying, do it. And hello, hello. What are you writing? We are working on a plotting out different things for a 3-episode animatic. 3-episode little animated stuff. Yeah. I see you're a VTuber too. That's so exciting. That's so exciting. Yesterday we had a collab with Dusk, who's a Chimera themed VTuber, and he showed us what a pitch deck was for screenplays for different TV shows to be picked up. So every single day we work on different scripting stuff, we work on different story ideas, and then a lot of my chatters here recommend different ideas too because they're silly raccoons. But here we're just plodding along for what will be a script for a little animated thing. And if we finish this, I let chat decide what the next project is, so they can decide if we work on rough drafts for a webcomic or a short story or a novel. We work on different projects all the time. But this one's kind of spooky. This one has a lot of murder in it. See, we're a very cozy channel. We're a very good cozy group, but we talk about in the coziest way possible a lot of murder and a lot of sacrifice. But if you're here to hang out and listen to some cozy vibes, then welcome. Welcome, welcome. So let's see. So our sacrificial witch, we're in her flashback scene. And she has her dark familiar, which is this lamb. Cozy murder. It's possible. Isn't a lot of cozy channels on YouTube? They're actually like cozy and like true crime stuff. Cozy and like murder games. Who does? Gab Smolders. Gab Smolders is a very cozy YouTuber, and she does a lot of a lot of Fatal Frame stuff. Oh my goodness. It is a little funny thing though, huh? It's a funny mix. So our sacrificial witch, we're seeing her flashback of why she became the sacrificial witch, right? And her part is she had this familiar, which each witch has a different familiar, and they have a different sacrificial contract. Something they have to give up to do their witchy powers to gain that with their familiar. So she worked in a butcher shop. One day a dead lamb was offered to the family, but this one was secretly the demonic familiar, right? So it started all these whisperings in her head, started filling her head with all these whispers telling her to do this horrible stuff. And it's driving her crazy. It's trying to drive her to fulfill the contract to gain these powers. And for her sacrifice is she actually has to chop off her right arm. And as soon as she does, she'll get her sacrificial witch powers where she can kill certain people and gain healing powers for others and build a cult that believes she's a healing saint. That thinks she's like, oh, she's so wonderful. She's healing all the people in the city. And really she's murdering people at night to get that power. And this lamb is telling her what to do. So it's a little it's a little creepy. And our hero's gonna come in and he has to keep killing these witches to save the people, right? They're not good. They're hurting people. But our hero is going to be more and more devastated every time he kills one of these girls, because they normally don't want to do it, right? They're not like waking up one day and being like, you know what, murder's a great idea. They're driven insane by these demonic familiars that are telling them to do these horrible things. And so he feels bad, and eventually it's just going to be like one thing after another with our hero. He's going to fight 3 witches in the series, so 1 episode per witch, and then he's not going to be able to do it anymore. It's going to be too mentally exhausting. It's going to be too emotionally draining. He can't do it anymore, so he's going to give it up. And it's going to be a little somber. It's going to be a little spooky. It's gonna have a lot of Studio Ghibli moments of our hero wandering through the villages and the cities and seeing people in their daily lives, and that's what he wants to protect. He wants to protect these idyllic villages and these people raising kids and baking bread and running shops. He wants to protect that. But also, his job's murdering these girls who are witches, and it takes a toll on you. It's hard. You're working on your intro right now? Ooh, that's so exciting. I keep rewording it. Oh, it's frustrating. Yeah. And that's one of the things with the rewrites, with the developmental edit phases, with the not even just developmental, it's just any editing phases, right? We talked in some other streams about the several styles of edits your works will go through if you do traditional publishing, and it can be really, really frustrating. I think if you have a really clear goal, if you sit back, if you look away from the individual words and you're like, what should this intro accomplish? If like for like a romance, right? If your start of it should be, hey, this female woman like doesn't have anyone, she's lonely, she's really like career ambitious, but she doesn't have a partner yet. Your intro should be establishing that, right? So it should be establishing like, oh, how accomplished she is, how dedicated, but there should be the hints and signs. Oh, but there's no one else here. She only has one coffee cup on her table every morning. She only has this. She has a queen bed, but she only sleeps in half of it. If that's the purpose, everything in your intro should serve purpose. That's another good example in horror. If you're trying to start off with like an NPC who gets killed by a serial killer before the chapter where you introduce the detective, everything in that intro where you're about to show somebody about to be murdered, right, should be building up those themes. If your thing is like, oh, they're never seen, you never see them coming, you think they're so sweet and innocent, there's somebody you should help, and then they like get up and like get you with a baseball bat or something, right, and that's how they get you, and then you're murdered. Then your intro should be establishing how, like, oh, this person's meeting what will be the killer, and they seem so friendly. It's helping. It's just another Tuesday. They seem so friendly. They're gonna help them grab their groceries. Their arms in a cast. Everything's so fine. And then that ending of the intro should be the switch, right? Should be like the world went to black. They never woke up again. So when you think of the purpose, what is the narrative purpose? What do I need to establish in my intro? Every single word should then serve that purpose, right? It helps you pick things off a little bit. Or it might not. If it doesn't serve you, just ignore me. I'm just a blue girl on your screen. If I'm not actually helping you, you can just ignore me. It doesn't matter. But when we went scene by scene, so like this isn't an intro, this is scenes. We were talking this script we're working on, this plotting, should be a mix of Studio Ghibli, the cozy vibes, the nostalgia, those slow beats showing everyday living of life, and the coziness, the romanticization of living your life, of looking out your window, of people watching, of doing your job, right? Those are Studio Ghibli themes. They're very, very good at it. And the other thing is horror, right? The gore, the horror, the tragedy of these witches as they fall to the demonic familiars, and the horrible things and the murders they have to do until the hero comes by and kills them. So every single scene here, if those are our themes, should either be Studio Ghibli, happy vibes, the hero arriving, walking through the towns, looking at all the villagers, or it should be the horror. It should be the horrible things happen to these witches, the murders, the dark things happening in the town, the familiars whispering evil things in their dreams. And if it's not serving either of that, then it's not a scene I need to write, right? So it makes it very easy to tell, like, oh, that's not a scene, that's not a word, that's not a sentence I need to include. It should be serving my purposes. Like, if I randomly included, like, oh, the hero needed to go and get takeout from a thing. If it's not the Studio Ghibli vibe of that slow living, that slow, like, he's gonna go into this bakery, he's gonna do all this different stuff. If it doesn't serve that, I'm not gonna include it. If it's just boring, I'm like, no, he doesn't need to go. He doesn't need to go to get takeout. There's no medieval Uber here. Uber Eats. I think when I was doing beta reading for some fanfic authors, when I was still doing that, that was a big thing. Some people get very caught up in the logistics of writing out every single thing that would happen. Because they're like, oh, but it happened, I need to include it. And I'm like, it doesn't need the same weight though. So if you're writing a fanfic that's like a slow burn, or something like enemies to lovers about these two, God, what would it even be, characters in Naruto. I'm not in the Naruto fandom, but let's say it. And it should be fighting, and it should be Naruto ninja stuff, and it should be anime things, and then they should be friends and lovers, da da da. If your intro like is cool and it shows they're cool ninjas, and then the other stuff shows their enemies, but then randomly in chapter 3 you have a whole chapter about Naruto going grocery shopping, and the enemies to lover stuff isn't there, and it should be like, and the author would be like, oh no, but logically, like he needs to grocery shop, right? Otherwise his apartment's empty, all the different stuff, like he needs to grocery shop. And I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't need to be the whole chapter, since it's not serving the purpose. You can write a single line, like he was lonely, he wanted to see that enemy, he missed the good old days when they were friends, he tried not to think about it when he went grocery shopping, he tried not to think about it when he played games that night, he tried not to think about when he watched a blue girl stream live on Discord. And then eventually he like calls his frenemy or whatever, right? It can just be a throwaway sentence. You don't need to describe a whole chapter of him going grocery shopping, because the grocery shopping trip doesn't help you, doesn't establish more of your story and what's important to you. And I feel like that's a very common error. I put the intro in the server, yay! And honestly, I'd like your opinion before I continue. Did you just call Twitch? If I say no, that I didn't just call Twitch Discord, will you believe me? Will you believe me? Listen. I'm gonna pull up the Discord right now, okay, so we can just ignore it. No. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead. Is it okay? Do you want me to read it out loud? Can I read it out loud on live? Or do you just want me to read it silently and not show people on live what it is? I'll leave it up to you. I won't read it until you say I can. Oh, sure. Okay. Everyone, it's story time. It's story time with Cryptid. We're gonna hear T's work. We're gonna get some feedback. We're gonna give ideas. But first, story time. So, chapter 1. It was the fall of 1860, and the leaves in hues of red, orange, and yellow danced as they drifted in the slight breeze. The sound of horseshoes clacking against the cobblestone streets outside as they pulled carriages around town was evident from inside the tavern. Levin sat beside me inside the bar. He was a good friend. He was a pot-bellied man with a heart of gold. Over my 30 years of life, I wouldn't dare to hurt him. He was my best friend over everything. We discussed the current situation of our country's politics, the preparations... Oh, my screen went black. Hold on. The preparations of the harsh winter that was predicted to come in a couple of weeks, and whatever came out of our slurred, drunken conversation as we sipped on the whiskey. Okay, there you go. I'm gonna get popcorn. Good, this is so good. Thank you guys for submitting little story times for us. So first of all, before we get any feedback, what kind of feedback are you looking for? Are you just wanting the emotional support? Like, yeah, this is great. Because absolutely, that's great. I'm so happy you wrote this. This is so cool. Are any feedback? Do you want specific? Oh wait, my lo-fi beats. Everyone, hold on, my lo-fi beats. Okay, you get brand new lo-fi beats for your story. Do you want specific feedback about where to start, like whether or not you should rewrite this or start at a new place? Or do you want feedback on your legit any feedback? Okay. So, first off, what seems very, very cool, what the interesting thing is about this intro is these two people, these friends, right? Your character and their friend. This the buddy friend with the heart of gold. They're having conversations. They're getting drunk. They're talking about stuff. That's the interesting thing that's happening, and that doesn't happen until 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 sentences in, right? So First, we had the first sentence with the year in the leaves. We have the sound of the horseshoes outside. Then we have, okay, Levin exists, and then he's in a bar. We have he's a good friend, da, da, da. And then it's like 4 or 5 sentences in that, oh, okay, now these characters are having a conversation. Right, they're having a conversation. They're talking about these big things, like the current situation of our country's politics, preparation of harsh winter, all the different things. That's the cool bit. Hello. Oh, thank you for following. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Cryptid Cult. I hope you enjoy your time here. But if that's the interesting thing, I might reword some of these sentences to better serve that narration. So I might start, like the first sentence would be, let's see. Let's see. You could do, I really like the carriages and the cobblestone streets. So you might do something like, oh, the sound of horseshoes clacking against the cobblestone streets outside was the backdrop as Levin like gulped back another beer or another thing of ale, in between talking about what was currently happening. Right? Do you see how like you could put that like one line of like the cool detail mixed with, hey, these characters are at the bar, right? They're talking, that these are the people we care about. And then as we talked about the harsh winter, the leaves outside were already falling. They were already orange and red. The winter was coming really, really soon. This was my best friend. I would never betray him about anything, even the things we were talking about the government, about the politics, as we leaned over the table. Do you see how like we're not just doing... My mic dropped. I'm so sorry. I need to head off now, but I'll definitely tune in next stream. I'm a huge fan of writing and talking about stories. This is the perfect place for you. We'll see you tomorrow, okay, hun? Have a great one. But I feel like you have this interesting thought. We know these two characters you're showing are having these conversations. It seems important. It seems cool. That's why you're starting it here. But you're not really starting here. You're starting at 4 or 5 sentences in. I think you should flip back and forth each sentence with something about them, with a detail, right? The horseshoes outside clanking against the cobblestone, over him chugging the ale. They're talking about the harsh winter approaching, and they see the leaves outside, and this is the dearest friend. I would never betray him, and I know he would never betray me, as we talk about the current politics of our country. I had to head out too, waking up early tomorrow. Have a good stream. Thank you, very decaffeinated. And you know, we're always happy to have you here. I'm so happy every time I see you in chat. You have a great night and have a great early tomorrow. Lurk. But yeah, T, if you're looking for feedback on like the sentence structure, like the sentence order, that's more of a not even developmental, that's a line edit. And I think then anyone who would read that is like, oh, this is then important. We're getting this back and forth. We're getting more and more with each sentence into the setting and what the characters are doing, rather than just, hey, there's all this cool flowery language for a sentence. For a few sentences, it sounds cool. I don't really know what's happening. Oh, okay, now there's stuff happening. Now there's these two people talking at the tavern. I hope that helps. That's my first initial feedback. That's right off the cuff. So if it doesn't help you, then hey, you can ignore it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't hurt my feelings at all. But if it does help you, then I'd be really happy. You know? Or kind of reorder the events today. So like, yeah, the first sentence, I want to have some of the details, but I also want you to introduce the friend, right? Levin. Second sentence, I also want you to be talking about some of the details and Levin, right? The details are important because this is the setting to these characters. But when you start off with some of these descriptions, and it's not just one sentence, when you have a couple sentences that are just establishing the scene, sometimes readers can be like, this is really cool, but I don't know why I'm reading this. What's happening in the scene? But if you from the start at least put that suggestion, that first hint of there's characters, then you can, right, alternate the sentence. You can put in the cool details, the cool sensory stuff, what the leaves look like, what the tavern smells like, what the hushed whispers in the bar sound like, in between the stuff that characters are doing, right? If you have too many sensory things happening in the beginning, we just don't always know why we care yet, because there's no characters yet. So yeah, I would have some mention of Levin in the first sentence with your cool details, right? And you have a lot of them, right? You have the leaves, you have the horseshoes on cobblestone, you have the drinking back, the knocking back the drinks. You have cool descriptions that put you in the scene, but we also need the characters. You know what I mean? I hope that makes sense. Oh my goodness. It's also 1:46 a.m. for this cryptid, so if I don't quite make sense, that's probably why. Oh, but thank you for the story time. Yeah, thanks for the advice. Hey, if it was actually good advice, I'll be really excited. I'll be really happy. I try not to give bad advice, but if I ever do, if it ever doesn't work for your vision, for anyone in chat, it's okay to ignore it. If anyone ignores my advice, hey, it's free advice and it doesn't hurt me at all if you guys ignore it. You know what I mean? It's freely given. It can also be freely ignored. That's my motto when it comes to any editing or writing advice. But yeah, that's about it. Is anyone is anyone trying to get their word counts done before they go to bed? Overall, what did you think of it? The dictionary, etc. I think it was pretty good. I think for a dictionary, if we're going into exact word choice, if you're worried about that, you did mention he was a good friend. That sentence continues. And in the same sentence, you then say he was my best friend. So in the same sentence, you say he was a good friend, he was my best friend. And that's like a little bit repetitive, and it didn't sound like it was a purposeful repetition, because you can repeat stuff and it can be purposeful. You can autistically choose to be repetitive as a creative device. It didn't quite come across as a purposeful choice. It sounded almost like you forgot you already said the word like friend, like good friend and best friend. So maybe in that sentence I would edit it and get rid of one of the friends. You could say he was a good man, and I would what was the sentence? Hold on, let me pull it up. If you change that, I'm so sorry for my mic falling over. I would reword that sentence a bit. I would say he was a good man. Oh wait, no, because then he was a pot-bellied man. So I wonder if I would get rid of that he was a pot-bellied man with a heart of gold. I would say he was a good man. Over my 30 years of life, I wouldn't dare to hurt him. He was my best friend over everything. I think I would reword that sentence like that once it would flow better. So to say he was a good friend over my 30 years of life, I wouldn't dare to hurt him. He was my best friend over everything. And that flows a little bit better, right? We get out of the repetition of friend. You don't say friend twice in one sentence. You don't say man twice in one sentence. We get rid of the pot-bellied man with the heart of gold. We can put that somewhere else. Maybe put that somewhere else. Even in like another paragraph. That could be a description we say for another time. As he's like leaning back in his chair, or he's leaning forward in his chair, we could put that description in. You know what I mean? I say we. It's you. You're doing all the work. Sorry. But yeah, that's one sentence. It was a little long, and it did trip me up because it said friend twice. So I think if you fix that overall, then the whole piece, it reads a lot better, right? A lot of the individual sentences then read better. And then I think, yeah, if you mix in descriptions with the characters, and we have the characters from the beginning, I think then that's a really compelling thing. From the start, then readers are like, oh, this is about the character in Levin having these conversations in this setting, and this seems important. I want to know why Levin's important. I want to know why he's such a good friend. I want to know if anything's going to happen to him, right? Is he saying this because like he's about to lose his best friend for what they're saying? Like, is this scandalous? Will the government hurt them for what they're saying? Is what they're saying going to come true? Like, if they're talking about the bad winter, is there going to be people starving? Now you care because you mentioned it from the beginning. I'm just giving myself credit here. I'm like, oh yeah, so because we did it. Oh, but yeah, hopefully that made sense. If it doesn't, then hey, you can always like talk to us on Discord, talk to me, and I'll try to put it in better words when I wake up and I'm more awake and it's not 1:50 a.m. But this is going to be ironic on how he wouldn't hurt Levin, as I think I'll have it where the first death is Levin because the narrator wants Levin's wife. Remember, this will be a murder mystery with an unreliable narrator. Yeah, see. Oh, see, yeah, that will be perfect. That will be brilliant. Oh my goodness, that'll be so good. So yeah. I think from the first sentence we mention Levin, and you mention Levin. We intersperse those cool sensory details you have with the leaves and the horseshoes, along with other stuff that Levin is doing. So the readers stay engaged, they stay focused on Levin. Levin and the narrator are having these conversations, and maybe even like have another sentence in there, have another phrase in there where it's as they're talking, you like drive that a little bit more, and you talk about the way Levin talks about stuff, right? Like, so you have some extra detail about Levin, not just about the scenery. You have a lot of cool details of the scenery with the leaves and the horses and stuff. A detail about Levin, right? A detail about how he could say that the most controversial thing with a smile, or he always had a chuckle, or he was always so good natured. You couldn't imagine how the narrator's life would be without him, right? Or the narrator was so lucky to have him in his life, as the candles grew dim because it was getting later and later. They talked all day, and the narrator's so happy to have Levin his wife, right? Like, if that's the angle, right? Like, when that first death happens and it, like, quote unquote upsets our unreliable narrator here, but we want the readers then, right, to be devastated, right? Because we will believe this unreliable narrator, like, oh, the narrator's so upset Levin died. Levin was such a good person. Levin was so great. I think the more, like, cool characteristics and descriptions you give to Levin themselves as the character, that's gonna make the readers care more about Levin, right? Then we're sad when Levin got. Then the readers are gonna be invested. Like, yeah, we had to find out who done it in this murder mystery because we want justice for Levin. Levin seems so cool in the beginning, and it's gonna explain why the narrator's involved in it, right? Because the narrator cared about Levin. Narrator was like, yeah, Levin's the best guy. Levin's so nice. Levin's, like, so amazing. I love being friends with Levin because of all these reasons, right? Because he's funny, because he's a confidant, because he always has a smile, because he always makes people feel good, because he has such good taste in women, and he has the best wife in the world, and, like, they're a great duo, right? So if the more, not just descriptions of scenery, you have a lot of descriptions of scenery, the more descriptions of Levin, now the readers care. Now the readers will be upset when Levin dies. Every single bit then with Levin matters, And then the more good things you say about Levin, then it's going to be harder for the readers to tell from the beginning that the narrator is the murderer, right? Because they're like, no, the narrator was, like, super cool and super chill with Levin. He said Levin was, like, the greatest. He said Levin was nice. Why would he stab Levin? So yeah, I think you should focus more on Levin. The more focus you can do on characters. Low-key good ideas coming to me. Yay! Cryptid's not coming up with complete bullshit. Even stuff like if you have Levin doing something in the first few scenes, like, not just this, and I know you only gave me, like, a paragraph, but, like, your first few scenes, whatever chapters when Levin's still alive, if you establish something about Levin, like, right now they're drinking, right? So if Levin could have a funny characteristic of, like, he always can't count his glasses. He can't hold his beer. He can't, he always does this one particular joke. He's always quoting from one book of philosophy. Whatever funny characteristic that makes Levin a person, makes Levin more alive. If you can reference that when Levin is still alive. And then later on when Levin gets got, as your unreliable narrator is going around, and I'm assuming, right, he's looking around for who murdered Levin, because they're an unreliable narrator. And looking around like, oh my god, who stabbed Levin? oh my god, who beat Levin with a tire? Who did that? It wasn't me. Who did that? Then you can bring in those characteristics. Like if he's like, oh yeah, Levin only ever drank this one type of beer. As they're exploring, I don't know, the mansion where Levin was murdered, right? You might see that brand of beer, and then your narrator might become sad because that's going to make them think of Levin and how they always drink that type of beer. If Levin always quoted from a philosophy book, then later on when they're in a scenario, your narrator might think of one of the quotes Levin would say if he was here. Like, what if the narrator tries to comfort Levin's wife over her husband's mysterious death over the story because he's trying to get closer to her as he wanted her? I think if he's a, I think it depends on the intellect. I think it depends on the play of how your character, the narrator's trying to do this. If he is a very high intellect character, this character is smart. This character is calculating. They have this plot to kill Levin, right, and get with Levin's wife, but they're not going to do about it in like a rookie way, right? They're committed. They've planned this out for a while, even if they won't admit it to themselves. What might happen, and to further encourage the unreliable narrator aspect, is that when he is comforting Levin's wife, when he's comforting the wifey, I'm just going to call her wifey so I don't say Levin's too much. When he comforts the wifey, the words the narrator uses, the words you as an author should maybe use to throw the readers off the scent, right, should be more pity, more consoling, more coming from that thing of, this is a friend, this is the wife of my friend. Like, yeah, Levins was the greatest man, I'm so sorry, we both miss him so much, da 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 da. Because if he immediately tried, like if Levins just died, if wifey's husband just died, and then this wasn't a smart character, he would instantly try hooking with her, like, oh no, Levins just died, his body's not even cold, by the way, you want to make out about it? That's not a smart character, right? That's not somebody who's plotting and high intellect, right? That's gonna ruin it. And then the wifey would assume, like, oh my god, why are you trying to hook up with me right after my husband died? Did you kill him? Right? That would be what happened. So if he's smart, he's not gonna show all his hands. He's just gonna first comfort her as a normal, appearingly empathetic person. This person's like, yeah, I loved Levins too. He was so great. I'm so sorry for this time in your life. If you need anything, if you ever want to talk about Levins, if you need help going through his estate, if you need help arranging travel to the funeral, I'm going to investigate this. I won't rest. As soon as I find out who killed Levins, I'll let you know. Do you need anything from me? He's going to appear as a good person. And I think his internal thoughts, if he's an unreliable narrative, he's throwing readers off the tracks, should focus on that, of how she looks devastated and he can understand why Levins was such a good husband to her, the same way he was a good friend to me. What else? And she's there, and she's so young. They should have been married for years and years to come because they were both so healthy, and he can only imagine what looking forward into the future now without her husband must feel like, right? A lot of like empathetic statements, the same way that you're saying as the narrator, like, oh, Levins is so good, I would never hurt him. There should be words like that for the wife, of like, oh, she is so good, I understand why she misses Levins. Levins would want her to be safe and taken care of. Levins would want to make sure that she's safe from whoever murdered Levins. Like, there could be this murderer on the loose. Because then the readers will be like, no, he would never murder Levins, because like that was his friend, and also he was just helping the wife. He wasn't being skeezy about it. Should I try to have a line or two that would seem off, that might seem like he could be it, but then it could be overshadowed by someone else looking more suspicious than him? Because who'd think it's him if someone else looks more off? It depends. You have to be really, really careful. You have to be really, really careful with the whodunit, right? Honestly, I have to think. This cryptid brain has to go for a bit. You know that? Sorry, this is off tangent. You know those on radios where they have like you call in for like dating advice and stuff, And then you can tell like the story of you doing stuff, and then the radio host like gives you dating advice or gives you life advice. I kind of feel like that about writing right now. I feel like this is the call Cryptid option, and now you're asking for writing advice for Cryptid. I feel like a little radio host with my lo-fi beats. So the thing about that is that technically allowed? Yes. Is it very, very risky, and it's only gonna work if you like pull it off perfectly? Also, yes. You had to know, like, you had to pull it off 110% perfectly. In order to do it. If it's just this throwaway line, if it's just this, if it's just that. Because the readers will remember those lines. So, I would say, as you get later, if there's story arcs, like there's the beginning, middle, end, right? As you get towards the end, then maybe you could start inserting those lines. Like, people might start being on his trail. People might start narrowing in on the killer, even if they don't know it's exactly him. They're narrowing in on how the killer did it, what the killer's motive was, how did the killer escape, all the different things, right? They're figuring out the how of the whodunit as they're closing in. Then you start letting slip like little passive aggressive things, like no, whoever killed Levins by smashing the bottle over his mouth and beating his teeth in was definitely cruel, but it wasn't like Levins didn't deserve it. And then the readers will be like, wait a second, I thought our narrator liked Levins. Why did he say Levins deserved to have his teeth caved in? I don't understand why. And then, but you don't want that in the beginning, because then the readers will instantly clue in, like, oh, this is an unreliable narrator. This guy wanted to hurt Levins. You want that at the end, towards the end, when everyone's already kind of getting close. Then you can start having those kind of like backhanded comments about Levins. And that's going to be like the reader's cue being like, oh, wait, I think I've been bamboozled by this narrator. I think this narrator is holding out on me. Wait, random idea. What if the town blames the wife as a scapegoat for some reason the town gives? And throughout the story, each other person looks more and more suspicious. You said, let me see, the story was like 1860? Let me see. Let me look back on it. I don't want to make up numbers. Oh, 1860. Yeah, see, I was right. Like, damn, I just remembered that. Cryptid's perfect. Oh my god. You said it was 1860. I think what might be a good thing for the first scapegoat, I would probably say like it would probably be a man, right? Because 1860s, they didn't think women were necessarily capable of a lot of evil stuff. You know what I mean? So I think first that the automatic scapegoat should probably be a man. Because, you know, like men are tough and fight, and they fight other men and stuff. And then as it gets closer and closer, one of the scapegoats should then maybe be the wife. And then Levin, or the narrator, has to like help cover for her. He's like, oh, no, like I know it's not Levin's wife. And that could be a clue to readers, right? Like, wait, how does he know wifey didn't do it? You know, it could be anyone. He keeps establishing it could be anyone when it's the first scapegoats. But now when they accuse the wifey, now he's saying, no, I know she couldn't do it. It's not possible. I know for a fact she didn't do it. Then it's like, wait, how does he know for a fact it wasn't the wifey? So, they could say the wife was having an affair as the excuse. Yeah. I think, like, again, like the first scapegoat should be like a more general thing. Should be like some random guy, like, oh, he got mugged. He was murdered for his money. He was murdered because he said something mean. I don't know. Then like the second or third person should be the wife. Should be Levin's wife. And then your narrator, right? That's when he's going to start slipping up to the audience. He's going to admit, like, oh, I know it can't be the wife. How could they accuse the wife? I know it's not her. And then when readers finish the book and they realize, oh, the narrator was the killer, they'll look back and realize that's why the narrator knew it wasn't the wife. Because he was the killer. It'll be one of those things where you blink and you could miss it. But then once you get that ending of your narrator's the killer, you look back and you're like, oh, that's how I knew it wasn't the wife. But I don't know. In my head, I would say like The wife, like, is the second or third person that they start accusing. You know, if there's a series of people that they go through trying to figure out who killed Levins, I think that's like one of the later ones. We're low-key cooking with ideas. Thank you for tuning in to Cryptid Radio Station. I help you with all your writing needs, don't you worry. But yeah, and it can even be as the scapegoats go. Like, the first one might be something random, like, oh, he was just robbed. And the robber, for some reason, bashed in his teeth, right? It's something very generic. It's something very removed from Levins. It's just this random thing that happened. Then the next person could be like, oh, it might have actually been this old business partner that Levins was having a fight with. They were arguing over money. They haven't talked in a few weeks, and they stopped talking because they were arguing about money. People might assume that guy did it. And then as each scapegoat gets closer and closer to Levins, it gets more and more personal. So like I said, like, the third person could then be Levins's wife, and then everyone's like, oh, the wifey, no, like, oh my god, the wife might have killed him. And then after that, like, then the narrator's gonna be like, no, I know it wasn't the wife. And then she revealed, no, it wasn't Levins's wife, it was the closest friend he had. It was this confidant, it was this best friend that never would have hurt Levins, right? Never would have hurt him. No one would have ever expected it was the narrator. But each scapegoat. Oh no! Hello! Welcome, Raiders! It's so good to have you in my little corner of the internet. We're having just some little writing talk. We're writing our own script. We're writing and plotting along, and T in chat gave us the intro of their story, and we're figuring out some plot ideas for them. We're just chatting. We're having a good time. If any of you guys have your own writing or your own plots that you're struggling with, because I know during November we all struggle with our writing, hey, feel free to mention it in chat. We also have a Discord. You can put it in Discord and I'll look at it. It's all good over here. It's all amazing vibes. We're just helping each other out. And I'm your little blue cryptid who helps out. But yeah, we were talking about a cool murder mystery with T that they're working on. And they're figuring out the order of the different people who should be accused and the whodunit, and how that's going to play out. For me over here on my screen, you guys will see a little black screen. And this is my super horrible, really crazy rough draft plot outline. And I show all that so that way none of you guys will ever feel bad about your rough drafts, because Lord knows mine is probably rougher. So yeah, however messy your rough draft or your plotting is, that's just part of the process, you know? It's just what we gotta do. You can always change it, we can always fix it. For us, we're a very cozy channel. Mine's a little dark though. We're cozy, but we talk a lot about murders and sacrifice and child murders and sacrifice and witches chopping off their arms. So if that's your vibe, if you like being cozy and talking about spooky stuff, hey, that's what we're going to talk about next. For us, we have our sacrificial witch. She is hearing the voices of her demonic lamb familiar, right? This familiar of hers has taken the form of a lamb, of the corpse of a lamb, and it's speaking to her and slowly turning her insane. It's slowly punishing her every time she doesn't do what it wants, to start convincing her to do the demonic contract with it, right? It wants it to do a contract to gain her witchy powers, and then the familiar will have control over her. And that particular deal is she has to sacrifice her right arm. She has to lift up a butcher knife, and she has to chop off her arm. Cinnamon Row 3 is raiding with a party of one. Hello and welcome in! It's so good to have you in my corner of the internet. I hope you get comfy and cozy as I talk about witch murders. But yes, she will be forced to, by this demonic familiar of hers, to chop off her right arm to fulfill this contract. And once it does, it then gives her all her witchy powers. I know, I feel so nervous now. I almost wish, Girls Girl and More, I almost wish I had more cozy content for you guys. You know, we're such a cozy channel. And instead I'm here showing you guys the nitty gritty of, like, yeah, this corpse of a lamb's telling this little girl to chop off her arm. I hope that's I hope that's the vibe we're going with tonight. T, if you have any more questions or you want any more thoughts, hey, feel free to let me know. I'm happy to chat. But otherwise, let's go over here. So we're planning out beat by beat what needs to happen in our script. So it doesn't need to be good. It doesn't need to have a lot of fancy words. It just needs to help us get our plot done. Might eat soon. Yeah. It's past 2 in the morning for me. I might go to sleep soon too. We'll see. But now I have new raiders. I gotta keep entertained. So hello. So we have the lamb is using more and more voices. It's overcrowding her mind. It's driving her crazy, telling her this is what she has to do if she wants to escape from the horrible things the doctor recently did to her. And so she'll be convinced it's tormented her enough over the past few days that she will eventually, with shaking hands, raise up the butcher knife to the crescendo of the lamb's hundreds of voices saying do it, telling her to cut off her arm. So let's see over here. Our next thing is the scene ends with the sound of the butcher knife falling. Sound we've heard before. With her butchering the deer and her father running the butcher shop. So it's a sound we've heard before of them using this knife to chop the meat, to cut off the pieces. We've heard this sound before over and over again. They've established the sound. This is a repeating sound. And the scene now is going to end once more on that sound bit being used on the sound of the knife hitting the butcher block. But it's not on any of the butchered animals. It's going to be on her own arm. And that's going to be the final bit for that. I think the next scene... Do we want to end the flashback here? Or do we want to include in the flashback the fact that she will then have her witch powers and now murder her parents? Right? Those are the first sacrifices she does to bring the sheep back. I heard one of the animals on the other side of the house. Let's see here. We're just going to play around a little bit. Let's say, right, we're not committing to it, but let's say we go with continuing to show the sacrifice of her parents. Right, let's say we want the scene to continue and include that before, like, switching back to the hero and then later on coming back to her murdering her parents in another flashback. Let's say we just want to have it all in one flashback. What would happen then? We would have, probably after she cuts off her arm, her parents start rushing back downstairs, asking her what happened. And I'm thinking maybe she locked the door behind her so they can't access the shop right away. They can't get to her right away. They're trying to, but like the door's locked. She's locked them out of this room. So I'm gonna put a note here because that's something I didn't add in before. She locked the door behind her previously. The parents can't get into the butcher shop. And that, some people might be wondering, like, oh, why are you adding notes now? Why don't you just scroll back up? For November, we just go no stop writing. We're not going back. We're not changing things. We're not deleting anything. We are just writing everything we can. We're going to figure out all here on the page. December is going to be our editing month. That's when we choose all our better words. That's when we fix our plot holes. That's when we get our character arcs all figured out. December is going to be fine-tuning everything and doing those edits. But for November, it's just going to be the joy. I love my beat was so funny there. It's just going to be the joy of actually getting our story figured out, of writing it all down and figuring out what we want to happen in it. You know, just playing around with story. I think that's the best part of writing, is figuring out what is my story going to be about? What's going to happen next? So for November, we're just going to let ourselves play. We're just going to go no stop. We're not going to delete anything. We're not going to self-edit. we're just gonna keep going. And then when I do my edits in December, I'll see that note and I'll be like, oh, I gotta go back and add in that scene. I gotta edit that. That's for future Cryptid though. So if any of you guys are struggling with your writing and reading your writing goals, I really recommend just like listen up. What would you write if you could write anything at all next? Do you want to work on a different scene? Do you want to explore a different idea? Do you want to explore what if? Just have fun. You can fix it later. But you can't fix anything if you don't get it down wrong the first time, you know? A rough draft is supposed to be rough. Lord knows mine is. So let's say we're doing that. Her parents are locked out of the butcher shop. They're banging on the door. I'm gonna have, I want to have descriptions of her heaving and crying while she stares in shock at her missing arm, holding the... Is it wrong to say stump? I'm just gonna put stump for now. It's okay if it's wrong. Holding the stump. The rest of her arm still on the butcher block. She is bleeding out and crazed. I want to take them out. I want to show that horror of like, yeah, her limb is just off. Her limb has just been detached. She just chopped it off. This crazy lady. Oh no, the lamb did it. The lamb convinced her. This is the start of their contract. If their contract is, hey, you had to sacrifice your arm by chopping it off, then you get the witchy powers. Now she's a witch. Now she's got the witchy powers. Now she can defend herself. But it's not like nice and easy afterwards. You know what I mean? It's still the horror and the gruesomeness of she just chopped off an arm. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I think you guys can't see the bottom of the page yet, so I'm gonna scroll up. There we go. I think let's have the lamb, the corpse of the lamb. We'll start speaking to her again. This time in just one voice. So before, when it was upset at her, when it was trying to convince her, when it's trying to convince her to do stuff she doesn't want to do, it starts scaring her by using multiple voices, getting louder and louder, crowding her brain, taking up all the noise, like driving her crazy. It gets louder and louder, more and more voices, hundreds of voices. But when it's being nice again, and she's done what it's wanted her to do, it goes back to just using one calm voice, right? So she wants to keep it happy. So this time, now that she chopped off her arm, it's back to using one voice. And it's going to tell her to take it off. What do we want here? I want her to... This is the corpse of a lamb that the familiars possessed. She now has, as a witch, she can kill people and heal people when she's killed others. So that the lamb is in a dead body. The lamb's gonna want her to use her powers to give it a living body again. So it's this familiar that can be alive and be moving around and stuff. Not just this corpse speaking in her mind. So it's gonna tell her to kill her parents, to sacrifice her parents, who are trying to get into the room, in order to heal the corpse of the lamb. That's going to be the next thing it tells you to do. Should she take down the lamb first? She only has one arm. Because one arm still... She only has the one arm, and one arm needs to hold the knife while she's going to kill her parents. So I'm wondering if she should actually go ahead and leave the lamb up there, and instead she's going to open the door. Now she's going to kill her parents. Let's see here. I think that makes more sense. She's gonna like, maybe her parents will rush in and comfort her, and then the lamb's gonna be like, okay, now do it, and then she kills them, and then the lamb's like, okay, now take me off from the hook from the ceiling and now do the healing. You killed them, now you can heal me. And that's gonna be the start of her being the sacrificial witch, and killing people at night, and starting her healing cult during the day of all these people who think she's great. I think that makes more sense. I think that might flow a little bit better rather than picking up the lamb, putting down the lamb, picking up the knife, then murdering her parents, putting down the knife, and then picking up the lamb again. That seems unnecessary. So yeah, we'll just have her murder the parents again. So I'll have this. Again, we don't edit. We're not going to delete anything, right? All these words still count for a word count goal for November. So I'm just going to say ignore previous line. That lets me know when I come to edit, like, oh, I changed that, you know? So she will pick up the knife again and the lamb, speaking softly to her. Her parents are finally going to break in. They're going to finally break into the room. Right there. They heard something. They know something's wrong. They know, like, hey, like, our daughter's not been well lately. We heard something bad down here. We're locked out. What is happening? They're finally going to break in. They see the blood and immediately rush to her. Oh, am I not connected to chat right now? Are you guys having trouble connecting to me? Can you guys not hear me too well? I have a thing that says it's buffering. It's trying to connect to chat. That's so funny. I hope you guys are able to connect in a second. Let's see. Let's see if it's any connection issue on my end. I'll be real honest. It all looks fine. Let's see here. Scroll over. Let's check our... Connect. Hopefully the internet connection's working a little bit better. I'm sorry if you guys are trying to type in chat and nothing's appearing. That must be really frustrating. Or maybe no one's typing in chat and I'm just doing all this for nothing. Checking network requirements. I wonder what the issue is right now. There's nothing else on our internet. It's just me. Just me and my 3 monitors. And my 3 keyboards and my 2 mices and my 1 microphone. Let's go ahead and maybe reload it. Does this ruin everything? No. Okay, I don't see anything else new in chat. It's not showing that anymore. I hope everything was fine. I hope that didn't, like, have a weird buffer for you guys or anything. That would be sad. I'm just gonna keep on writing in the meantime, okay? They see the blood and immediately rush to her. Voice of the lamb. Tell her. Do it now. Let's go ahead and see here. Let's see here. What is it gonna do? What's it gonna do? She will freeze. Her eyes widen. She stabs her father in the chest. While he is fighting and trying to help her. A long slow moment. Welcome to the chat room. Oh yeah, so what was chat lagging behind? Did I lag over there for a minute? I'm sorry guys. That must be really annoying. Hopefully the internet's a little bit better right now. Was I just freezing on your guys' screen? Oh my goodness. You know, funny internet things happen when you try to do all the streaming stuff for, let me look, almost 5 hours. So hey, over 4.5 hours without issues. If that's our first issue, that's not too bad. We had a good long run. With no tech errors. If that's our first one of the night, that's not too bad. I keep seeing these updates in chat, but there's nothing there. That's so funny. I don't know what it's about. Maybe I'll ask Roots about it sometime. Oh, here's a new one. I have a simple plot outline for the first 5 chapters on what I want as basic events. That's such good work. That's such amazing progress. Yes, yes, yes. Plot outlines definitely help out. They help out so much. And it's so much easier to rewrite a plot outline. You don't feel as bad about like reworking all your carefully chosen pretty words. Because then you just like erase a little description, a little event, and you just move it somewhere else or you change it. That's what I'm doing here. It's fine if I change anything here because I didn't use all my brain power on the nice artsy words of like the craft of writing and writing good. I'm just still writing my plot. It's gonna help me out so much later to know, saying be seen, what I want accomplished. And so yeah, if you have a simple plot outline, it's gonna help you out so much. I know there's a lot of pantsers. Like there's plotters versus pantsers, if you know that term. Some pantsers absolutely can get a full novel out. You know, no problem. But I know a lot of them then have the issue of like, okay, they got the novel out, but it has a lot of plot holes in it, right? It has a lot of plot holes, it has a lot of fixes, has a lot of technical work to fix it that then they have to go back in and do. And that could have been saved. That it could have saved them time if they had plotted or even like loosely plotted. I want to put it in the server if you want to see. Sure. I'm hoping I can get this done by the end of the month. That'll be so exciting. And hey, even if you don't reach the goal, even if real life comes up, like whenever you do get it done, oh, you're gonna feel so accomplished. You know, because I want you to know the craft of writing, the joy of writing, if this is a fun thing for you, it can happen anytime outside November. Getting it all done in November is a really fun challenge though, but even if you don't make it, this is supposed to be fun year-round. It's supposed to be fun year-round. Is it something I'm supposed to read on stream? Or do you want me to read it at any point later? I can read it for next stream too. Let's see. Let's see here. Oh, I just realized when the follows was digging plot holes. I didn't even fully read the name, but that's so funny. That's so funny. Chatting streams. Yeah, that's just that. Oh, more people posted in hobbies. That's so exciting. So yeah, for everyone who's not aware, we have a Discord now. We have a Discord for Cryptid Roots. We're so fancy. And I'm learning how to use Discord. I'm learning how to stream, and now I'm learning how to use the Discords. Let's see. Which part of the server did you put it in? I'm trying to find it. Okay, wait, I found it. It's in writing. I found it. For some reason, it didn't show me that there was a new thing there, but I see it now. So, chapter 1. Everyone, is everybody for... Sorry for dropping my mic. Everything's fine. Everything's fine with this stream. There's no tech issues whatsoever. Oh my goodness. Does it really hurt you guys when I drop my mic? I'm so sorry. It has 3 little leggies, but none of the leggies are good. So, for everyone here, story time. I'll gather around for story time. We have a submission from T. They have a plot outline for us to read aloud and see what we think about it. So everyone gather around, have some popcorn, have a drink, get cozy. Let's go ahead and read, okay? Chapter 1. We're going to have an intro to Levin and the narrator. Building of the time period and setting. So we're going to establish our setting, our time period. Stop dropping the mic. I don't mean to. It has 3 little leggies balancing over my keyboard, and none of the leggies are good. Okay, it's trying its best, and I'm trying it's my best, and neither of our best is very good. Oh my goodness. One day I'll have a better stream set up. But hey, this is only my 9th day of streaming. You know, my 9th or 10th day of streaming in total. If my worst tech support is sometimes I drop the mic, that's not too bad. I hope to get it maybe fixed by in the next 2 days. I think that'll be good. Held by prayers and cardboard and duct tape. I've told you guys, like, yeah, when me and Roots, like, we had this all built outside an 8-11 dumpster in an abandoned parking lot outside that 8-11. We found all this cool stuff in the dumpster there. There's also a nearby something. It's an abandoned store. It's closed, but it's called a Best Buy, I think. And in their dumpsters, there was some of the tech and the monitors and stuff. And we plugged it into the trash cans outside that 8-11. And that's how we had this whole monitor set up. And when Roots was looking through the garbage, they found duct tape, and that's how we got some of the wires to get together, because we didn't have like outlets. I'm just a cryptid. I didn't know how outlets worked. But Roots said it's like something where you plug it in, where they connect to get power. So we just duct taped the wires together and the plugs. And with my cryptid powers and Roots' raccoon powers, that seemed to work. And that's how the streams held together. So yeah, prayers and cardboard and trash cans and duct tape. That's how I bring the stream to you every day. Fun fact, lore fact. Being lore compliant with my cryptid. Okay, so chapter 1, we introduced to Levin in the narrator. We have establishing the time period and the setting. And we're going to show how the narrator enjoys Levin and his company, right? And we're going to have that emphasis of he would never hurt Levin, right? Levin is this best friend. Levin is such a great individual. We're so lucky to have Levin in the narrator's life. And we're going to see like all the best traits of Levin, right? Chapter 2. Oh, so that's a really short chapter 1. That's really, really short. Chapter 2. Introduce the narrator's wife and daughter. The narrator has a wife? I thought he wanted Levin's wife, but the narrator already has a wife? A scandal. Oh my goodness. So we're going to introduce the narrator's wife and daughter and establish narrator's jealousy for Levin's wife and house life, while also establishing the narrator's home life and class. You know what? If we, as just a quick tip, right, just off the top of my head, if you're still looking for advice, I would almost, if we want the readers to not know the narrator's unreliable yet, it could be different. If you want readers to know this narrator's unreliable from the get-go, if we already get a sense like, hey, I don't think this narrator is perceiving events right from the get-go, then you can do that. That's fine. All right, then just ignore this. If you don't want that reveal to happen until near the end of like, hey, I think something is sus about this narrator, something about this narrator doesn't seem right, and then the reveal is like, hey, the narrator's the killer, I would almost not give the word jealousy. I wouldn't do it from a jealousy angle. I would almost do it like, you want it more like in a passive way. Jealousy gives way to like, oh yeah, he's gonna murder Levin, right? He's so jealous. If you have like longing, he could be he can affection, he'd be appreciative of like of Levin and Levin's wife's relationship, right? Like his geez, like let's say like the narrator's wife is just like mean and naggy and stuff and all the different things. He can almost say in a longing way, like, oh, like I had to marry for social status and stuff. I had an arranged marriage. Like my wife is very naggy, but Levin's, yeah, it's right. I'm just letting you know. It's okay. I'm not fighting you on words. I'm just letting you know other ideas. It's all good. You can even ignore my ideas. It doesn't hurt me none. I would almost do this very thoughtful, like longing, like, oh, but Levin's, he's such a great man. He actually married for love. Every single moment of Levin's and Levin's wife felt like a love story. They seem to so deserve each other. They seem like such both great people. And maybe the narrator's even like not like jealous, but almost like sad or almost somber that he had to marry for the politics. He had this political marriage. He had this arranged marriage, and this wife doesn't seem to like him. But Levin's his wife seems to be living that fairy tale you read about in romance books. The type of romance books his daughter reads, right? But he will never admit to also reading. But they seem to actually live that as their real lives. You can establish that, but I would maybe caution being careful about giving reasons for why he would dislike Levin's in the beginning, right? If you want the reveal later, don't make it about jealousy. Make it like very factual, like, oh, it's so amazing that these two people ended up together. I didn't get to end up that way, but it's so amazing they did. And then at the end, right, we're gonna have those different reveals of like, oh yeah, somebody bashed Levin's teeth in. He kind of deserved it. He was always so smug about having a happier marriage than the narrator. And the narrator didn't appreciate it. And then the reader's gonna be like, whoa, wait, what's this tone shift? I thought the narrator in the beginning was happy for Levin's and Levin's wife. But now we have this different thing. Hey, you didn't notice anything. I was trying to get the lo-fi beats. Okay, no more lo-fi beats. I'm not rerunning this anymore. We're just gonna keep getting ads. Okay, so, and I'm gonna keep dropping the mic. Mike, please. T's gonna yell at me. So, moving on. That was my little advice. That's my little cryptid razzle dazzle. Chapter 3. Have the first kill. Have Levin die and the town being in fear. We need a dropped mic counter right now. Oh. It's okay, the lo-fi beats weren't helping me sleep anyway. Very decaffeinated. I thought you already left. I thought you were lurking. I thought you were going to sleep. And yeah, I would assume it didn't help you sleep. It was ghost lo-fi. It's supposed to haunt your dreams. It's for ghost only. You're not supposed to listen to it when you're trying to sleep. You're supposed to listen to it when you're haunting people. You're so silly. You sleep like this? Wow. Okay. So it's like when people like have like the news, or they have TV on in the background, and they go to sleep to the white noise. Am I your white noise? I would be such annoying white noise. I'm so sorry for you. Especially every time I drop the mic. I'm so sorry. My bad. You're like, yes. Love you, very decaffeinated. Oh no. Okay, everyone, I am actively holding the mic down and having Discord open on my phone with the other hand. Okay? How about we're gonna finish tea. We're gonna finish having this little plot outline with tea. Alright, we're gonna finish reading that and giving cryptid advice. And then honestly, it's been over 5 hours. I think then when we're done giving tea advice with the plot outline, then we'll call it a night and we'll end the stream. Hopefully that sounds good for everyone. And hopefully in those few more minutes, with me holding down this mic, we won't have any more tech issues, okay? And then not any more mic drops. So, chapter 3. Have the first kill. Alright. Ooh, now stuff is picking up. I gotta eat soon after anyways. Yeah, see. Okay, so I'll fire it. So we're gonna have Levin die and the town being in fear. Show the town's uncertainty in who it may be and anger fear among one another. Okay. Chapter 4. Have the town find its first scapegoat. First scapegoat is a business partner of Levin when they had to say, hey, look, I had a good idea. Yay! Cryptid had a good idea. When they had a disagreement, brings up reasons why he may have done it, leads to the town giving the man constant paranoia. Oh. Chapter 5. Have the second death. Oh, so this is going to be like a murder spree. Have the wife's best friend being killed. For wife's best friend, do you mean Levin's wife's best friend being killed or the narrator's wife's best friend being killed? I know you know, it's just me reading this plot outline. I'm not quite sure. Just let me know in chat. It's all good. Wife's best friend had some suspicion of the narrator, Levin's wife. So Levin's wife's best friend is then killed. You got lazy? No, it's not lazy. It's notes for you. These are your notes. If you understand it, then you're good. You don't have to ever feel like you're lazy with your own stuff. It's for you. I'm just here and I'm just clarifying. It's all good. Don't say bad stuff about yourself. Oh my goodness. So we're gonna... The wife's best friend, so wifey, that Levin's wife's best friend, had some suspicion of the narrator. So she was cluing in. She's like, narrator's pretty sus, you guys. I don't know. And then she got. Have the town turn the scapegoat from the man to Levin's wife. Oh, because now Levin's wife's had her husband die and her best friend die. So that makes sense. Now the town's going to think like, hey, I think the wife did it. I think everyone around her is dying. I think she did it. That's a good logical conclusion. I like that series of events. That's good. Have the town accuse the wife of having an affair with someone and killing the people to run away and start her new life. I'm not quite sure about the affair angle yet. Right. But definitely for some reason, like they could definitely think like, oh yeah, she killed them. Gives the woman constant paranoia hold on, hold on, hold on. How can I see this? It's cut off a word. Constant paranoia of the something, but the narrator still comforts the wife. Okay, okay. It cut off a word there. I just can't quite see it, but that's fine. For my initial recommendations, if you're looking for big developmental edits, for oh, it was towns. Paranoia of the town, but the narrator still comforts the wife. Okay, okay, okay. My first idea, if you're looking for developmental edits, if you're looking for like the big picture stuff for how the plot is working, I'm wondering, I'm offering as a suggestion here, right? I'm almost wondering if chapter 1 might be a little short if we're just introducing these two. And chapter 2, I'm wondering if chapter 1 and 2 can be like the same, because both of these were just establishing stuff. The interesting thing, which is the murder, right? The murder's the cool stuff. The murders are very cool, funny stuff here. The murder can be chapter 2. So chapter 1, chapter 2, right? It's all the same thing. We're having this little intro to Levin, how great he is. The narrator loves Levin, would never hurt Levin, and has this great night drinking with Levin. They talk about all these different things. They share their sorrows. They trust everything with each other. And then he goes home after that night with Levin. He sees his own wife and family, and then he reminisces about, like, yeah, he just has this arranged, like, really sucky marriage. He doesn't like his home life. But Levin's, who we just finished seeing, has this fairy tale life. He has this perfect life. They could, even while they're at the bar, if you wanted to, like, even shorten it more, while they're at the bar, they could be the stuff they talk. They're talking about politics. They're talking about winter. They're talking about the stuff, and eventually the conversation, could go into, like, oh, Levin says, oh, I had to go back. Like, I had to stop drinking now. I had to meet my wife back home soon. She wants me home in time for dinner. I'm so excited for what she's gonna make me for dinner. And the narrator's gonna reminisce, like, yeah, Levin's and his family seem perfect. They seem so in love. They seem to have all these great things. And when he leaves the bar after hanging out with Levin's, this great guy, he's just gonna go home to his own sucky family, his arranged family that he doesn't actually like. And that's, like, curtains closed. That's chapter 1. And he doesn't know, right? No one in the town would ever see Levin's again, right? Everyone the next day would wake up and Levin's would be dead. So then chapter 2 is then like, hey, yay, you guys read through chapter 1. You guys got to see my cool characters. By the way, there's been a murder. And then all the readers are going to be like, oh, that's the murder. That's the cool thing. Oh, who did it? Because you're like, this is a murder mystery, right? We want that who done it kind of as close to the beginning as we can, right? Because that's the exciting bit. That's the cool bit you're writing about. You're writing about this murder. You're writing about this who done it. So I think the first kill, let's do chapter 2. Chapter 1, chapter 2, with the establishing the narrator's wife and stuff, and talking about Levin. That can just be one chapter, and it can all be established while they're hanging out in the bar and talking, and the narrator's thinking about how great and perfect Levin's life is. That will accomplish all the stuff you need it to accomplish. The only other thought I have besides that level rearranging at the front is, is it important to you to have the town? The town's a very big, ambiguous concept, right? Everyone in the town, all these town people, the town as a whole, the town as an entity. Is the town aspect important to you? Or is that just, like, is the town just going to be represented by, like, a character or two, like the sheriff? Is it not like the town, and you had to write all, like, these, like, bunch of people in the town gossiping about this and detracting from your main focus, which is the murders, and the narrator and Levin's and these wives? Should it just be like, oh, and instead of writing all these townspeople having reactions, do you just want to have a sheriff and, like, a deputy investigate, or a detective, right? This is like 1870s. It could be a detective investigating stuff, and then everything you're putting with how the town reacts, it could just be the detective reacts. The detective thinks Levin's wife was having an affair. Now the detective is investigating this person. Now the detective thinks it was the business partner. Now the detective needs to go and thinks it's the narrator, right? and that makes it a little simpler for you as far as the cast. It's very easy to write what the detective is doing and what the detective is saying and what the detective thinks and is investigating. It could be really, really difficult to write a whole town, right? All these townspeople, all the different ways, and you might cut to scenes of townspeople that aren't involved in this, and they're talking over uh stuff. Probably like major people will have dialogue while the side ones will have minor, just like the people whispered into another's ears, you know. Yeah, but again, like when you do that, if this isn't a play, if it's a play, you can do that, because then on the play, on the stage, you can have like background townspeople 1, 2, 3, 4, and they can be doing the little whispers on stage, and that's fine. When if you're this is for a story, if this is for writing, what could happen, I won't say what will, because I don't know. What could happen is you're in this scene with your narrator, right? And it's this very cool scene for the readers about the murder and about the detective doing accusations and about the wife saying, no, no, never. And what happened to my husband? What happened to Lebanon? And there's all this cool stuff that your readers are here for. This is the plot. This is the whodunit. This is the murders. And then suddenly you're going to go from those cool scenes with all your cool content, and you're randomly going to go to these villagers, to these townspeople, and they're just going to be gossiping. You have to establish like, oh, townspeople 1 whispered to townsperson 2, like, oh, da da da, did you hear? I heard it. She was having an affair. Oh, did you hear this? I heard it. It was that. There's yeah, it'd probably be an actual story. So when you go and do, even if it's short snippets to the townspeople, it takes the readers out. It takes the readers out of the cool thing you're doing, right? You're doing the cool thing with your murder story, to go focus on these other people who they're townspeople. They're not plot relevant. They're not going to be murdered. We have Levins will be murdered, and Levin's wife's best friend will be murdered. So far we have. I don't think the townspeople affect the plot, and the townspeople aren't. Besides for gossiping, they aren't affected by the plot. So narratively, if you want that gossip, if you want to show what people are thinking, you can have that all with the sheriff. The sheriff could have lines, or the detective could have lines of like, hey, I'm sorry we had to question you about this, but the townsfolk have been whispering. They think you might be having an affair. Is there an affair? Is that true? We need to question you now. And when you're following the detective, that keeps you in. That keeps the readers in to the cool thing you're doing with the murder, right? That keeps them in here. That keeps them all contained in the cool plotsville. That keeps you on track with your plot. That keeps you on plot with your characters. That keeps you I think probably just do a trust the process move. Okay, so I'm just trusting you here. I'm just trusting you with the talents move. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And I think that's good. I think I'll be excited to read it when it's done. I'll be excited to see like, oh yeah, and then I'll read it and I'll be like, you know what, you were totally right. You were totally right. This thing with the townspeople is great. I like hearing all the gossip they do in the background. And that's just and that's a really good thing for you to do. I'm really glad you said that to me, because that's one of the things you had to do with editors. Editors will give you feedback on stuff, and a lot of the stuff is correct, and you'll be like, oh yeah, that is, I do have to fix that. I do have to rearrange stuff. And other things you'll be like, oh no, actually, that thing is important. That's important to the story. That's important to the tone. And you will have to tell like an editor, like, no, that one thing, actually, I'm going to keep it. And that's really, really good that you can say that. You can establish that. I gotta sleep. It's almost 2 a.m. and I gotta get up at 6. Yeah, go to sleep. Go to sleep, sleep, sleep. And for everyone else who's still watching, because they're not feeling well in general, I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better in the morning after you get 4 hours of sleep. But for everyone else, I think I'm actually gonna end the stream here too, because we've been going for over 5 hours, okay? Thank you all for tuning in, and bye! Have a good one. Good night.